The first one to throw an attack out against the Dalki was Chris. He swung both his blades out to the side, unlocking all of the links, extending his weapon. It then laid there flat on the ground like a snake. Lifting them high into the air, he then slammed them down onto the Dalki. Chris didn't need to move his arms much, for he could control and change the blade's trajectory with his own chi. He could also use this to extend and shorten his weapons at will. All of his attacks at the moment, he was pushing his chi to the limit, not holding back. 3 of the weapon's teeth sank into the either side of the Dlaki's shoulder, digging in, oozing the green blood, and both of the Dlaki's feet sank a few inches into the ground. Seeing this as an opportunity, Leo leapt close towards the Dalki, ready to strike at its head. It seems like this red-haired man doesn't know that we need to kill it in one shot, otherwise it will just get stronger, Leo thought. Oven, the black cat, also had leapt onto Leo's heads and started powering up and looking for the right opportunity. Careful, Chris shouted. My weapons are stuck in him, and I think he got hit on purpose. Chris was trying his best to pull back his weapons so the teeth could rip the area of his shoulders. However, the Dalki was holding on to part of the weapon, and the two of them were in a battle of strength. Ha! I never thought someone would actually beat me in a battle of strength like this, especially a damn lizard. It just means I have to use more power, Chris shouted as he yanked the chains, and viable energy could be seen leaping from his skin. He was covered in a strange yellow energy. The teeth on the weapons had moved a few inches, but that was all as the Dalki pulled on them again. Weak, the Dalki said as it bent its knees, ready to do something. Oven, seeing this, let out a mighty bark once more, producing visible sound waves that would ripple through the air. This one was much louder and fierce than the one before. I bet they've never felt something like this before, Oven proudly said. Use this chance while he's stunned, to take him out. It was true, the Dalki could feel it, and Chris could suddenly pull out his chains as they continued to rip through the Dalki's body. But then the Dalki had tilted its head back, and when it threw his head forward, an almighty roar came out. It was nearly twice the strength of what Oven had produced. Oven's yellow mist started to shrink, as if a sign that the cat was afraid. Me afraid of this? I'm one of the great kings of the familiar world. Damn him. Even for Leo, he was frozen slightly in place. His mind was clear and unafraid, but it was human instinct, when hearing something that menacing, to not proceed any further. The Dalki grabbed the weapons before they had retracted back to Chris, and then lifted them up in the air along with Chris. Then, swinging him in circles around the Colosseum, Chris was thrown into the stands. His body dragged across the seats as they were being destroyed using his body. Then when the Dalki finally let go, it looked like Chris was no longer moving. The Dalki turned back to the bald man, but he was no longer there. The next second the Dalki could see something coming towards its neck. It lifted its arm, and a large slash of red aura had pierced its hard-scaled skin. You're fast. Too fast for a human, the Dalki said. It can't be. Why would the two of you be working together? The Dalki was about to hit Leo with its other arm when it felt another strike hit it from the other side. This one slightly yellow in color. It wasn't as strong as the first one, but it still managed to damage its scales somewhat. When he turned to look, he could see a female with black hair holding a giant sword. Leo could sense Aaron coming, but it was never part of his plan. He continued to attack with his sword in different places, hitting parts of his legs and more, and Aaron also charged in from the other side, doing the same. She had improved greatly, faster than she was before, faster than she had been in any type of training, and she was avoiding every one of Dalki's blows. She took off the suppression. Has it made her even stronger? It's almost like she's a completely different person. Perhaps she's evolved, Leo thought, but he had to focus on the battle in front of him. A few hits from a Dalki with this much strength, and both of them weren't sure how much they could recover. What Leo was surprised about was how fast the Dalki was moving, even able to keep up with the vampire's speed. Leo was only faster by a little bit, and it would always protect its vital points. Getting up from the broken seats in the stands, Chris could see what was going on. Suddenly, a new girl had joined and was fighting as well. Even the cat could be seen leaping and giving it a few swipes. They are all so fast, and what's this yellow and red aura coming off from them? Concentrating, Chris tried to sense something, and though he wasn't quite sure what the girl's energy was, he could feel Leo's energy even from here. It's just like that boy, Quinn. They're using that same energy to fight. Do they know each other? Chris thought. Still looking at the fight, he was noticing something else as well. The Dalkey Dread was smiling. It was usual for the Dalkey to smile while fighting, but this one looked more sincere. It might have not been clear during the fight itself, but one could notice it from the outside. The next second, the Dalkey curled up into a ball, and suddenly wings sprouted out from its back. It covered both sides of the attacks from Aaron and Leo, then flapped them with strength, pushing back their swords, and causing them both to go slightly off balance. At that moment, the Dalkey stretched its long limbs, hitting both of them at the same time. I thought I had improved. I thought we could beat this thing, but that fist is so fast. Aaron thought as she mustered all her will to pull her large blade in front of the attack. When it hit, the blade immediately broke in half, and she was sent flying into the arena wall. As for Leo, Oven could see what was about to happen. I can't let you lose this fight. My partner still has a desire he needs to achieve. Leo, I will give up here. Let me leave you with one parting gift. Oven leapt in front of the fist, and then turned into bright yellow flames surrounding the Dalkey's arm. The heat was so immense that the Dalkey's hand was dissolving in seconds, and Dread had no choice but to cut it off from the top of his shoulder to stop the flames. The flames had stopped, and Dread flew up into the air with his wings, hovering above the arena, blood dripping down to the ground from his wounds, while Oven was nowhere to be seen. Chris had leapt up from the arena floor and landed near Leo's side. His body was quite bruised, but he mostly looked fine. Who would have thought that bastard could fly? I guess they look like dragons, so it would make sense for some of them to have wings. Chris said, Sorry about your beast. It looks like it sacrificed itself in that attack. Although Oven was gone, he would return, for familiars never died once attached, but he wouldn't be able to be summoned for a while. You're strong. Your chi is the sharpest I've ever seen. It's no wonder you could do all those attacks. Chris said. But there's a big problem. Your weapon is a piece of crap. Who is using a king-tier weapon in a fight against a 4-spike Dalkey? You can only hurt that thing because of your sharp chi, otherwise that thing would be useless. Leo gripped the hilt of his sword tighter. It may seem useless, but this has the will of my fallen comrades inside, the ones that were killed by the Dalkey. They will not let me down no matter what. Each strike will be stronger as we get closer to killing it. Breaking their conversations, a large bang was heard form the wall as rocks went flying into the air, and Erin was seen coming out with her fangs bearing out, something that hadn't happened before, and now she was looking straight towards Leo, rather than the Dalkey itself. She went from one side of the arena to nearly to the other in an instant, and Leo had no choice but to activate his soul weapon, for her speed was unexpected as she thrust her other katana-style blade. With his soul weapon, he could force her strike to miss. Man, what the hell is happening? Chris said as he had leapt off to the side. I thought she was on our side? Did the Dalkey do that? Right now, Leo and Aaron were locked in combat, leaving only Chris on his own, but as he looked at the Dalkey up in the air, he couldn't help but feel that with its missing arm and the other two having already done too much, he could at least finish it off for them. Do me a favor. Just don't kill me after this, okay? Chris yelled over, directing it at Leo. I have no choice. I'm going to have to use the 4th stage. The frequency of the swords clashing against each other made it seem as if someone was conducting a military firing drill. The sounds originated from the battle between none other than Leo and Aaron. Aaron was being the aggressor in the fight, as she constantly pushed forward, swinging her blade time after time again. But no matter how hard she tried, Leo managed to block each strike with a little assistance of his soul weapon. However, he didn't just block them. No, he simultaneously guided Aaron's aura to focus on certain areas. My guess seems to be correct. I have never seen Aaron move this fast before. As a vampire knight trained in chi, my speed doesn't lose out against the other vampire leaders. Yet somehow she is able to keep up with me, which can only mean one thing. She must have evolved. Was it due to having been suppressed and then taking it off? Her overall appearance has barely changed, except some minor changes here and there. I doubt anyone would notice, unless they had spent as much time as me with her. But the energy inside her is running wild. I need to do something. As her mentor, Leo had instantly noticed that her swings today were wilder than usual, focusing on speed and strength rather than technique. However, what he couldn't see with his blind eyes was the color of her actual eyes, or more the lack thereof. At the moment, her black pupils weren't visible, and she was completely unconscious. Her aura alone, this was something Leo couldn't quite tell. He just thought that she had just given in to the urge. Using his sole weapon, Aaron's sword got sucked into a spot just underneath his armpit by his ribs. The thrust had missed its target and he quickly hit it down into the ground, before barging into her with his shoulder, knocking her away. "You fell for that move again," Leo chided her. "Even if you have evolved and are faster, what's the point if you haven't learned anything?" The sword was stuck in the ground, and it looked like Aaron had nothing left to use. Yet she suddenly held a chain that she swung out and that wrapped around Leo's sword. The blind man quickly felt the chi energy that he had infused into his weapon was being suppressed by it. The suppressing chains? She still has them with her? Good. This means there is a chance now. Letting go of the weapon, Leo allowed it to drop to the ground, and he quickly slid on the floor, hitting both of Aaron's legs, toppling her. While on the floor, Aaron snarled and yanked the chain with the sword, attempting to grab Leo's weapon in her hand, but her wrist was soon stepped on, and Leo had grabbed the weapon. "Nothing that I say seems to go through to you, but still I'm sorry about this," Leo spoke. Aaron got up from the floor, and Leo had let go of her wrist. Now she had nothing in her hand, neither the blade nor the suppression chains. Then, diving in head first, Leo went to strike with his weapon, or so she thought. What he actually did was simulate one of his attacks with the third stage of chi. As Aaron tried to dodge it, she missed the fact that the chains had also been sent out and were now wrapping around her legs. He then continued to run around Aaron in different areas as fast as he could, wrapping parts of her body, and finally grabbing her sword. He had stuck part of the chain deep into the ground along with the sword, through the links, until only the hilt of the sword could be seen, making it so Aaron could no longer escape. Parts of her body had been wrapped by the chain, and it seemed like the suppression skill was working as her screams were lessening. "I know you just wanted to help," Leo said, "and you did a fine job. If it was just me fighting against the Dalki, it would have been a lot of trouble." Going up to the chains, Leo skimmed his hands on top of them and pushed Aaron so she toppled to the ground, looking like a mummy on the floor. "Keep her bound, my friend," Leo ordered, as he needed to focus on another enemy. During the fight, Leo was nearly phased, distracted because he had felt a high source of energy, but he hadn't had the leisure time to split his attention away from the fight against Aaron. Now, when he looked over at Chris, who was standing opposite the Dalki, his skin had turned almost red in color, matching his hair. The energy was seen coming off his body at the same time. How much chi does that man have? No, this is slightly different. The energy dispersed around his body is coming from somewhere else, Leo thought as he looked on. "You look confused." Chris grinned at Leo's wondering face. "It looks like you haven't been taught this yet, so I guess that means you really are the person he was looking for. You should already know that every human's body forms a soul weapon during their teenage years, and that it takes shape with one's ability. However, what do you think happens to those who never got an ability? Does that mean that they can no longer use a soul weapon? Well, that part may be mostly correct, but the energy inside the body will still be there, and as such, with the right training, it can be used in many ways. I suppose the ability users just all focus on using it in the form of a soul weapon." The weapons that Chris had in his hands were turning red at this point. The Dalki stayed high in the sky, thinking that it was safe, but with a single push of Chris' legs, he crushed the ground beneath him, and now the two of them were at equal height as well. Chris first swung his chains across from one another, and the Dalki easily flapped its wings to avoid the blow, then started to fly straight towards the aggressor. It was flying at an incredible speed, but Chris was unfazed, and suddenly, the Dalki felt something on the top of its wings. It was the weapons. Even though they had missed, they had chased after the Dalki from behind, attaching to it. Moving his hands down, it lifted the Dalki's body up so its body could be seen. Churs jumped using the Ari and lifted his 2 legs, kicking the Dalki in the chest. Dread's body didn't move much, but Leo saw 2 shockwaves come out from his back and green blood started to drip from the invader's mouth. It looks like he is producing internal strikes, but is he focusing on that aspect? Leo pondered on how Chris was using his weapon. Next, Chris clenched his fists and hammered down on top of the Dalki's head, sending him back down to the ground. A large crater formed where Dread landed and he spit out even more of his green blood. With the weapons still attached to Dread, Chris was able to retract them, propelling him forward to where Dread was and slamming his 2 feet towards the Dalki's face to finish him once and for all. What would your comrades think about you, knowing you lost against a weak human, especially one without an ability? Chris taunted the dying creature, only for his smirk to vanish the next second. Instead of feeling the impact of the other's head, his foot had been grabbed by the Dalki's good arm. You should have kept your distance, vermin, Dread replied with a smile on his face, blood dripping down his chest, as he lifted up Chris and flung him into the ground, holding him by his 1 leg. Dread continued to slam Chris from side to side into the arena ground, causing more and more cracks in the Colosseum, and from the looks of it, it might have collapsed at any second. Suddenly, Dread stopped, coughing out even more blood than the Dalki had before. Chris is neither faster nor are his strikes any more powerful than before. The demigod tier weapon and his chi-trained body already made him as fast as the Dalki and allowed him to compete with a vampire of my speed. Leo continued to observe the situation from the side. It seems like he is currently burning through his soul weapon's energy inside of him, and it has allowed him to reinforce his chi, to the point where even a single punch acted as an internal chi strike. A simple way to put it would be that every single one of Chris' normal punches and kicks was like a hammer strike from Quinn. Even if the Dalki didn't have external wounds, his insides were being destroyed by the second. Wiping the green blood away, the Dalki threw it out onto the floor, and could see that Chris' skin was starting to fade in the color as well. So that's it? Your little show is over. Dread spoke as he stopped his assault on Chris. I have to thank you. Your attacks have allowed me to grow even stronger. You're the first one to push me to this point. Let that be your last solace. After this, I'm going to kill every single person in this city, before I go back to where I was meant to be. Chris smiled, still holding onto the 2 demigod tier blades. His body felt incredibly weak, as using the 4th stage of chi wasn't something even he could handle for a long period of time. He had long since crossed the safe period, and now his body was paying the price. If one person was to use it too long, they would have to fuel it with real-life energy, and it would be a wonder if they were to see another day. As a desperate last resort, Chris threw both of the demigod tier weapons with all his might. Dread was able to evade without even having to move. They just skimmed past his shoulders. A weak final attempt. Dread shook his head in disappointment. This wasn't aimed at you. I just wanted to pass him a better pair of weapons, Kais explained, smiling. The next second, the Dalki suffered 2 slashes on his head. It was the last feeling he would ever experience. His head was no longer on his shoulder and rolled out onto the floor. Blood started to squirt out from its neck onto Chris, and its body followed after falling to the ground as well. Leo now stood in front of the bloodied Chris, holding both of the demigod tier weapons. The 4-spike Dalki was finally defeated, thanks to the help of the number 1 ranked Pure, a little help from a blonde girl that just wanted to prove her worth, one of the kings of the familiar world, and finally the hero of war, the blind swordsman. I guess that's it. You're going to finish me off then? Chris asked, looking at Leo, unable to move. Teacher told me that me and you would have to fight one day. I just never thought it would be like this. Who exactly is your teacher? Leo questioned in anticipation. Perhaps at one point Leo would have needed to fight the man for information about Pure, but the 2 of them had just fought on the same side to defeat an enemy that neither one felt like they could have defeated on their own. Do you think just because you are a member of Pure that the 2 of us are automatically enemies and we are unable to talk things out? Leo questioned the man lying on the ground. I won't harm you. As a fellow warrior, it would be shameful to attack someone in your condition. especially since you ended up like that for the sake of humanity. For a long time Chris had imagined meeting the other party. In the past, whenever someone would discover his affiliation with Pure, they would immediately treat him as if he was a villain and proceed to attack him on the spot. And yet, this man, who his teacher had imprinted so strongly into his mind as someone that he was destined to fight against, Leo had simply judged him by the few moments they had known each other for instead of what group he belonged to. You really are completely different from what I have been led to believe. I'm sure you have a lot of questions on your mind. After all, that's why you're searching for members of Pure in the first place, so let me at least thank you by answering those. Chris offered, as he attempted to move his pinky finger. He started to regain a slight feeling in it, but he would need a long period of rest until he could think about fighting again. I will be happy to take you up on that. I just hope you have the answers I ask. Let's start by who exactly your teacher is. Leo asked, also having noticed the slight movement of the other. He placed Chur's weapons next to him on the side away from Chris. After all, they weren't rightfully his in the first place, but there was no need to return them until after their talk. He is a very cautious man, and even now he seems to be on guard from any attack. He must have lived through quite a lot even after the war, Chris noted. Who else could it be than the leader of the Pure? Chris answered, not shying away from the question at all. That person didn't just teach me how to use chi, but all of us that know chi was from him. It looked like Leo was on the right track. He had already amassed enough clues to guess who the leader of Pure was, but this was the confirmation he had needed deep down inside. And does the leader of Pure also happen to have a name? Leo asked. We only know him as Zero. Whatever his real name might be, he has never shared it with anyone. For a second Chris paused, for he recalled one person who might know their leader's name. Zero hadn't started Pure on his own after all, but that woman had already passed on, so there was no reason to mention her. You wish to fight him, don't you? Just talking about him has made your aura perk up in anticipation. But let me burst your bubble. You will be disappointed. For as great a man and mentor Zero may be, personally he is weak. Ironic, isn't it? Guiding others to a treasure he cannot possess. He knew that you would come chasing after him at one point. That's why he trained me. He wanted me to get strong enough so I would fight you in his place. I don't know the story between you and him, but he's the savior of my life and he turned me into Pure sword, so I have always considered it a small price to repay him. He had once promised to let me know the full story after he passed, but that hasn't happened yet. For the first time, it seems as if Leo didn't understand anything at all. He had an idea of why Pure was behind everything, but why would this master go through all this? Why did he train someone for Leo to fight against? Alas, the person in front of him didn't have the answers to that either. It seemed like there was no way to find out apart from asking him directly. The memories he had of his master and Chris's story wasn't adding up. Why did he create an organization like Pure? Was it really just to purge the world of ability users? Even he should realize that doing so would hurt humanity. He should be focusing his anger on the Dalki, those that killed all of our friends, or even me, the reason everyone was exposed to the world in the first place. Leo spoke as he had been left confused. How would I know? Everyone has their own reasons for joining Pure. Most of them had been hurt by ability users in the post. However, nobody is forced to align with Zero's goal. We are not like that. We just all have the same wish and are working together towards that wish. Of course we aren't stupid, as you can see. Even I know we need to work together to get rid of the Dalki, but for the longest time during our peace it looked like as long as humanity continued to rely on abilities, we would have managed to kill ourselves even without any outside interference. Chris argued, mulling towards the end. Due to how weak Chris was, he was unable to hide his energy as well as he had before. It seemed like Chris was struggling with his beliefs as he once did. His energy was all over the place as he said those last few words. If you don't have any other questions, would you mind answering one of mine? Kai's requested. Leo was hesitant at first, but ultimately decided that it would just be fair. As long as it wasn't too deep of a secret, he could entertain the other. As such he nodded. How come you and that boy share the same strange red energy? Chris asked. Boy? Leo repeated, surprised at the direction of the question. The boy known as Quinn Talon. Chris clarified. Now it made sense who this man was. He was the same Chris that Quinn had met on the island, and also the one who had taught him the second stage of Chi. Who would have thought that everyone would one day meet each other? I suppose that will happen when the strongest powers need to act. That boy and me are close. Was his teacher, but we both belong to the cursed faction. Leo walked away with his answers being answered. After seeing Chris perform the fourth stage of Chi, there was one thing Leo was clear about. In a fight with Chris at the moment he would lose out. He wasn't sure if what was said about his master was true, but before he came to look for Pure once more, he would need to get stronger again. Seeing Erin, Leo started to unravel the chains and place them around her arm. Only this time, rather than wrapping it up her forearm, he wrapped the chains to the top of her shoulder. It should restrict her movement, but the suppression should work better from here, Leo thought. Returning to the arena was a large group of members who had beast gear on. It wasn't clear who they were, but as soon as they spotted Chris, they had come running over to see if he was okay. Didn't I tell you guys to run away? Did you disobey an order? Chris questioned the members of Pure in an authoritative tone, despite his injuries. Sir, we apologize for that, but there wasn't much we could do but hide somewhere in the city. The teleporters weren't working, so there was no way for us to leave. Once the fighting and rumbling stopped, we believed that you must have successfully defeated the Dalki, so we came to check on you. The man admitted honestly. Chris looked towards where Leo and Erin would have been, but they had already vanished. I didn't defeat the Dalki on my own. Chris mumbled as the members carefully helped him stand up. He started to absorb the energy of the two users next to him. He didn't take too much chi, just enough so he could walk on his own. As he walked along, some members stood in front to the side and towards the back of Chris, and one in particular started to move close to Chris, his eyes glowing red. Pulling his hand back, it started to be covered in a red aura, and the man thrust his fist straight towards Chris' back where his heart would be. Chris, being his weak self, hadn't even been able to muster up any chi to protect himself, and only became aware of the attack at the last moment. But the arm had fallen to the floor before it could even reach Chris. And standing there with a blade in his hand was none other than Leo. It seems like you never expected another one to be here. My nose seems to be a bit stronger than yours, and I could smell you from a while away. Tell me who sent you, Leo demanded, looking at the vampire that had just attempted to take Chris' life. It took a few seconds for the smile on the man's face to disappear, as he realized that his hand had not only failed to pierce through Chris, but was also no longer part of his body. Right now it was lying on the floor. Now all of his anger was aimed towards the one who had interfered in his assassination. However, the moment they looked at the offending party, there were two things the assassin noticed straight away. Leo's red eyes as well as his smell. Both confirmed that he and the man were the same. No, that's not right, the man thought as he held onto the seared part of his hand. The blood flow was slowing down as he did his best to preserve himself, using what skills he had. The smell is slightly different. What the hell is a knight like you doing in a place like this? The vampire man demanded to know as he took a step back. He didn't recognize what family he was from, and since he had already defended Chris, it was apparent that they were not on the same side. As long as he was there, it was impossible for him to accomplish his mission, so he was looking for a way to escape. What are you idiots doing? Capture that traitor, Chris shouted towards the other members of Pure, who were all too startled at their companion having gone rogue. Closing his eyes, Chris was trying to focus. He might have been exhausted, but as the number one in Pure, it should have been impossible for someone to get so close to him without him noticing. The important part now was to apprehend him so they could find out more about the assassin. Even in his weak state, it should have been impossible for a normal person to kill him with their bare hands. His body was naturally hardened and trained beyond belief. The man must have had a trick up his sleeve or at least known chi. On top of that, he seemed to know Leo as well. It was then that Chris could tell that the internal red energy inside of their bodies of Leo and this one was the same. What the hell is going on? How come those guys with a different power source of chi are popping up all over the place? If I remember the boy, it was quite infectious and rapid. Does this mean that not everyone who has the same aura is on the same side? Things are getting pretty interesting. However, Leo was already in front of the man before anyone else had moved. His eyes were glowing red, as he stared directly into the man's eyes. Leo intended to find out why the man had tried to assassinate Chris just now. "You won't get a thing from me," the vampire said defiantly. He lifted his arm up, and without any hint of hesitation slit his own throat, deep enough so he died instantly on the spot as he fell to the ground, creating a pool of blood. Did he know I was going to use my influence on him? Leo thought. It is clear that he was harboring great secrets that he didn't want anyone to find out about. But who was the one that sent the vampire? He didn't seem to recognize me, so he must have been in the human world for some time now. Was the one who had sent him someone from the 13 families, perhaps the former king? Or could it be that there is someone else out there? With the only suspect now dead, Leo looked over the other pure members. None of them seemed to be another vampire, so there was nothing for him to find out. As such, he started to leave once again, only this time for real. Wait, that person seemed like he knew you. We have some questions you need to answer. One of the pure members attempted to stop him. Leave him be, Chris interfered immediately. He didn't take my life when he had the chance, and on top of that, he just saved me when one of my own already tried to kill me. Right now, I trust him more than you. With that, Leo was gone. It looks like I owe you one, and I need to start being more careful about who is around me. Why would Dylan do something like this? He's been part of Pure for longer than I can remember. The Pure members wondered out loud as they inspected the body. This must have something to do with that strange red aura. Dylan didn't have that red aura before. Or is it something else? I would have noticed it. Did it happen not long ago? Does that mean there is someone who can pass on that aura? Things are certainly getting interesting, Chris thought with an intrigued smile on his face. Moments after, the vampire's face started to change from the Dylan they did recognize, into someone they had no clue about. Let's take that body with us. It's clear that's not Dylan, Churs ordered. Not long after, multiple ships with military personnel arrived at Zoo. They immediately began questioning the local populace as they tried to figure out what had happened. The information they received was the same from nearly everyone. Upon entering the arena, they were quite surprised to find a 4-spiked Dalki's body lying on the floor, with its head chopped clean off. Of all the people they had interviewed, no one had seen who had been capable of fighting against the Dalki, or who had killed it. As was to be expected, everyone had run away, fearing for their own life. We have discovered multiple sword marks on the body, a broken beast weapon that has been left behind, ashes and scorch marks across the floor, and finally the head of the deceased Dalki itself. From the looks of it, it was one clean strike that has separated it from its body. Jane reported as she stood by Oscar's side in the arena. The head was chopped off in one clean strike? How many times have you seen that happen on a Dalki before? Oscar asked. To our knowledge, there are only 2 people who have reportedly defeated Dalki in such a way. One of them is the leader of Pure. We do not know his identity, but when Dalki had attacked certain areas, we found them with their heads chopped off in this type of manner. We can only assume that it was the Pure leader themselves who have done that. The second was one of the heroes of war, the blind swordsman. When saying those words, that's when she had figured something out. In the report, it had stated that someone with the appearance of the blind swordsman had participated in the event in the arena. Sir, I know what you are thinking, but do you really believe that the blind swordsman could have defeated a 4-spiked Dalki by himself? Jane asked. No, I don't. It is clear by the state of the area that there were multiple people fighting, and the rest of the cursed faction seemed to be too far away at the moment. Continue the investigation here, and leave one of the generals to look after this place. The people should still be in shock after having been dragged into this mess. Oscar ordered as he started to head back towards one of the ships. For a 4-spiked Dalki to suddenly appear here, we were lucky that the blind swordsman happened to be here at the same time. Otherwise, who knows how many people would have died. Would this have been something possible if it had happened in the First War? No, Quinn, I don't know what you and your people are doing, but keep doing it. We might need to rely on the cursed faction a lot more from now on. Oscar thought. Sir, where are you going? Jane asked. This wasn't the only four-spiked Dalkey. It's clear now the reason this man attacked by himself and why they didn't bother sending any other forces with him. It's because we have been underestimating their power. We have been told that Quintalon is going to help those on the Greylash ships defend against the invading attack. Oscar answered. It seems like every world leader is taking responsibility and fighting apart from me. I've decided I need to go help Owen. We may have underestimated you, but it looks like you have done the same for us. This time, we will win this war, Owen thought, clenching his fist. The second fleet of the Greylash family was currently being attacked and boarded by several Dalkey, and on the main ship alarm bells were ringing throughout. Despite all of the drills they had gone through in case of such a situation, panic spread around various places of the ship. Usually even with an attack they would have a few moments to brace themselves of what was to come, but they did not enjoy such luxury this time. Breach in Section D. Section D will now be locked. Breach in Section F. Section F will now be locked. Messages of this type were constantly being announced through the intercom, informing everyone that areas were being lost left and right. Commander Hermes, who was in charge of the Second Fleet, along with over 1,000 of his men, had gathered inside one of the largest training rooms. Sir, we can't seem to get any communication through whatsoever. The Dalkey seem to be in possession of not just teleport jamming devices, but also communication ones. Hermes was just shaking his head in frustration. They didn't know the exact number of Dalkey that had boarded the ship, how many spikes they had, nor anything really about the enemy's equipment. Information was crucial in any battle, yet they were completely lacking in that department. Should he send too few of his men to deal with the enemy, he would just be sacrificing them in vain. Should he send too many, they would be vulnerable to an attack from sides they would not cover. At the same time, he couldn't do just nothing. We need to prioritize defending the most important parts of the ship. These Dalkey need oxygen to survive as well, so the life support system should be safe for the time being. However, I wouldn't put it past them to sabotage it if they feel threatened. Hopefully, as we travel through the ship, we'll gain a better grasp of the situation. Hermes then turned to Void and Bonnie, who seemed to be in the midst of an argument. You two, I don't want your death to be on our hands. Given the circumstances, it's too dangerous to leave you behind. Come along with us and try to hide in the back. The group was prepared to move out, and the men had split up into squads, with Bonnie and Void heading off with Commander Hermes. In theory, it should be the safest place for the reporter duo. Void, turn on your camera. I know we can't live stream right now, but we need to capture everything. Bonnie whispered as she was continuing on from the argument before. Don't you feel any fear, Bonnie? Sure, we've filmed lots of stuff in the past, but that was mostly scuffles between other factions and families. Nothing like this. The Dalkey will tear us to shreds. They won't care that we are reporters. Void whispered back, annoyed that his partner seemed to prioritize a scoop over their own safety. Bonnie wanted to slap some sense into Void. After all, she needed her cameraman. However, she understood his fear. Of course, she was frightened as well, but she had already prepared herself for something like this. If they were to perish here, at least they should leave something for the sake of humanity. Why do you think we came here in the first place? Did you think there wouldn't be a Dalkey attack? This is exactly what we came to film, and the people deserve to know. Who knows? Our footage may prove very valuable to whoever is coming to save us. At the very least, they will find out what's happened. That's the least we can do. Although Bonnie wasn't talking a lot of sense to Void right now, he took a deep breath. When have I ever won an argument against you? Void sighed in defeat as the little beep from his camera was heard as it was turned on. His glasses that he used to monitor the drones were turned on as well, but none of them was giving him a signal. Thinking about this, Void was reminded of the person that had let the Dalkey onto the ship in the first place. It had been a humanoid figure, and the most prominent feature had been the red glowing eyes. What if the Dalkey aren't the ones behind the jamming devices but humans? But who in their right mind would choose to assist them? They would have to have been on board already. Could it be that there are even more traitors on board? Void wanted to get Bonnie's opinion on his theory, but at the moment there were far too many eyes and ears around them. What if he was right and one of those traitors was in their midst? He knew that I was watching him through the cameras, and he decided to pull it anyway. "All right, it's time to head out, everybody," Hermes said, and at that moment, all of the lights on the ship had shut down. Power systems failing. Emergency life support has now been activated. They were now almost in complete darkness, only able to see a small outline of the people around them and blurs as they moved. The lights? Why would they go for the lights? I don't recall Dalkies having night vision, Bonnie questioned. The crew members with the lightning ability activated it slightly, allowing for a soft blue glow in front of them. Their vision was better now, and doing something like this didn't take up too many MC points. This made it even stranger that they would target the lights. The squad walked through the hallway, but due to their large number, not all at the exact same time. If a Dalki would have come, they would have been cramped and easy picking for them. When it was finally time for Hermes and his group to move forward, around 20 of them started to walk through the dark halls. Void was lifting up his camera and frantically moving it each time they heard a noise. With the sound of fighting throughout the area, it meant he was turning quite often. Walking through, those at the front heard something, a small splash when they moved their foot down. Void knew what it was straight away. The others moved their sparkling fingers to give them a better view, and they could tell it was blood. Those damn Dalki seem to have already engaged in combat. We have to go help the others. One of the groups that had gone ahead in front of them seemed to have been ambushed. What was strange about their bodies were the wounds. Although the crew members were under the impression that it was the Dalki, Void was able to see more thanks to his camera's night vision setting. He zoomed onto their bodies and looked at their wounds. The markings on them were too small to be done by a Dalki, and even a couple of them had teeth marks on their neck. He might have not thought much of it if he hadn't seen what he had beforehand. Void quickly grabbed Bonnie's hand, letting the rest carefully go in front. It seems like the fear that the Dalki could be around the corner made them forget that they were meant to be looked after. "Bonnie, I need to tell you something. Before we were attacked, the one who let in the Dalki, they seemed to be human. Also those wounds. I don't think the Dalki are the ones responsible." Void shared his opinion with things. "You think there's a traitor among us?" Bonnie was quick on the uptake. The two of them then could hear a scream coming up from the front and saw several lighting strikes being fired off. Pulling his camera up and looking through the lens, Void saw what they were going up against. There were two Dalki, but they weren't the only ones attacking. Putting his camera down and squinting to check if he wasn't seeing things, he still ended up seeing two humans attack their group, the only discerning thing being that their eyes were glowing red in this darkness. In the canteen of the ship, several members were trapped in the room with a Dalki. Hiding under tables, and in corners of the rooms, they were shaking, praying for the enemy to not see them without the light. They tried to hold their breath to decrease the chances of being noticed. This wasn't like facing any beast, and for a lot of them it was the first time they had even seen the Dalki. "Hiding is useless," one of the Dalki shouted. He, alongside another one-spiked Dalki, had remained behind, while the stronger ones had already left to do something else. Hundreds of innocent humans were in the canteen, hoping for someone to come save them, wishing that all of this was just a nightmare. The canteen's double doors were audibly swung open, and glowing red eyes could be seen floating in the darkness. "Oh, is it time to go already? Can't we stay a little longer? This is fun," the Dalki bellowed in laughter. The person with glowing red eyes approached one of the Dalki. His hand quickly covered in red aura and spun like a drill. It then slammed into the Dalki's chest and went right through its heart. "I don't know who you think I am, but I ain't your friend." The Dalki were known for having almost impenetrable bodies. Even shells shot from tanks wouldn't necessarily harm them. Yet the young man's hand managed to pierce through it as if it was nothing. "What is this? Why is my body moving away on its own? This has never happened before." The other Dalki in the dark canteen had instinctively distanced itself from Quinn. Dalki were battle-hungry beings, carelessly diving into a fight at the first best opportunity, not caring for the risk of getting hurt, as that would only further their growth. However, For this reason Dalki were often unaware that they also had a human side in them. After seeing its companion getting killed with such ease, for the first time it experienced the feeling of fear. Alas, it was far too late for it to flee. It didn't take long for Quinn to move on to the confused creature, and before it could react, its chest had been pierced in the same manner. "Why, you're not one of them," the Dalki let out with his last breath as he had the chance to take a closer look at its killer. The survivors in the canteen were still shaking in the room, unable to believe what they had been barely able to see. Most of them had just heard two loud thuds as heavy objects had hit the floor. When they peeked over, they could see a prominent dark shadow with red eyes standing there. Yet it wasn't large enough to be another Dalki. Eventually, one of the closest survivors who had seen everything came running out. "They're dead. He saved us," the young man cried out with tears in his eyes. There was blood on his body, but it was hard to tell whether it was his own or not. "What is that idiot doing? Did he already forget that our group got attacked by a group of humans beforehand? What if that's one of the traitors and they just had a falling out? How could you leave your hiding spot?" Many of the cautious survivors couldn't help but think. Nevertheless, the red-eye shadow didn't attack him. In fact, he appeared to help the young man up. "Hey, I know you," the man proclaimed since he wasn't attacked. He even created a spark with his finger, lighting up the place so everyone could see better. For a second Quinn flinched from the sudden light. As a vampire, he had been able to see perfectly well even in the darkness. You're Quinn Talon, leader of the cursed faction. So those weren't just rumors about you being able to take out an army of Dalki on your own," the man called out in awe. Instantly, many of the hiding survivors started to murmur amongst themselves, and some of the braver ones also came out once the newcomer had been identified as someone they felt they could trust. Despite the praise, Quinn was not smiling. From the moment he had entered the ship, he had been able to smell the stench of blood in the air. Most importantly, it hadn't just been the blood of humans and Dalkis. "There was a report from Owen calling for help, so I got here as fast as I could." Quinn explained himself loudly. "I've just arrived, so I would welcome any information you could share with me. Like, how many other Dalkis have you seen so far?" It took a while for Quinn to process the information, as many people started to speak at the same time, and their accounts were also contradicting each other at times. Many had been unaware about the reason for the chaos until later on, with the majority having run away as soon as they had seen how powerful the Dalki truly were. From what Quinn could gather, none of the ones in the canteen had made out a Dalki with a spike count higher than 2. But perhaps even more importantly, he had learned the fact that there were humans who had attacked each other. The common trait between them were their red eyes. Just like I feared, somehow vampires are involved in this whole mess. Based on what that first Dalki was saying, he must have mistook me for one of them. Quinn thought, are they working with Jim? Armed with new information, Quinn suspected that the commander would head to the life support system based on the drills they had gone through so far, so that's where he would head as well. After all, the goal was to try to save the people on the ship. Now he could try and help them evacuate, or he could take care of the root of the problem by killing off the invaders. But first, Quinn quickly disappeared into his shadow space. His gauntlets still had some of the green Dalki blood on, and he didn't want others to see what he was about to do. Licking a small part of the green blood, the system granted him a temporary boost. Once back, he was ready to head out. Yet as he walked forward, he noticed that 100 or so people seemed intent on following him. A couple had even stumbled. Turning around, Quinn saw that many of them were too injured to even move properly. I know that all of you must be afraid that Dalki on the ship, but I'm going to take care of them. I'm afraid that where I'm going, I won't be able to protect you all. Honestly, coming with me is probably just going to put you into more danger. Quinn explained. I cleared out the area on the way here. For the time being, this canteen should serve you as a pretty good place to hold up. Please make room for those who are really injured. I'm unable to heal you, but I have a way to alleviate your situation. Quinn stated as he used his shadow lock on 5 of the most injured people in the room. They were now safe from harm and wouldn't slow down the others in case of trouble. Wait, let us come with you. A man who wore white robes with the insignia of the Greylash family stopped him. He introduced himself as Fao, and he had a brave face. Behind him stood 5 others, seemingly his bodyguards. "This is our faction and our ship. It's our responsibility to protect this place," Thao said. At first Quinn wanted to reject them, but he could see that they weren't doing it for selfish reasons. They were good people. He then walked up to them and placed his hand on each one of them. "You're right, do as you like. I'm not your leader after all." Quinn agreed with a smile and ran off. They won't get a chance to fight, but just in case. Void and Bonnie were at a loss as to what to do since the fighting ahead of them was coming to an end. The fact that they had been able to last for so long was undoubtedly due to Commander Hermes' prowess. However, there was a clear disadvantage between the two groups. It was hard to tell apart friend from foe for the crew members, yet that didn't seem to apply for the invaders. In fact, it seemed as if they could see perfectly fine. Void continued to film everything despite his hands shaking, and he was able to watch the red-eyed humans jump and run across the side of the walls at great speed. Without even having to come off them, they were able to throw red lines of aura. Is it an ability? But where have I seen or heard of something like this before? Void thought. "I'm afraid this is going to be a failure of a mission," Hermes shouted. They had managed to kill 3 Dalki so far thanks to their strong drills. However, there were still 3 more on the other side, and on top of that 5 men with glowing eyes, while their side had dwindled down to 5, not counting Bonnie and Void. "Everyone retreat. Their forces outweigh us. Head back to the training room. We'll barricade ourselves in there until help arrives," Hermes ordered. Even if they managed to outrun the Dalki somehow, Hermes wasn't sure help would arrive in time. They knew that Owen was busy dealing with the Dalki himself. If anything, the leader's situation took priority over theirs. The group continued to run as they threw lightning behind them. This time, rather than strong attacks, they were firing off lightning sparks that would spread out to increase the chances of stunning the others for a short amount of time, buying them some time. From the looks of it, it seemed to be working. "Void, don't you dare drop or lose that camera. Make sure to record every single moment of this," Bonnie reminded her cameraman, yet he suddenly stopped running. Seeing this, the others also slowed down, and they could finally see what Void had seen up ahead. More pairs of glowing red eyes. At that moment, a couple of vampires that were clung to the walls by the side of the wall had leapt towards the group. Before they could lay a finger on the group, 2 large slashes of red aura hit them, larger than the ones before. All those guys with the red eyes seemed to have that weird red aura ability. And this guy seems to be even stronger than the rest. But did he miss? What's going on? Void wondered. Pulling up his camera, he looked through the lens to get a better look at who this stronger red-eyed human was, and once he recognized him, he couldn't help but shout out in glee. "Quinn!" The rattling of Void's hands hitting his camera wouldn't stop. Void had seen who were on the other side. Those that they had been fighting against, the humans with red eyes, and yet he had just seen Quinn, the leader of the cursed faction, have the same glowing red eyes. I'm sure of it, he used the red aura power as well, but he seems to be on another level compared to the others. "It's Quinn. Are you talking about who you think I am? What's he doing here?" Bonnie asked. She was surprised, and for a split second, she had forgotten about the dire situation that they were in. A few seconds later, and the wind was felt going past both Void and Bonnie's faces as their hair blew back, and Quinn had disappeared entirely from their front, too fast for them to see. "I have to record this. I have to find out what is going on," Void thought as he spun around and turned his camera in the direction Quinn had gone. The first set of vampires Quinn had hit were no longer able to fight, and quickly realizing that they now had some form of backup, Hermes turned around to try and hold off the Dalki with his other men, firing out their lightning abilities. "I can smell it. It's a lord. What is such a high-ranking one doing here of all places?" One of the men standing behind the Dalki said. Quickly 4 more men jumped and ran on each side of the walls, heading straight for Quinn. "If you can no longer fight, then you know what to do," the man commanded. At that moment, after hearing those orders, the first vampires that had been struck and were on the floor had raised their hands and slit their own throats, killing themselves instantly. "They know I'm a vampire and that I'm a lord. Are they killing themselves so I can't gather any information from them? I was going to use the eye influence skill on them, But now this has become troublesome. Quinn thought as one vampire went to strike him. But Quinn, even though moving his hand later, then the vampire had grabbed the man's face before reaching him and started to scrape it along the side of the walls. I learnt a lesson from Arthur that day, that I don't need to be nice to those that are trying to kill me, Quinn said as he lifted the vampire's body at the right time as another one struck, allowing him to dig his sharp claws into his own companion. Quinn then kicked their legs, breaking them, and with his other hand free he grabbed onto the other one's face. I need to help the others as soon as I can. I can't try extracting and asking questions now. Otherwise it will put others' lives in danger. I guess there's only one thing I can do. From his gauntlets, blobs of shadow came out and covered the entire heads of the two vampires, and soon, the shadows had returned to him. Skill Shadow Eater activated. 10 MC points gained. 10 MC points gained. Now, you can do what you want with your lives, Quinn said as he left them screaming in pain, with only one outcome. Something was strange about Quinn. His eyes were more determined than usual, and he had his goal in sight. Some might have thought that Quinn was exceptionally cruel in this instance. However, this was all due to what he had seen when he had entered the ship. The crew, the mechanics that worked on the docks had all been slaughtered. Most of them were not even fighters who had families, the people who worked as cooks and more. Every single one of them were killed. Some were done by the Dalki, but it was clear from the teeth marks left on their bodies that vampires did others. The vampires coming from the other side, Quinn leapt from one side of the wall to the other, and while mid-air, he swung both his legs, firing off 2 blood crescent kicks. They came out faster than any blood swipe they had ever seen, and they fell to the ground immediately. Quickly, Quinn used the Shadow Eater skill on the two on the ground once again. What is going on? The vampire at the back thought. He was confident due to the 2 spiked Dalki by his side, and his turner had assured him that this would be an easy job. However, for a vampire lord to come out of nowhere was something he was never expecting. Most of the lords are vampire leaders. Did he come from one of the castles? But I don't remember them? And they have the power of the Punishers. Who is this person? The vampire couldn't help but think. With the other 4 vampires gone, Quinn threw out another swipe towards the vampire, who seemed to be their leader in the back. He quickly raised a wall of blood. The wall was shattered, but using blood hardening, he was able to stop the blood swipe. I stopped the attack. With the Dalki by my side, we should be able to take him down. I'm a vampire noble not too far from becoming a lord. I think I can do this, he thought and started laughing. Just because you're a lord, you think you can win this. You're too arrogant, he said as he pointed towards Quinn. Why are you so confident? Is it because you blocked my swipe from earlier? Quinn asked. He then raised his hand and threw out the attack once more. It looked similar to before, and the vampire was ready. I'll warn you, the first attack. I wasn't using my full power because I wasn't trying to kill you, Quinn said. The noble was confused. He had seen a red aura, but suddenly it was no longer there, and soon he could no longer think as his body was split in half. I wish you could have been useful and at least given me some MC points, Quinn said. After Quinn's arrival and dealing with the vampires, the 2 spiked Dalki were quickly taken care of, and everyone was beyond amazed at how easy Quinn had made it look. The 5 men that had traveled with him had only just arrived through the halls as they had lost him long ago. Although they were happy to know the fighting was over, everyone alive wished to thank Quinn for what he had done. But instead, he had decided to go around the ship, searching for any more vampires or Dalki. If he found a lone vampire, perhaps he could restrain them before they killed themselves to ask them a few questions. Unfortunately, although a few more Dalki were found, there were no more vampires. Even searching the dead vampires' bodies, there was nothing noticeable on them. They were perfectly disguised as faction members, and according to others, they had been part of the factions for years, which was why no one had suspected a thing. It didn't take long for power to return to the place and everyone to gather in the canteen. Here Quinn released the injured for them to get a look at. While in the canteen, despite him wanting to leave as soon as possible, tears of joy and thankful words spoken by the others were unable to make him go. People constantly approached him, thanking him for saving their lives, and eventually, part of the Earthborn group had arrived. Leading the group itself was General Inu. "You seem to be in a rush," Hermes said to Quinn, who was stood off to the side with the more senior members of the Greylash family. He wasn't particularly in a rush, but his next step was to head to the planet where Owen was on. In the canteen itself, Inu and his people were doing the usual running and investigation. There were a couple of glances between Quinn and him here and there, but Inu seemed to be more respectable when meeting him this time. In the corner of the room, Void and Bonnie were a little worried about something. After the fight on the ship had ended, they had decided to film the wreckage and carnage of what was on board, and during their tour they had run into Inu. "Hey you, is that a recording device? We will have to take all the footage you have on there as evidence," Inu said, pointing at Void. "Wait," Void said, worried about what exactly was on the footage. At the moment, Quinn didn't have any glowing red eyes, and he didn't really know what it meant. He was unsure if it was a good thing or a bad thing, but it was already too late as one of Inu's people had already taken the camera. "I hope this doesn't stir into something big," Void thought. After Inu had finished barking out orders, he started to walk over to the others and Quinn, who looked like he was ready to leave. "Quinn, where are you planning to go? You did a good job here. But it looks like you still have something on your mind?" Inu asked. Quinn was about to ignore Inu anyway, despite him asking in a more polite way than he usually would, and was to head out on the ship he had come in. "If it's about Owen, don't bother. I think I know you by now. The fight is already over," Inu said, and the next bit of information he told everyone had caused their jaws to drop to the ground, and Quinn's heart beat faster than ever. The four spiked Dalki known as Greenhorn and Owen were quite a distance away from the others. The remaining Dalki were seemingly ignoring the battle between the two powerhouses. It was hard to tell whether this was due to the high trust of the Dalki in their commander, or the lack thereof. Behind him, Owen could hear the sound of fighting from the people he had trained, looked after and had asked to fight by his side. He desperately wanted to turn around and help them against their enemies, but he recognized that the biggest threat that they needed to get rid of was the four spiked Dalki in front of him. The reason why Owen took a glance behind him was to make sure that he had ample room without having to worry about injuring some of his men with his sole weapon. Concentrating deep within, a glow started to appear in his hands. His long hair that was normally so defiant to remain straight no matter how much he used his powers was now standing and spiraling out of control. The thing forming in his hands resembled a ball at first glance, making it hard to tell if it was an item-based soul weapon or an enhancement type. Either way, it was clear to see that the ball contained several sparks of lightning inside, making it fizzle like crazy. Greenhorn attempted to take a step forward, but the very next second, lightning shot out. The Dalki was barely able to move his foot back before the shot collided with the ground, scorching it black. "What is that thing? Do I need to break his form of concentration to get rid of it? But if I get too close to it, it will just hurt me like it did before." Greenhorn pondered over his next course of action. He was more cautious than the typical Dalki, but this was mainly due to knowing what had happened to One Horn in the last war. Looking past Owen, Greenhorn started to grin. Baring his sharp teeth, he stormed forward. He seemingly charged at Owen, but then abruptly changed direction to go around the other. "I was right." The Dalki started to laugh as he saw the desperation on the other's face. "Your attack might be powerful, but it requires you to remain standing on your spot. Your strikes may be dangerous, but I don't need to go after you just now. I can always deal with you later." As for where Greenhorn was intending to go, it was naturally towards the rest of the battle that was taking place behind them. "My soul weapon might have some downsides, but there are ways to make up for it," Owen thought as he threw the ball as hard as he could into the air. When it was around 90 meters up in the sky, he then threw his fan up in the sky, piercing the strange lighting ball, and attacked it with his blue lightning. The ball seemed to be charging up, and when it reached its peak, it exploded into a group of clouds. The clouds were dark and full of power as they spread out, striking the ground beneath them constantly. Greenhorn, seeing this, was in range of the clouds, and was avoiding some of the strikes that came from above, by the skin of his teeth until eventually one hit him. It shook his whole body with great power. It was painful, but the lightning strike hadn't dealt him a lethal blow. The main problem was that it had stunned him for a few seconds. Trying to avoid the lightning strikes while in the middle of a fight would be extremely disadvantageous for Greenhorn. That guy. This is what he was cooking up. Didn't he look back for a few seconds before activating it? With this far-ranged skill, why didn't he activate it in the middle of the fight? Greenhorn thought, and he had managed to come up with an answer. The lightning strikes must hurt his own people as well. So all I need to do is continue on with my plan. Greenhorn made up his mind. The distance between the two were quite far, and the clouds didn't reach the rest of where the others were fighting. If the two of them were to run forward, it was clear who would get to the others first. Greenhorn turned his head to look back at Owen. But soon his smile disappeared, as the other had disappeared without his knowledge. A lightning strike, larger than the previous ones, appeared from the clouds, and suddenly right in front of the Greenhorn was Owen himself. "Breathe," Owen said, as he took a deep breath and then extradited it out at the same time. He then threw out a blue fist filled with lightning, hitting the Dalki in the stomach. Blood immediately came out from Greenhorn's mouth, and he attempted to hit Owen once again. But lightning striking from above had hit Greenhorn, paralyzing him in place. Owen took another breath, lifting his leg up high, and throwing a kick to the top of the Dalki's head, leaving a trail of lightning behind. The Dalki's body was nearly lifted off its feet, but Greenhorn had remained on the ground. Still, Owen wasn't done yet, taking more breaths. Each time he would continue to hit the Dalki, with his body covered in lightning. To the chest, a kick to the legs, then kicking the Dalki's chin, he spun up in the air, and as soon as his 2 feet landed, he threw both of his fists, hitting the Dalki in the stomach. In the middle of their fight, the Dalki, as its power was rising, was hoping to ignore the pain and strikes it was receiving to attack back, but he was constantly being hit by the lighting from above. Then when he had gotten a grasp on where Owen was, he would disappear and reappear in a different place. Damn it! I'm losing control over my breath. I can do 20 strikes at most with my lightning powers, and he has already endured 16. Just how durable is this damn Dalki? Owen cursed internally, but made sure to keep on a brave face. Hoping to recover some energy, Owen moved into the clouds with his soul weapon, allowing him to move as a lightning bolt itself, and then reappear away from the two of them as he tried to recover some of his breath. However, what happened next had come as a complete surprise. The Dalki started to run in the opposite direction. It was running away from where his companions were battling and out of the clouds. As soon as Greenhorn was in the clear, he spurted his wings from his back and flew up high in the sky. Did he just retreat in the middle of the fight? Not quite sure what was going on, Owen had to make a decision. Since the Dalki had run away, it should mean it was quite possible on its last legs. Could he really afford to let it go? On the other hand, how much could he do with his soul weapon nearly exhausted? Besides, what about his own people that were still fighting the Dalki before him? Falling from the sky, Owen's fan fell into his hand, and soon the clouds started to disappear. There was no sign of Greenhorn anywhere, and it looked like he had successfully fled. Immediately, Owen, seeing this, using the last bit of his strength, turned around and decided to help out his companions. He was strategic in the way he had helped them, due to already using much of his power during the fight, but there were situations where Owen had no choice but to jump in and fight. He even slipped up, getting hit in the legs, and he could feel the bone in his thigh break. Pushing through, he continued to fight, and his people started to keep an eye on him more. To them he was invincible, but it was the first time they had seen Owen push to this point, no longer calm and collected, and breathing heavily as he attacked Dalki after Dalki. But eventually large ships seemed to appear, and from them Oscar and others came out. With the help of Oscar, Owen was able to ease up and the battle was over. The invading force of the Dalki were no more, but it didn't come with ease, as the loss on the Greylash side was quite significant. Owen was surrounded by a group of his people who had formed a circle around him, letting him use his powers without worrying about more Dalki attacking him, and he was so drained he had fallen to his knees. At that moment, his people who had been protecting him turned and looked at Owen. They all rushed to help him up, but one person had gotten there before the rest. faster than the others, and stood in front of Owen. "Too easy," he said, as his red-filled hand of aura went straight for Owen's heart. He could see the attack coming his way, and with what little strength he had hit the hand slightly. But it wasn't enough, he was too weak. The attack had pierced right through Owen, and the last thing he could see was the smile on the person's face, and his red eyes. Owen's men had successfully survived one of the first battles of this new Dalkey War. What's more, everyone had worked together to protect their leader behind them. Now that the fighting had come to a complete end, each of them had a large smile on their weary faces. Knowing how exhausted their leader must be after his fight against the four-spiked Dalkey, the men turned around intending to celebrate with Owen, only to see that one of their own was already standing in front of him. How did he reach the head that fast? Did Anderson hold back in the fight? One of the Greylash members wondered. Still, he wasn't worried. Anderson was one of their own, someone they had known for a number of years already, belonging to one of the factions under the Greylash family. He had been with them through a lot, and all of them would entrust their lives to him. However, his next actions proved that doing so would be a big mistake. Everything seemed to play out in slow motion in front of their eyes. Their faces went from smiles to disbelief as they watched Anderson's hand pierce through Owen's body. The look on the latter's face spoke volumes, as he had not expected this betrayal after they had just beaten back the enemy. "No!" The people screamed as they rushed forward, but before they could even reach the person, a tunnel of ice shot straight past them and the edge of the walls hit the attacker, freezing him in place. Oscar quickly ran forward, and when the arm that was lodged through Owen's boyd started to freeze, he pulled him, breaking the arm off, and placed Owen on the floor while he placed his sword on top of him as well. "Damn it! All healers in the area are to come over ASAP!" Oscar shouted, as his sword was freezing the wound to prevent the other from losing too much blood. Honestly, he didn't know how much it would help. He was no doctor, but blood was filling up Owen's mouth, whose eyes remained closed. The blow was awfully close to one's heart. Perhaps even a part of it had been hit. Back on the Second Fleet's ship, Inu had just finished telling everyone the tale of what had happened to Owen. "Someone betrayed the family head," one of the Greylash men shouted who was close by, but Hermes quickly moved his hand over his mouth, telling him to keep quiet. "Did you forget what happened here? How many who we thought we could trust betrayed us today? The one who did that must have belonged to the same traitorous faction. The important thing is to prevent this news. We can't risk morale dropping even lower right now." "Is Owen?" Hermes gulped down before he could finish the question. "Is he alive?" Quinn couldn't believe it. Owen was the ideal world leader, someone he himself regarded as strong and wise. Alas, it seemed like he had been forced into such a miserable situation. If the one responsible was really the same as the humans on board, then it would mean that the ones responsible were once again vampires. "His condition is critical at the moment," Inu answered. "They have healed the wound to the best of their abilities. Unfortunately, some of his wounds refused to heal. Luckily, the blow had only taken out part of his heart, and they were able to use artificial parts to help him get through it. Still, he is in a very weak state right now, and any complications could be deadly." "Can't heal the heart? Is this something similar to when vampires suffer chi attacks? Did vampires have such an effect on humans?" Quinn asked. "I can think of two things," Vincent replied. "Either that vampire has a certain ability that repels the healing effect, or something has entered Owen's body. Perhaps their true goal was never to kill Owen. If their goal wasn't to kill Owen, then Quinn could only think that maybe someone was trying to control him. It made sense. All this time Quinn was thinking that this was a war with the Dalkey, and not the vampires, but somehow they had gotten involved, and unfortunately not as humanity's allies. As long as humans remained unaware about the existence of vampires, they would just think that there was a faction of humans out there, working with the Dalkey for some reason. Also, if they were going up against vampires, then they could do vampire things, such as turn people. If someone had successfully managed to turn Owen, then the turner could get them to follow his commands to a certain extent, and with Jim working with them, who knows what else they were planning on doing. "What happened to the assassin?" Quinn asked. "For now, he remains frozen. They carved him out carefully and have imprisoned him on one of the Bertha ships. Oscar is planning to interrogate him, but they need to make sure that the person won't be able to kill themselves, so we are being extra careful. Inu replied, "Is the world going to find out about vampires? Should I tell Oscar?" "No, not yet. For now I need to get information from that vampire first, and I need to do so before anyone else." "I'm going to visit Owen," Quinn said. "Please inform Oscar that I wish to talk to the assassin as well. Also, it's vitally important that he doesn't go in there without me. I'll explain later why." And with that, Quinn used his shadow to connect and transported himself back to the cursed ship to inform the others about what he was going to do. Thanks to Quinn's position as a world leader, it didn't take long for him to hear back. On top of that, they were happy to hear that he had successfully saved the Second Fleet from the attack. Oscar had agreed to his somewhat strange request and promised not to interrogate the man until his arrival. With this deal accepted, Quinn decided to head to the Greylash family's main spaceship base. The others were still on the planet where the Demontier had been, and Quinn asked them to remain there. He told them that he would go to Linda with the shadow ability, once he had dealt with this. Honestly, the main reason Quinn wanted them to stay there was to keep an eye on Eno. Quinn wished to find out everything he could himself without Eno having any chance to play any of his tricks. And it was safe to say Quinn still didn't trust him 100% either. If Owen really was in the middle of turning, then Eno might perhaps decide to kill him on the spot. Before leaving, Quinn had made one specific request to Logan as well, and after what he asked for was completed, it was time for him to get to work again. Quinn didn't arrive at the Greylash base on his own. He brought along one important leader, Sam. The two of them walked across what felt like a giant place that was built up in the mountains. Their main spaceship was as large as an island, and was actually made from a piece of land from Earth. They walked past temples and were being escorted by Hermes at the same time, until they eventually reached the Golden Palace where Owen lived. "Wow! Is this whole place made out of real gold? This place is so fancy," Sam couldn't help but say, but the other two weren't in the best of moods to be amazed by everything around them. Entering the palace, they were allowed to head to the top floor, where several guards and doctors with medical abilities were watching over Owen. He was lying in a large bed that had pillars on each side, and the room itself was as large as a training room back on the cursed ship. At the moment, Owen was sitting upright. He looked thinner than the last time Quinn and the others had seen him. It was obvious that it was hard for Hermes to see his leader like this. He clenched his fist, and hated the fact he hadn't been by his leader's side to have shielded him. "Hermes, I'm glad to see you alive. It looks like the cursed faction got my message after all." Owen spoke weakly. He waved his hand, telling the doctors and guards to give them some privacy as he called his visitors forward. Now that they were closer to Owen, they could see the large hole that was in the center of his chest. A strange device was placed in the center made of mechanical parts, making him look like a certain superhero with a full-body iron suit. "I'll have to apologize that I can't get up to greet all of you properly, but the doctors have instructed me to restrict my movements to a minimum. My heart is still weak and I can't even use my powers at the moment," Owen explained with a thin smile. Quinn could tell it was a painful smile. "Quinn, I owe you a lot for saving my Second Fleet. I don't even want to think what would have happened if you hadn't been in the area. These are not your people, yet from what I heard you personally went to save them." "Thank you." Owen looked at Quinn, deep gratitude in his eyes. "I'm sure you would have done the same if you had been in my position." Quinn replied, "About what happened to you, I have some questions. However, they are rather sensitive, so do you mind if it would be just the two of us?" Owen looked at all the others, and Quinn looked at Sam as well, who nodded to leave the room. However, Hermes had remained. "Hermes, I think he means you as well. Don't worry, I'm certain he will not harm me," Owen instructed his subordinate. When everyone had finally left the room, and Quinn and Owen were finally the only ones in the room, Quinn decided to ask Owen to personally recount what exactly happened. Owen went into detail about the fight, how strong the four-spiked Dalkey was, and even talked about his own skills, as if he was showing off to Quinn. He paused for a brief moment, before he spoke about the betrayal at the end. "And when that person attacked me, All I could remember was the smile on his face and his glowing red eyes. Owen concluded his recounting. After listening to everything, Quinn now needed to confirm it. Owen, can you please let me have a look at you? It's hard to explain, but I need you to trust me. I have a hypothesis why you aren't healing, and if I'm right, I might be able to help you in some way. Quinn requested. Go ahead. Owen shrugged his shoulders. It's not like my life is worth anything anymore. Quinn pressed his hand against Owen's chest and closed his eyes. He started to sense the energy inside the other's body. The powerful, strong yellow chi energy that humans had. Even Owen seemed to have quite a significant amount of chi, despite never having studied it, but then around the chest Quinn could see it, the red aura that only belonged to vampires, and it had spread out slightly from his chest. So it's true. They were trying to turn him. Quinn thought worriedly. But why hasn't it worked? Did Oscar interrupt him in the middle of it? Does that mean he is safe? Will he turn eventually? Or could he be somehow immune to the process perhaps? Do you make it a point to forget everything I told you? Those were the first words from Vincent after he had listened to Quinn trying to figure out what was happening to Owen. Quinn honestly didn't understand why the world leader was currently in the state that he was in. In the past, when his own red aura had entered someone else's such as Leo, it had immediately infected them, so he couldn't figure out why it didn't happen in this case. I'm sorry, but can we skip the lecture part and get to the you helping me figure out the answer part? Quinn hurried Vincent along. Time is a bit of the essence, I think. Regular vampires can't just turn someone by biting them or injecting their blood into their body. Remember when you first bit Layla? She didn't turn because of it, now did she? So just because a regular vampire struck Owen, and part of his blood is inside Owen doesn't mean he will necessarily turn. Still, at least in this case, the process has already been initiated. Just as you need to complete the ritual to turn someone, the same thing needs to be done here. Quinn understood what Vincent was saying, but that led to just more questions. Why attack Owen just when the battle was concluded? Sure, he had been weakened, but there were so many that had him surrounded. It had always been impossible to turn Owen in the short time before someone would have intervened, even if it hadn't been Oscar. Was the vampire prepared to sacrifice himself from the start? Did he pay with his life so someone else could finish what he started? Quinn wondered. So can you do anything to help me? Or did you just get my hopes up so you could rub my chest? Owen questioned, since Quinn had been quiet for an awkwardly long time with his hand placed on his chest. Yes, sorry. Just give me a few moments. Quinn apologized as he closed his eyes again. Thinking back, there was a time when the red aura energy had entered Chris and he had been able to get rid of it before it had taken over his body. When teaching the kids at the school how to use chi, he was also able to control the red energy, so perhaps Quinn was also able to remove the energy from Owen at this moment, allowing his body to heal again. Being careful with the task, Quinn raised his other hand and now both were placed on Owen's bare chest. The robes were moved to the side to make it easier for Quinn to feel and control energy when there was skin-to-skin contact. How fortunate that you made everyone leave the room. If anyone were to see us like that, we would probably make many BL fans quite happy. Owen joked nervously. What the hell is BL? Quinn wondered. I kinda need to concentrate on this. Quinn replied with an awkward look. He might be unaware of what the abbreviation stood for, but judging from the tone it was nothing he would enjoy. Seeing that Quinn was serious and seemed to have a way to potentially help him, Owen immediately shut up and closed his eyes as well. There was a dull pain that was constantly around his chest. He could feel it, especially when the healer tried to do something about it. No matter what method they had tried, the pain had remained. And he could suddenly feel the energy moving. Quinn, you can actually do something about this? Owen was flabbergasted. Just where did you learn how to do that when even the professionals were unable to help me? At first it was just a little painful, as if someone was poking him with a needle, but soon enough it felt as if someone had stuck their bare hand inside his body. Then the pain worsened, and if he didn't know any better he would have sworn that Quinn was ripping out his flesh. Owen gritted his teeth during the procedure, doing his best to fight through the pain. He trusted the cursed faction leader was not just torturing him for fun, and that it would help him, so he did his best to endure. The family still needs me, Owen repeated like a mantra. Argh. Eventually he couldn't take it anymore. It might have been different if he had been in peak condition, but he had barely recuperated. Sir, is everything okay in there? Hermes shouted from the other side of the door, ready to burst in at any second. Don't you dare come in, or I'll shock you myself, Owen shouted back, feeling that whatever Quinn was doing was working. He grabbed the pillow behind him and bit onto it to muffle his cries, worried that it might break the other's concentration. Owen was huffing and panting, covered in sweat, but after what had felt like an eternity to him, the pain was subsiding. Looking down, Quinn's hands left Owen's chest, and now a red aura could be seen spiraling around floating. Quinn just chucked it to the side, and it splattered on the floor like blood. Throughout the procedure, Quinn had felt like a surgeon performing surgery, and he was relieved it was successful. I think if you get someone to heal your heart now, that they might be able to do something about it. Once you recover, you should also be able to use your powers again, Quinn said. Owen wasn't completely out of the woods yet. His body was still weak, and he felt like he was part machine, but he could tell that Quinn wasn't lying. Doing his best to move the bed sheets and get out of his bed, he bowed down to Quinn. He slowly placed his knees on the ground and placed his head on the floor. I owe you so much, Quinn. The first time I met you, I knew you were special, but I never imagined you would ever save my life in such a manner. You not only saved my people, but you also saved me. If there is anything I can do for you, just ask and I shall see it done at a moment's notice, Owen promised, still keeping his head on the floor. Please get up, Quinn quickly requested. He didn't need to be a doctor to know that Owen should remain in bed for the foreseeable future. He even helped him off the ground, and as he carefully pulled him up, Quinn inserted some of his chi energy inside of Owen to make him feel better and stronger. You are just full of all sorts of tricks, aren't you? Owen mentioned, noticing the slight change in his condition. I'm very tempted to ask you about your methods and about the person attacking me, but if you wish to not tell me, I'll understand. Quinn was happy to see Owen back to his cheeky self once more, always pushing the boundaries. Although the two of them had different goals of changing the current world, Owen had never treated him badly. Alas, sharing the fact that there was a secret race of vampires out there and that they had attacked him, seemingly so that they could convert or at least control him, Quinn didn't really consider this to be the best time to tell the others all of that. Even if it was, he needed to speak with Sam over the best way to reveal this information, so they didn't get chucked in the middle of the mess they were already in. About that favor, Quinn deliberately changed the subject to avoid the question. I happen to be in need of some crystals. Do you think you could supply me with 2 demigod-tier crystals? It doesn't matter what type. He knew how rare demigod crystals were, and not even the Greylash family had a demon-tier crystal, so he was unsure whether Owen could complete the request. Done, Owen said. You will have them before you leave my home. But that can't be all? Or do you wish to say that my life is only worth 2 such crystals? No, I still owe you. Consider the crystals are a gift for your faction. This was a surprising outcome that Quinn had never expected. Now the cursed faction was in possession of 1 demon-tier crystals and 4 demigod tiers. The reason why Quinn had asked this was to improve his own equipment. There was a chance that only 2 crystals would need to be used on Ino, and now the rest could be turned into equipment. Once the 2 of them were done, the others waiting outside were able to enter once again. All of the guards, Hermes, and doctors rushed into the room. The subordinate could instantly see the color had returned to Owen's face. What happened? Hermes asked, noticing the pillow that looked as if a dog had chewed through it. Never mind that. Just get those healers in here and let them try healing me once more, Owen ordered. The best healers that the Greylash faction owned were called, and everyone was waiting for their arrival. It looks like things have turned out better than you thought, Sam whispered over to Quinn, while they waited for the result of the healing. Yeah, but things like this might keep happening if we don't decide what to do next, Quinn replied. A total of 4 different healers affiliated with the Greylash family in some way entered the room, and they immediately went to Owen's bedside. One of them was quite the old man who rubbed his hands together before he was ready to activate his ability. He reached out his hand, but before he could touch the world leader, someone grabbed them mid-air and started to squeeze them quite tightly. "What do you think you're doing, young man?" The old man cried out in pain, looking at none other than Quinn. "You sure have guts showing up here. Do you honestly think I wouldn't notice?" Quinn answered and increased the pressure. The guards were getting ready to defend the healer, while the others had moved away, but Quinn quickly grabbed the other hand as it started to move. "Oh no, I won't allow you to kill yourself too. You will have to answer my questions," Quinn said. "The rest of you can continue doing what you are doing. I'm going to speak to this one in private." A shadow soon opened up, and Quinn and the healer disappeared. "What the hell just happened?" Hermes asked, confused. Taking a look at Owen though, his face was one of anger once more, and the veins could be seen running up his body. He had an idea why Quinn had done what he had done. It looks like Quinn has taken care of yet another traitor. Of course, when Quinn and the mysterious old healer had disappeared, they hadn't actually vanished. Instead, they had both appeared inside of the shadow lock. Quinn didn't want any spectators for what he was going to do next. Otherwise, he was afraid that it would just make things more complicated. He still held on to the man's arms, preventing him from taking his own life. After some initial confusion about how and where they had landed, the man concentrated on trying to free himself by attempting to kick Quinn off. However, the latter noticed his hostage's intention and made the first move by hitting the other's shin, breaking the bone immediately. The force was strong enough that his leg had banged into the other, dealing some excruciating pain. "It would be for the best if you didn't move," Quinn instructed the man, whose eyes started to glow red. There was no point pretending to be a healer when it was just the two of them, so he was revealing his true colors. "Let go of me," the vampire demanded, looking into Quinn's eyes. Yet a few seconds later the smile that had appeared on his face was gone, since nothing had happened at all. "Oh, are you surprised?" Quinn questioned in amusement, before his eyes started to glow red as well. "Was this what you were trying to do? Kneel." He used the influence skill, and the vampire who had tried to get to Owen immediately went down on his knees, despite his injury, while his hands were still being held up. You're a vampire as well. But how can that be? Your smell is that of a human." The old man spoke in confusion. "You're right. This smell is the exact reason why I was able to spot you before you could spot me," Quinn explained. Before leaving the cursed ship to head to Owen, this was the favor he had asked Logan about. Back when they had headed to the vampire world, Logan had been able to create a smell that had managed to make the ones who had not been turned smell like vampires. If a fragrance could be made that made one smell like vampires, then surely Logan should be able to create one that could do the opposite as well, Quinn theorized, and his friend hadn't disappointed him. It hadn't taken the inventor long to mix up such a request. So before coming over, Quinn and Sam had both sprayed themselves to mask themselves as humans. Since they knew that vampires appeared to be working within many different locations, they thought it best to hide themselves and allow the vampires to come out on their own. After Vincent told him that another vampire would be able to complete the ritual to turn Owen, Quinn had figured out their plan. With so many traitors showing up, it wasn't that surprising anymore that another would be working in the Greylash family. However, there was one confusing thing about it all, and that was the fact that none of the vampires had been able to recognize who Quinn was so far. Any vampire from the vampire world would know him as one of the leaders, yet these vampire spies didn't. Quinn could only assume that this meant they were on Jim's side. "I guess my presence in the human world is only as one of the world leaders, and Jim doesn't have as much insider information about the vampires as he thought. Otherwise, he should have been able to put one and one together to know that Quinn Talon, leader of the cursed faction, is also the leader of the 10th family. At least this was Quinn's theory on the matter. Additionally, from what they had found out, those vampires had seemingly worked in their factions for years. So did that mean that they had been vampires all along, or had Jim been going around turning people this entire time? Fortunately, Quinn had someone right in front of him who should be able to answer some of those questions. Since he had followed his command, Quinn was sure he could get him to talk via his influence skill. "Answer my questions." Quinn demanded as his eyes continued to glow red. "Tell me, who do you work for?" The man's eyes started to fade, and he began to talk in a monotone voice. "I was an agent working for the Vampire King, but later I was approached by someone who did something that changed me. Now I work for someone else." "An agent for the old king? Are these the vampire agents that I was meant to be looking for?" "So originally they were vampires sent by the king. But then he said someone changed him." "What do you mean changed you? Who did such a thing? Was it Jim? Was it one of the Enos?" Quinn asked in a firmer voice. However, the old man didn't reply, and his mouth just continually twitched. This was something that hadn't happened before. "Answer me," Quinn nearly shouted, but nothing was working. "Quinn, I think it's pointless," Vincent intervened. "It appears that something has been done to these vampires, something beyond a simple influence skill. I can only assume that it has to do with our ability. Only the caster will have an idea of what they have done to the vampire. Usually, if someone knows about the question you ask them, they will still answer, but he is not speaking at all, as if there is a type of block." Getting rid of the influence skill, the vampire's eyes came back to life, and he realized that he had been put under a spell. "I feel bad for you," Quinn spoke. "I'm assuming that you didn't choose to join Jim out of choice, but instead he came to all the spies and did something to you all." Although the vampire couldn't speak or make a type of signal that would indicate that it was true, he did wonder, how does such a young vampire know that it was Jim? And who exactly is this person? I don't remember anyone like this back in the vampire world. "Look, I'm willing to help you. As long as you cooperate, there might be a way for me to break this spell from you." Quinn tried to convince the other, although he wasn't referring to himself, but instead he was referring to Richard Eno. He was the one person that should be able to do something about it. Still, the frightened look on the vampire's face said it all. Even though Quinn was strong, he seemed to possess a deeper fear for whoever changed him. "You see this space here? You can stay here and you will travel with me. No one will be able to find you, and trust me, the person who I am thinking of will be able to fix you. He's one of the originals," Quinn revealed, reassuring the man. For a second, the fear had diminished quite a bit, and Quinn could feel the resistance in his hands going away. Because of this, Quinn decided to let go, and the vampire smiled. "I really didn't want to do any of what was happening, but I had to. Orders just seemed to come to me." In the middle of speaking, the old man's hands raised to his neck. Yet from the look on his face, he didn't even seem aware of himself doing it. They moved, slitting his own throat, killing him instantly. "Damn it!" Quinn shouted, rushing over to the vampire, but he had died too fast for Quinn to do anything about it. "What was that just now?" He seemed to have been convinced. So did Eno just control him? But how? What the hell kind of overpowered ability is that your family had? Quinn asked in frustration, mad at himself for not having taken precautions and crushed his hands beforehand. "I don't know what that was. Perhaps there was a condition, a broken rule, or at worse, Jim might have been able to see everything and control him at any time, similar to the demon tier beast you just faced." Vincent stated his own theories on how it had been possible. It was a long shot, but their family members had used the equivalent exchange ability in different ways, and there was always the chance they had gotten certain abilities from someone else somewhere. "I guess that's all we can do for now," Quinn replied, as he looked at the vampire, who had died. Ironically, he had died with a smiling face. For a second, Quinn had given him hope, telling him that he could help him, and then he had made the wrong decision, allowing the man to unwillingly end himself. Returning back to the room, Quinn held the old man's corpse in his hands. It seemed like Quinn had come at an awkward time as everyone was celebrating, and Owen was standing on his 2 feet. The healers had managed to finally heal Owen, allowing him to make an almost full recovery. He would still need to have plenty of rest and more time for healing, but it was a big step in the right direction. As such, Quinn coming up holding a dead body in his hands was raining down on everyone's parade. "So he really was a traitor?" Owen questioned in a serious tone. "I'm not too sure about that now," Quinn only mumbled. With the lead on Jim gone like that, there was still one more person that he could go talk to, hopefully without messing up again. The assassin that had been caught in the ice that was currently with Oscar. However, what Quinn didn't know was that a certain videotape had ended up in the hands of Oscar. One that the commander was currently watching with mixed emotions. The second fleet of the Greylash family had been reorganized and then merged with one of the Earthborn groups. Although Quinn had managed to come in time to save the main ship of the second fleet, which had the most people on board, many of the smaller ships in the fleets hadn't been so lucky. By combining Inu's Earthborn group with the Greylash second fleet, they now were able to establish a precedent that was just as strong as before. Oscar and Owen had agreed that just because of this initial Dalki attack, they couldn't falter and back down. Perhaps it was their plan in the first place, who knew what the Dalki were thinking, and maybe they would come back to the same spot once again. As for Inu himself, there was no need for him to personally be around. At the moment, there were no signs of another Dalki attack happening anytime soon. Instead, he had returned to one of the Bertha ships that was under his control, which was currently making its way back to Earth. Even if we help protect the Greylash planets, once this war is over it will only remain in their hands anyway. Why is our group sacrificing their lives for no return? If the Dalki now attacked the Earthborn planets, I doubt the Greylash could send us help, especially with the sorry state Owen is in now. Inu sighed while relaxing in his office. The thing Inu was worried about was highly unlikely to happen due to the way their planets and the Dalki planets were set up. At the moment, there was only one active space station that would take them back to the human solar system and back to Earth, and all of the Earthborn beast planets were close to this station. The Dalki would have to get through the Greylash family first to even get to the Earthborn or Earth. Still, there was the mystery of how a certain Dalki had actually managed to land on Earth undetected. Although Inu liked to complain, he was quite the diligent worker. After all, that's how he had gotten to his position, and currently he was looking through all of the footage that had been captured by Void. The camera that they were looking through didn't contain footage from the destroyed drones. Inu was unable to see what the person who had started everything looked like. Either way, he did learn that the said person who had let in the Dalki was already dead. Going through the footage, Inu got to the point where he could see humans walk alongside the Dalki, and the night camera had only managed to catch their eyes, seemingly able to reflect more light back then than usual, yet not the color. So these are the traitors to humanity that are working with the Dalki? Now what could anyone gain from working together with those beasts? If I remember correctly, the report said that many of those on the ship could remember them having red eyes, and that they moved incredibly fast. That reminds me of someone else. Inu thought, as his body shivered remembering his first meeting with Quinn. His eyes had grown red as well, and at the time his body had listened to every command Quinn had given him. He still held a slight grudge due to it, but he had to remind himself that he actually was the one in the wrong at that time, for he had been speaking to a world leader without realizing it. Pressing play on the video, he thought he could forget what happened, but then a few seconds later the camera was able to record the fighting that was going on, and now Inu's hand was shaking. He started to play it frame by frame and he thought it was impossible. Their attacks. They look exactly the same as Quinn's fighting when he fought the Dalki. Inu was alarmed. Playing the video further along, he eventually reached the point when Quinn had arrived, and also attacked with the same red aura, only slightly larger. With the camera catching everything at a high frame rate, Inu was able to see everything, and now after watching it several times, without a doubt he could tell they were using the same moves. Wait, those red eyes. Doesn't that mean that these guys have the same power as him? I thought it was strange. Everyone knows he has the shadow ability, but he also has the strange red power. Of course, Oscar never questioned it, but now a group of people that are betraying the human race are using the same power. Inu made sure to make copies of everything on this file, and he immediately began to write a detailed report. He was already on his way to see Oscar, but he thought he should send it beforehand so they could discuss this matter further. A short while later, Oscar called for a meeting between the Earthborn leaders Samantha, Inu and Satch. When they finally arrived, there were now 3 large state-of-the-art Bertha ships directly in front of the space station. Oscar was remaining in the area, cautious after what had happened with Owen, but he planned to return back soon once he had completed what needed to be done. The head generals had decided to head to the Bertha ship that was controlled by Oscar himself, and they had quickly gone to the command center to have a meeting. Here, Oscar shared Inu's report after he had verified the video himself. Although this came as a surprise to him and Satch, there was one person in the room that didn't seem surprised at all. That was Samantha. "Samantha, are you hiding something from the rest of us?" Oscar asked as he could tell something was wrong. "This is an important matter for all of us. A world leader was nearly killed and another world leader appears to have the same abilities as the traitors. Since there are humans working with the Dalki, we need to know everything about them." Samantha was quiet because she had already figured out that the others had something in common. When the cursed group had saved her from the last Dalki attack, she had seen their moves and it was indeed identical to the one on the video. "Before I say anything, I want to stress that I don't think the cursed faction is deeply involved with those that attacked the Greylash family. Didn't Leo, the blind swordsman from the cursed family, defeat the 4-spiked Dalki? If the cursed faction was an enemy to humanity, he could have just let it rampage about, and why would Quinn take them all out?" Samantha began. "Fine, your statement has been noted, but I still think we all need to know what the cursed faction has been doing." Oscar pressed her. "In your report, you stated that there was another with the same power as Quinn, who could use the strange red energy, and now those working with the Dalki can do the same. I'm not claiming that the cursed are the root of the problem, but clearly they know something that we do not. Maybe the cursed faction are behind everything and are just playing us for a fool," Inu stated. "This would be a great way to get us all to drop our guard, and then what happened to Owen would have happened to all of us." Although Oscar understood what Inu was thinking, he personally didn't believe that to be fact. Quinn was plenty strong, and they had already trusted him with so much. There were so many situations where he could have discreetly killed the others, but more so than anything Oscar wanted to know if they knew something, why not share it with them? Have the cursed faction been playing God? Doing the taboo on humans, creating a new source of power? I heard of rumors of pure experimenting with humans. It would be a shame if I was to learn the cursed were doing something similar. Taking in a deep breath, Samantha finally let it out. "When me and the teacher known as Fex had been fighting against the Dalki, he displayed a strong ability, but he also had red aura ability, as you all know, but something strange happened. He had been badly injured and it looked like he could no longer use his powers, but then he asked me to get him something, a flask that he had dropped. Unfortunately, the contents of the flask had been spilled, but I later noticed that every single one of the cursed that helped me had the same flask with them. With the flask contents having been spilt on the floor, he had told me to do something else, to give him my own blood," Samantha explained. "After giving him my blood, his body started to heal up on the spot, and it appeared he could fight again." "Blood? What madness is this?" Inu said. Now that Owen's condition had improved, Quinn and Sam were getting ready to leave. Their next destination was the Bertha ship that Oscar was on. It was the final stop before they headed back to Alex to check up if he had made any progress on the beast equipment. Before they left where the ships had docked on the strange giant island-like ship, Owen was there to see them off, and by his side was Hermes and another. Looks like now that they know that there might be traitors hidden among the Greylash family members, he is bringing less people with him. Quinn thought, and he was correct. Ever since that event, Owen would limit his bodyguards to only those that he completely trusted. "Quinn, you have done me so many favors in such a short time span that I don't even know how I can repay you for all of them. I still haven't even had the time to thank you for the situation with Robin." Owen spoke. "He was a good person, but I heard that there were complications. I don't doubt you have tried everything you could to save him, but I guess that just means that even the strongest of us can be taken over. All I can say now is stay safe out there." Giving a small bow, Hermes walked forwards, and in his hand were 2 green-colored clear crystals, which were handed over to Quinn, who placed them in his system for safekeeping. "Now that I can walk around again, it seems that there are many meetings I will have to attend to make up for lost times. Still, we won't be too far behind, so I'll see you in a bit." Owen bid him farewell. In Quinn's eyes, since everyone was going to be at the same place, it made sense for a meeting to take place, so he wasn't surprised by this. When they entered the ship, though, they could see someone else inside waiting for them, who was casually sleeping on one of the chairs, allowing it to go vertically down. "Please tell me, you stayed on the ship like you promised." Quinn sighed at seeing the old man. Opening his eyes, Ino stopped pretending to be asleep and replied, "Of course I did. I merely insisted on coming because I thought that you may have had to depend on me again. But by the looks of the Greylash leader, you managed fine even without my help. Are you sure you don't have the same ability as me?" However, Quinn wasn't in the mood for jokes. Although he had succeeded in helping Owen, he had failed in extracting information from the vampire spy. Fortunately, there was another one waiting for them, but he would probably need Ino there to find out why they were killing themselves and also to prevent the spy from doing so. "Ino, why do you make asking favors from you so difficult?" Quinn thought, as Ino's attitude was making him want to ask for help even less. It's not his fault. In a way, after learning our ability, our minds kind of become like that. Vincent shared some insight. Remember, our ability is equivalent exchange, and we can use it to help us in our daily life. As long as there is an exchange, eventually everything becomes like that. A favor for a favor. For once, even though the Ino family ability seemed ridiculously strong, he was glad he didn't have it. Since the use of teleporters was being discouraged for now, and Quinn had arrived via ship in the first place, they were now flying through space as they headed to see Oscar. "Quinn, I think we need to talk about what happened with Owen," Sam suggested as the ship was left on autopilot. Quinn quickly glanced at Ino. "I think it would be good if he was here as well. That way there won't be any sudden rejection on his part." The three of them entered the break room, which was connected to a very small kitchen on board the ship that allowed them to prepare some simple food. As vampires, they didn't really need to eat normal food, so the fridge was mostly filled with blood packs. Aside from that, there were a few raw bits of meat in case they wanted to try something different. The three of them sat at a rectangular-shaped table with Quinn on one end, Ino on the other, and Sam in the middle. Although tensions were always high with these two, there was no better seating arrangement than the current one. "I couldn't stop these two if they did decide to have a go at each other," Sam thought as he let out a big sigh. "The reason I was saying we need to talk is because of what has happened with Owen and the Greylash family. We already knew that they had experienced 2 attacks due to vampires and that they even caused great problems with the Second Fleet. However, it was only after meeting him that I found out that their goal wasn't to take Owen's life, but to convert him into a vampire. If we don't tell Oscar and the others about vampires soon, it will only make the situation worse in this war. Without that knowledge, humans will start to turn on each other, and then when they find out the truth, they will point their finger at us. In essence, I'm suggesting to be upfront about the secret we have been hiding from them. As long as we are honest and not hiding anything from them, I think they will be more inclined to understand why we have hidden it for so long as well." The room went quiet for a while. Of course, Quinn had thought about this. Maybe if they knew about vampires beforehand, then they would have been more on guard and this wouldn't have happened to Owen. Even more so, now that Jim seemed to have vampires stationed in high places in the different factions. "I think it was always inevitable that humans would find out about vampires." Ino was the first to speak up. "I think now might indeed be the perfect time for you to tell them. After all of your endeavors, Quinn, you currently should be in the best position for them to have to listen to you without too much prejudice. With the demon tier crystal obtained, the people you have gathered, they have no choice. If humans want to survive, then they will have to rely on you." Both of what Sam and Ino said were true. For so long, Quinn had been afraid of what if the others found out about his secret. But now it wasn't so much of a problem. "I was thinking the same, but I'm not sure whether I should mention all the vampires to them," Quinn continued. "The vampire world has stayed out of the mess with humans for so many years. It has become that way for some reason, so I think it might be better to not tell them that there is a planet full of them. In the first place, that decision should be up to Bryce. And if he was to find out that the humans knew about them, I'm worried about what plans he might have in the future." "For once I agree," Ino nodded. "But not for the same reasons as you. If humans learn that there has been a secret world of vampires, I fear what might happen after the Dalki War ends. At the moment, although both matters have to do with the Dalki, one side would not help out the other. There is no reason for vampires to help out humans, nor humans to help out the vampires, so it's best to keep them separated. Of course, for people like us that have an interest in both worlds, it is different. On top of that, I would suggest we don't mention about the demon tier beast that the Dalki are looking for either. The less people know about it, the better. If information got out where exactly the demon tier beast was, then a vampire could easily influence and extract the information from them. Eno said. With the small talk over, it looked like Quinn and Sam had a plan on what to tell Oscar. And for once, the conversation between Eno and Quinn didn't turn into a full-blown argument. Finally, they could see the large Bertha on site, and when they landed, Quinn showed his credentials via his platinum badge. He was greeted, and the others quickly directed him around the ship. "This way, sir." A man bowed down, as a group of around 20 started to escort them. "This seems a bit excessive, even if we are on the ship," Sam said. Even when Oscar greeted us himself, there weren't this many people there to escort us. "Did you notice?" Eno whispered, quietly so the three of them could hear but the others couldn't. "Yeah. Their heartbeats are beating like crazy. Something's wrong," Quinn whispered back. Eventually they were led into a room, and they could see Oscar, Samantha, Inu, and Satch all there in front of them. However, it wasn't a meeting room but a training room. When they entered the room, the door had closed behind them. "What is the meaning of this, Oscar?" Quinn asked. "I'm sorry, Quinn. I didn't want to do things this way. But I agree that there is something we need to test out," Oscar answered, as a bucket full of blood seemingly fell from the ceiling and onto the ground. Well, this is getting interesting. It looks like they already know about us and have prepared a trap." Eno spoke in amusement. From the second the three of them had gotten off from their ship and had entered the docking bay of the Bertha, Quinn had been able to tell something was up. From the person who had been assigned to welcome them, to the excessive amount of people that had come to escort them, it wasn't hard to tell. Their eyes had been constantly darting around the room. Their heartbeats had been frantic, and lastly, as vampires, all of them had noticed the blood being stored in the ceiling above. Just like Eno said, if they decided to drop a pile of blood in front of us, then that means they know something, Quinn thought. At the same time, Sam was looking at the men who were now behind them, and although they hadn't quite pulled out their weapons just yet, their fingers were twitching while watching them for any sudden moves. "Come on. Isn't this what you guys are after?" Inu shouted, smiling like a madman. However, the reactions of Quinn, Sam, and Eno were not at all what they had expected. The trio of guests just stood there, looking at each other and their hosts. "What are you talking about? Do you take us for some hungry beasts?" Sam questioned as he looked towards Inu, who he took for the one to come up with this idea. Still, he had to admit he was a little nervous. While Eno and Quinn could handle themselves if a fight was to break out, Sam wasn't confident enough that he could do the same, so he would rather not reveal their secret right now. "They've found out somehow, so if we come forward with what we know now, it will just sound like an excuse." "Well, things certainly seem to be fine for now." Oscar cleared his throat. His face had actually turned a shade redder, as he was quite embarrassed that the three had reacted as any normal person would have in such a situation. After learning from Samantha about Fex and his desire for blood, they started to focus on witness accounts on the Second Fleet, which had led to some very interesting information. Multiple of the crew survivors had stated that they had seen those with red eyes latching onto humans and biting into their necks, licking the blood of their hands as they killed their enemies. At first it had seemed like they had been exaggerating, or perhaps their attackers had gone mad. But now the reports were starting to add up. What if this new source of power was powered by blood? Which was why the cursed faction had always carried a flask with them that contained blood inside. Eventually, after finding biting marks on some of the victims' bodies and talking to many established minds, they had come to one fairy tale conclusion about the mythical beasts known as vampires. Although it seemed ridiculous, Inu had been the first one convinced that this was the right answer, and had somehow managed to get Oscar to play along with this little test. The books stated that they were beasts that would do anything for blood, that they would crave it and go out of control at the mere sight of it. Now, Oscar felt nothing but embarrassment, and didn't really know how to progress things forward. "With all this blood, it looks like you figured out the truth. Well, should we have that talk you were talking about earlier, or should we just show them our fangs?" Eno asked out loud and clear so each one of them could hear. Sam started to laugh, trying to play it off as just some joke from the old coot next to him. But it was clear he was nervous, and Quinn was just there shaking his head, probably regretting not having told Eno to stay back. Meanwhile, outside of the room, Owen Greylash had just arrived along with Hermes not too long ago. For now, he would only allow Hermes to be by his side, and his more capable men, that he did trust would be in control of the fleets while he was away. The first thing Owen had asked about upon his arrival was Quinn, but for some reason they quickly changed the topic. Even after he asked again, they just did the same. Eventually, in the middle of their walk, Owen had had enough and grabbed his escort by the arm. "I'm warning you, you better answer my question," Owen threatened the man. "I have had my fair share of traitors recently, and I wouldn't be surprised to find out that everyone on this ship is one either. One of the only few people I trust at the moment is Quinn Talon, so you better tell me where he is. Don't think just because I recently came out of hospital I don't have the power to electrocute a small fry like you." The man looked around nervously, but this just infuriated Owen more. The next moment the captured men felt a tingling sensation go up his arm. He might have been under orders, but with this kind of pressure he confessed to everything. After going to the training room, where Quinn and the others were meant to be, Owen didn't slow down with his intimidation. What is that old man thinking to lock up Quinn in such a room? Owen couldn't believe Oscar's action. "Open the door now, before I break it down. This is an order as the head of the Greylash family and one of the world leaders." The two guards that were standing behind the large closed door looked at each other, and then heard the sound of Owen's ability activating, and soon the doors opened. "What's going on now?" Oscar asked, as he could see the doors opening. "I told them to not let anyone inside." When they finally opened up, Owen barged into the room and could feel the tension between the two sides, as well as everyone who was getting ready to fight. "Well, looks like I came just in time to help you out," Owen said, standing by Quinn and the others. "Greylash," Inu shouted. "Don't you know what they are?" They just admitted it as well. "They're vampires." There was silence in the whole room, and even a sweet soft smile had come from Owen's mouth. But when he looked at Quinn, in a defeated kind of way, all Quinn could do was nod. "This is actually bad timing." Quinn sighed. "I don't know how you guys found out, but after what happened with Owen, I was going to share some things with you during today's meeting. However, if this is the way you were planning to treat us after finding out the truth, then maybe it's a good thing that we didn't tell you anything." Quinn spoke, and at that moment his eyes started to glow red. Honestly, Quinn didn't like the way they were treated after everything he and his group had done to help Oscar and the others. Were they honestly thinking of them as some kind of savage beasts who would have gone crazy over the sight or smell of blood? Had they intended to put them down if that had truly been the case? Had everything they had done up until this point been meaningless? Seeing the red eyes, Owen understood that Quinn was being dead serious. They were the same type as the ones he had seen before he was stabbed. For a second Owen flinched. It was hard to get rid of a trauma like that and so soon. However, he also remembered how much Quinn had done for him and placed his hand on his shoulder. "I don't care what you may be. To me you're Quinn Talon of the Cursed Faction," Owen stated. "I will stand by your side." This had managed to quell Quinn's anger a little, but he still was looking towards Oscar and the others. "We're sorry, Quinn." Samantha apologized as she stepped forward. "We're sure you're not like the ones who attacked us. I had my suspicions, ever since Vex made me save him using my blood. I saw him heal after consuming it, and he also used your red powers. We never planned to hurt you. It's just that the Greylash family aren't the only ones that have suffered from attacks, and we're confused and scared about such a thing popping out so suddenly." It was a plea, and Quinn could tell that she was generally serious. "Let's try calm the tension down on both sides, huh?" Sam suggested. "Let us share what we know. I think it would be good for us to sit down, and maybe hold the meeting later after everyone had time to digest the new information." Sam smiled. "I agree." Oscar nodded. "Perhaps our test was just a show of fear for us. My daughter is right, though." Oscar placed his hands on top of Samantha's shoulder. "It's fact that you guys always have helped us, and nobody will be able to claim otherwise. Everyone clear out. We shall head into the main command center," Oscar ordered. With everything cleared up, Quinn was still partially in a sour mood, but he knew that he should look at it from their point of view. Had he reacted any better than he was turning into a vampire back in the academy? Walking to the command center from behind though, Oscar had his own thoughts. Quinn, I'm not a fool, whatever you and your group have become, whatever you have done, I know we need you to defeat the Dalki, but knowing that there is another race out there, one that feeds off humans, this is a dangerous matter for all of us humans. Without the large number of escorts, Quinn and the others were now following after Oscar to the main command center. The place felt quite familiar to Sam and Quinn. As they looked around, they were unable to find any differences to the Bertha ship that they had themselves. After all, the ship had originally belonged to the military, yet Oscar had never asked for it to be returned. There was one thing that was a little worrying while the group was walking, and that was just how dead silent everyone was. It couldn't be helped. Before they had just suspected Quinn to be different, but now he had admitted to it himself, and the possibility that the two next to him could be vampires as well didn't make things any better. The man next to Quinn looks very similar to Richard Eno, Oscar thought. He did state that the two of them were related, so could Eno also be one of these vampires? What can they do? How troublesome will they be? And how accurate is our knowledge of them based on pure fantasy books? So that's what the boy has been hiding this whole time, Owen thought. His growth has been remarkable, however it doesn't seem that he got where he is without his own hard effort. Apparently those that attacked the Greylash family with the red eyes were also these vampires. But they didn't seem to hold a candle to Quinn. A whole new world, interesting. I knew it, Inu thought. They are deadly animals. They must have sold or experimented on their own people. No wonder that kid who barely passes for a young adult has been able to accomplish so much. This must also be how he made me obey him. If all of them have that type of ability to control others, this is a huge threat that we must get rid of as soon as possible. No matter what or who he is, if he can achieve my goal of reaching rank 1 in power fighters, spreading the martial arts of Mai Baran, then I know I have selected the right person. But if people were to find out that he wasn't human, what would they think? Satch thought. Everyone had their own opinions, and they were thinking heavily about what to do with this newfound knowledge. However, all they could do was speculate, for none of them had an inkling of the whole truth. Quinn, before we go and visit the captured vampire, there was something else I wanted to talk to you about. Oscar spoke, breaking the deafening silence. I never got the chance to thank you for what happened in the city of Zoo. Quinn had absolutely no idea what Oscar was talking about. However, it did hit a spark with Sam. It was just that he had been so busy that he hadn't had an opportunity to mention it to Quinn. It was crazy how many things had happened in such a short amount of time, that the fact of 4 spiked Dalki attacking Earth would just be brushed off. I can't believe Leo has grown so powerful, that he is now able to defeat a 4-spiked Dalki on his own, Oscar explained after noticing Quinn's confusion on the matter. A 4-spiked Dalki? Quinn blurted out, unable to hold in his surprise. It was now clear for all that this was the first time he heard about the matter. Well, we assume that he wasn't alone, Oscar continued. However, the only person that was reportedly seen in the area at the time was the blind swordsman, and last we knew about him, he was under the cursed faction. I'm amazed at his growth. And then Oscar started to trail off there as he was starting to realize something. Quinn, the cursed faction's power had all grown out of nowhere, and seemingly it was the same for Leo. Could it all be related to the matter they were about to discuss? He is indeed amazing, Quinn agreed. You will have to thank Leo himself. He has his own matters to attend to, so him being there wasn't under my command, so it feels wrong to claim his credit. Quinn was still trying to process what he had just learned. He himself had never fought against a 4-spiked Dalki, so he was trying to imagine its power. Even though Leo most likely had the power of a vampire leader, he still didn't think it would be enough to kill one on his own. Erin was with him as well. Did something happen to her? And there is also the 3rd stage of Chi he has learned recently. If he really did manage to kill it on his own, it might be worth taking a break and learning the 3rd stage as soon as possible. It was unfortunate, but Quinn and Leo's schedules just didn't seem to add up. The two of them would always miss each other, but neither one wanted to interrupt what the other was doing. Besides, it wasn't like what Quinn was doing at the moment wasn't helping him to get stronger in his own way. He had trained his new shadow skills, acquired new blood abilities and control with Eno, and had obtained crystals to create top-level gear. Finally, all of them had arrived in the command center, and when Oscar entered he had told everyone already in there to clear out of the room, as he knew it was a sensitive matter that would affect each person differently. Even amongst his own head generals it turned out that everyone had a different opinion of the matter. Quinn's group sat together while Owen and Hermes sat down on another side, and finally all of those in the Earthborn group sat at a large round table where they were unable to reach each other. Quinn, you said you had a few things to tell us, but as an apology allow us to tell you first what we have found out and feel free to correct us, Oscar offered. There is a group of people that are currently working with the Dalki. They share a few similar traits, one being their glowing red eyes, the other the power to control the red aura. This hasn't been confirmed with all of them, but they seem to react in some way to blood according to eyewitnesses. These people with red eyes are able to learn abilities similar to ours. Their eyes can change color at will, so it's hard to spot who is a shall we call them the Versus? Oscar suggested, as he still found it quite childish to use the word vampires. The Versus have infiltrated high-level factions, and because we are unable to tell them apart from our own until the moment of attack, it has made things very difficult for us. Now, from the video footage we have obtained, as well some from testimonies we have received, many members of the cursed faction appear to be able to use this same red power, and at least in your case, Quinn, we have seen you possess the same red eyes, Oscar said as he finished off his report. Quinn first turned to Sam, who nodded his way, a gesture that Quinn was to do the talking. He then looked towards Eno, who just seemed calm as ever, unfazed by everything going on. It didn't look like he cared what Quinn would say, as long as they could defeat the Dalki somehow. You're correct. It's as you guess, all of us here are what you guys can call the Versus, Quinn answered, but they already knew this much. However, we are not exactly the same, and we don't belong to the same group. For one, not even everyone in the cursed faction knows what I am. What happened to me wasn't out of choice. I personally consider it to be more of a curse. Saw it as a curse. Firstly, I will explain to you what the Versus are, and then I will let you know our story. Quinn proceeded. The Versus are like those that you have read in your books. Yes, they do feed on blood, and they are affected by sunlight, but over the years they have managed to find a way to overcome this weakness of theirs. Only when they activate their powers do their eyes start to glow red, which is what you have all seen so far. Some can control this better than others. As for the bloodlust, as you saw with your little test, we are different. We can control ourselves and don't need to feed on blood, but they might not be the same. We wanted to tell you all because of how dangerous this has become. These are faster, stronger, have their own set of powers and can still learn abilities, giving them huge advantages over regular humans, but perhaps the most worrying thing of them all is their vampire abilities. They are able to turn other humans into the same thing as them, and each person who falls under their control will follow their commands, even if they wouldn't do so under normal circumstances. Friends that you might have known for decades might stab you in the back. As long as their master orders it, they will obey the command. Everyone was listening carefully to Quinn's words, yet it still sounded like a fantasy. At the moment it sounded like the vampires were by far a superior race, especially if they were able to overcome the supposed weakness their race was known for. I have a question, Owen asked. I assume that the one that attempted to attack me while I was weak in my bed is a V as well? But you have managed to stop him. If we are unable to tell a V from appearance, how were you able to tell? Quinn then raised his hand, and Inu jolted back in his seat for a second, but all Quinn did was tap his nose a few times. Their smell. The Vs have better senses, smell, sight, vision, reflexes, everything. A human will be unable to tell the difference, but the Vs are able to smell who is one of their own and who isn't. Since I suspected that more of them were hiding, I had used a spray to mask myself. When he approached you, I was able to tell that he was one of them, so I apprehended him. Thank you for explaining what the Vs are to us, Quinn, Oscar said politely, being careful with his words. However, there are still a lot of questions we have on our mind. You said you were different from the other Vs. So I ask, why are these Vs working with the Dalki in the first place? And what about all of you? What happened that made you become like this? Quinn had thought long and hard what story to tell. There were some details he wanted to avoid. He didn't want them to be aware of the vampire world. He didn't want to tell them everything about them and the requirements for blood, or that he was a leader of a vampire family. All of this would overcomplicate things. It would be similar to when a civilization discovered another, and if what they had learnt from history was true, that never ended well for either side. All of what has happened to us, and with the V's, is this man's fault. Quinn pointed towards the person sitting to his right. Richard Eno. At a glance it was hard to tell that the old man who was by Quinn's side was Richard Eno. However, Oscar had long since felt that he looked somewhat familiar. Being told who he was, he couldn't deny a certain resemblance to the image he had seen of a younger version of Richard Eno with different colored hair. Richard Eno, one of the great saviors of humanity, is a vampire? What do they mean by this? Oscar was baffled at the implication. How dare you? Inu wasn't so challenged to hold back his reaction. He almost stood up, but was quickly kicked under the table by those sitting next to him. It was an offense for those of a lower ranking to stand up without permission. Inu coughed before he corrected himself. Are you really telling us that Richard Eno, the great scientist who made it possible for us to activate the power of the beast weapons, and the inventor of the teleporters that aided us in the First War, is that very man sitting next to you? What's more, we are to believe that he is responsible for all those V's we have to deal with now. I'm sorry, but that sounds like a lot of bogus. Heck, that man doesn't even look like Richard. Rather than looking at the person who was throwing out accusations, instead Richard was looking directly back at Quinn, and it appeared as if the two were in the middle of a staring competition until Richard finally spoke. My grandson is correct, Richard said, putting a lot of emphasis on the word, indicating their connection to each other. You see, I am one of the first vampires known in existence, something we call an original. You want the truth? Then I shall tell you the truth. Richard stood up from his seat, and even Quinn was on guard. To be honest, he didn't exactly know what the right words to say were, but he had somewhat hoped that Eno might have a better way of phrasing things to the humans, in a way that would allow all of them to work together. And not just until the Dalki were dealt with. After all, that's his goal, right? I mean, I did want to annoy him a bit, but now I'm worried about what he's going to say. Quinn was worried how things would play out. Was it the right call to bring him along? Should he make sure to silence him before it was too late? All of this is simply a family feud that you have been caught up in. Eno started to explain. I have lived for many years, and have tried my best to make sure that humans continue to live as well. During my time, I had many children, and those children had children of their own. After living for countless years, I eventually chose to seclude myself and went into something you may think of as a form of hibernation. Now, during the time I was asleep, one of those distant descendants of mine created the Dalki, which he is now using to kill all those on Earth. When I woke up and learned of this, I of course wanted to put a stop to this. Judging by the fact that the person who caused all this belongs to my lineage, I felt responsible. Lacking the means to deal with the Dalki on my own, I introduced new technologies to the world with the goal of ensuring humanity's survival. And here I am again, doing the same thing, but this time I needed more help. I turned my grandson into someone like me, and through no fault of his own, he had no choice but to turn some of his companions as well. I'm sorry to say, but humans have just been caught in the middle of all this mess. Quinn was utterly surprised by Richard Eno's response. It was actually quite accurate to the situation they were in, and he actually hadn't overcomplicated things either. On top of that, he made sure to mention that Quinn had been pushed into a situation he didn't wish to be in. His story also made it sound like there weren't many vampires out there, and that he had turned Quinn just to get some allies on his side. As for the others, they were struggling to take it all in. The Dalki, a mysterious force that was large, more powerful, and had better technology than them, had attacked them from space. What else could they think other than they were aliens trying to invade and attack them? The Dalki were created by vampires, and a descendant of Richard Eno is the cause of all this. Oscar repeated in his head to make sure all the information he had was right. Now it makes sense why there are vampires helping the Dalki, but there's no way to confirm if any of this is true. Why have you been quiet this whole time? Why did they create something like the Dalki? Why are they attacking us? Samantha bombarded him with questions. Eno shrugged his shoulders as he sat back down in his seat. Even parents are unable to completely control what becomes of their children. We are merely able to guide them on their path. Keep in mind that I am old, very old, and I have no idea why my descendant chose to do what he did. Maybe you guys did something to annoy him, or perhaps it's something else. Are you trying to pin the blame on us? Inu questioned in fury. Do you know how many humans died because of the Dalki? Family members, soldiers, students, everyone got dragged into this mess through no fault of their own. And right now, the person who caused all of this is in front of us. Quinn could sympathize with how Inu was feeling at this moment. He had felt the same way. However, one person's actions didn't dictate a whole race of people. Even Quinn had seen that there were bad vampires and good vampires just like people. What exactly do you want me to do about it, Head General Inu? Richard asked back. Am I not already doing more than what should be expected of me? I introduced technology that wasn't ready for your world. And even more. Once again I have come forward fighting, and I have turned to my precious family who had no part to play in this originally just to fight by your side. Let me tell you something, you are not in the position to complain about what has happened. We don't have to help you. Eno stated as his eyes started to glow red, and like a turtle, Inu's head naturally started to sink down into his body, as he felt the strong presence coming across the table. That's enough, Oscar interrupted. I understand the situation, and you are correct. I am very grateful that all of you are helping us. Quinn, I can't imagine what you must have gone through because of all of this. And Richard, we still haven't forgotten all the great feats you have accomplished. As you said, you are not the one to blame. I wish you could continue to share whatever information you guys know about the Dalki and more, but I assume you have already done as much as you can. From what I have gathered, there are two sides to the vampires, one that is under your control, Eno, and the ones under control of your descendant. However, we have also learnt that their numbers may be able to increase as we go on. Can I ask? I assume that the vampire we have captured is from your descendant. Quinn, you asked me to keep him here. What exactly do you plan to do? First, as this meeting is coming to an end, I think we should keep most of what we said a secret. It won't improve their morale or change the goal in the end. I think the most important part is that everyone knows the traits of the Vs. For now, we can explain that a human who is working with them has a certain ability. As for your question, that's what we want to find out. Quinn replied. Where is his creator, who sent him, and where the hell he is, so we can put a stop to this whole thing once and for all. Due to high rising tensions between certain members of the Earthborn group, Oscar sent Inu and Satchoff on some menial tasks, checking on their fleets and so on. Once they were done, they were to start coming up with a brief on how to explain the current situation with the Vs to their members. They would then have to make a choice between informing everyone of the trait of the Vs or only a select few. Oscar was leaning more towards the first option. Even if they were to limit it to a select few, there was no telling who was and who wasn't a V. Unless, of course, they had one themselves. As such, telling everyone would allow for the groups to be more alert and aware. However, it would increase the chances of the Vs finding out, and possibly make them go into hiding. Still, it was the option that should lead to them being able to save more lives. At the moment, Owen, Hermes, Oscar, Samantha, Eno, Sam and Quinn were heading to a special area in the ship. For once they had entered a room that Quinn didn't recognize. I can see you looking around, Oscar mentioned. Their group was walking across a dark corridor with nothing but small LED lights on the ground. This spaceship is a little different compared to yours for a few reasons. Right now, we're headed towards the interrogation room. Don't you mean a prison cell? Owen questioned. You don't have to be coy with us. I mean, we are going to see a prisoner after all. Finally, they had reached the end of the hallway and entered through the doors. I assure you, this is an interrogation room, but I guess it could double up as a prison, Oscar answered. The room was rectangular and quite large. There were computer terminals and advanced equipment in the room, but what stood out the most was the large glass panel window. It covered the entire length of the room, and on the other side they could see the person they had come down here for. Only they could see inside, not the other way round. The prisoner was no longer stuck in a wall of ice, and instead his limbs had been spread out cuffed around his wrist and ankles. He was clearly awake as well. Looking at this reminded Quinn of when he had been trapped as well. It made him feel somewhat bad for the person, especially since he was sure that just like the one he had captured, this one also shouldn't be following orders out of free will. Although for Owen, who didn't know this, the look on his face told a different story. Small little shocks were coming off his body. It was unusual since he mostly kept a calm demeanor. Still, it was undeniable that his life had nearly ended because of this person in front of him. After taking a few more breaths, Owen eventually calmed down. "I guess this is good practice," Owen mumbled as he continued to breathe. "For our ability, anger is never the best thing. It's harder to control the lightning that way." It was unclear whether it was an explanation for the others or a reminder for himself. "All right, Quinn, let's go with what you proposed. You and Eno can enter and ask the questions you need," Oscar said. "Just so you know, everything will be recorded and filmed while you're inside, and we will be able to see everything." Now that there wasn't much left to hide, Quinn didn't mind that, and in the first place, he knew that his influence skill was unlikely to work. A door to the side, just where the mirror ended, was opened, and Quinn followed behind Eno. The second they entered, the vampire in the room could smell them. "I knew something was up. I was wondering why they decided to chain me up. So who sent you here then? Was it the key dash?" "Shut your mouth," Quinn ordered, as his eyes glowed red, and in seconds the vampire felt his body being controlled. His reason for doing such a thing was because he was just about to mention the word king. Quinn had just finished a bunch of questions and he didn't want more to pop up. "Those red eyes? It looks like they can also be used on other Vs then?" Owen noticed. "Even if they weren't created by Quinn? How does that even work?" Sam was left in the room looking through the glass with the others. Even though he thought it was best they didn't learn too much about vampires, it was clear that the way things progressed they would notice things the group had been hiding from them. The power Quinn is using right now is a type of mind control. Most vampires can do this to a certain degree, but it varies in power. However, it only works on people with weak minds. The only reason it's working right now is because Quinn is a strong V. Sam answered, using their term for it. Hearing this made Owen wonder just how long Quinn had been a vampire for. Even with Quinn looking like a young adult, the vampire they held captive was clearly older, yet Quinn was stronger? If it worked on Inu and Satch, doesn't that suggest they have weak minds? It's a good thing they aren't here right now, otherwise Inu would be throwing his toys out of the pram. Samantha thought. "Tell me, who do you work for?" Quinn demanded to know. Just like last time, the captive's mouth started to twitch but nothing was coming out. "Where are they?" Quinn asked again but no reply. It seems like not even Quinn can get an answer out of this one, even with his unique abilities. Oscar sighed. Quinn hadn't expected for it to be so easy after last time, but fortunately the next person who had walked over was Richard Eno. He had his hand tightly gripped onto something that the others couldn't quite see, not even Quinn. Then placing his hand on his head, he stayed silent for a few seconds. "I accept the trade," Eno mouthed with his mouth, but no sound had come out. A few seconds later and a bright light started to shine beneath his feet. His hair started to float along with the man he was touching, and whatever had been in his hand had disappeared. The man who had been tied up had come to again, and looked around for a few seconds. "What did you do to me? What have you all done to me?" the man shouted, and the next second, Eno moved his hand, slicing the man's throat. Blood poured out the ground and he was dead. "What the hell was that?" "That was our only lead," Oscar shouted through the room. Eno was already making his way out, and so was Quinn, since quite frankly he wanted answers as well. Before leaving the room, Eno flicked his fingers, throwing the blood onto the floor and walked inside. "Eno, how could you do something to a vampire like that and be so heartless? You must know like I do that all these vampires were old spies for the king. Do you care so little about them?" Quinn thought. "We have already gotten all the information that is needed from him," Eno explained. "What is happening to the vampires is my descendant's doing, but he isn't the one actually doing it. The power that is being used on them to stop them from talking and controlling them is just a normal ability. No information was able to be extracted from him, so we are back to square one. Humans' best chance of survival is to continue to wait out their time, defending as they can. Eno added as he left the room, as if he owned the ship himself. With only Quinn left in the room with the others, they didn't really know what to do or say. Your grandfather seems like a hard person to control, Oscar eventually mentioned, noticing that Quinn too had been shocked about what the old man had done inside the interrogation room. Indeed, worst of all, I don't even know what's going through his head most of the time, Quinn replied. Isn't that a problem? Samantha interrupted. If what Eno is saying is true, that these people were benignly controlled by an ability and not by some V, doesn't that mean that they can control anyone, even regular humans? The realization of this was frightening. The only thing they could take comfort in was if it was an ability that was capable of such a thing, then it would also mean that there was a condition that would need to be involved as well. The look on Quinn's face said that he wanted to chase after Eno. Oscar wanted to talk about a few things with Quinn, especially about what he was going to do now that he had successfully beaten the demon tier beast. Now learning that perhaps he and Eno had different goals, he allowed Quinn to leave and chase after him. It looks like they have their own way of stopping this war. We will just have to continue doing our best. Quinn, I'm confused, Vincent said. If what Richard said is true and this really is an ability and not a vampire power, in all my years as a vampire leader, and despite my research, I have never encountered such an ability that a vampire would be able to learn. As he and Sam were catching up to Eno, Quinn eventually managed to stop him in one of the halls. What you said earlier, there is no ability like that in the vampire world, Quinn stated, being upfront about what he had just learnt. At this point, Eno turned around and looked at Quinn. I never claimed there was, which means that there is something else going on. Just like there are abilities that only vampires can learn, there are also abilities that only humans can learn. In between there are also abilities that are shared. However, did you know that there is one ability that crosses these borders? A person who is able to transfer any ability into themselves and give it to however they wish. I believe at one point in time you met them, the True Dream family. Quinn had been under the impression he knew everything about vampires and humans. However, humanity had lived for thousands of years, and yet they continued to discover new things like abilities and vampires. It hadn't even been long since they were discovered both, so of course things like this would come up. It was only now that Quinn was starting to realize the true danger that True Dream and his ability represented. If he was able to pass abilities over from vampires and humans, it meant that humans could also learn the shadow powers that Quinn had obtained. At the same time, the opposite should be true as well. What if a person was to kidnap a True Dream and use them? Perhaps they could even take an ability like Sills and place that into a vampire. That's a really scary thought. One of the strongest abilities in the world inside a vampire. It's almost like creating a super vampire. Quinn's mind started to wander. So is Jack True Dream still alive? Is he really with Jim? Quinn asked. From the way you are acting, it seems like you have caught on to what I was saying, but you are asking the wrong questions right now. Eno shook his head. Do you know what actually happened to Jack True Dream? They had gone to Blade Island, in search of the shadow ability that you had shown off. However, Jack had vastly underestimated the true powers that the Blade family held, and it didn't take long for them to overpower him and his men. But during their little battle, the Blades revealed something to them. They had used the demon tier beast. Can you guess what happened next? Quinn was a bit slow on the uptake, but Sam was a little quicker to understand. Brock had been a spy of the Blade family. He would have known all of the details of what was to happen. So if Eno was saying the demon tier beast was used, then this would be true. If that was the case, then Jack had also seen the beast being used. If Jim Eno has really captured Jack, then they may already know where the other half of the demon tier beast they were looking for was. However, there was also the chance that Jack had no clue what level the beast was ATM, and that's why they still had yet to do anything. Finally, Quinn had realized this as well. But is Jack working with Jim willingly? Or has he been captured? Quinn thought. Also, their network of information doesn't seem to be as large as Richard's, especially if they don't really know who I am. So unless Jack tells them, or Eno assumes something is up, they may never find out. We have to move the demon tier beast now before it's too late. Even if they don't have Jack, we still need to be cautious. I'm afraid bringing back your friend's partners might have to wait a little longer, Eno said. Quinn needed to think fast. It was true that they might be running out of time, but for the whole Dalkey to appear, they would have to enter through the space station, which was being guarded by the Earthborn and the Greylash family. They still had some time until he needed to be there. At the same time, the Dalkey should be more cautious after nearly losing 2 4-spike Dalkey. Before heading to the Blade Island, Quinn, who thought it was vital, picked up something. I know there is a chance that the Dalkey and vampires have a way of appearing on Earth, but I need to quickly check something, Quinn said. Sam, you head off with Eno and make preparations for everyone. Let me know when you plan to head to Blade Island. Tell Syl what needs to be done, and bring whoever you think will need. Also, remember to bring along him as well. He is vital for this whole thing to work. Sam nodded and understood the instructions well, and for the first time it seemed like Eno was taking things seriously. He didn't joke around and had headed off with Sam. If everything works out, then maybe we will just need to put Vorden and Ratton in a temporary place for now. If we move the demon tier beast first, maybe we can even put them back in Syl's mind for a short while, and then move them back to their own bodies. I'm sorry, Syl, but it's just bad timing. The one thing I am sure about is Eno wants to defeat the Dalkey, so if he thinks it's important to move the demon tier, then this is something we need to do. Before going off to where Quinn needed to be, he had brought out his mask and attempted to get into contact with one of his strongest fighters, Leo. As he answered, Quinn explained the current situation to his vampire knight and asked him if he could join him anytime soon to help out. I'm sorry, Quinn. Leo apologized after hearing him out. I said I would be there if you needed help. However, the outcome at the moment was not what I was expecting. For some reason, Quinn's heart started to thumb as he heard these words. It sounded like Leo was troubled. But if he was in trouble, would he be too stubborn to ask Quinn for help? I know what you might be thinking, but everything is fine with me. It's Erin I am worried about. I promised you that I wouldn't let her harm anyone. But I'm afraid that if I come back now with her, I might not be able to keep that promise. Of all things to happen, it seemed like Erin was facing her own problems as well. Is this due to her being a damper? Did something happen when she thought the Dalkey? Or could it be Eno was right and the bloodlust in her has been growing day by day and is about to be too much for her to bear? I will solve this, Quinn. Erin is my student. I won't allow her to be harmed, and I will not make her do anything that she will come to regret. I have done that myself once. Please, Quinn, I ask you, if you want to help Erin, do not summon me unless your life is on the line. Leo answered, and the call ended right then and there. Quinn initially wished to head on over and see if there might be a solution, if somehow he could help Erin, but he also knew that most likely the only person that could help wouldn't be him. Eno would most likely just kill her, saying she was a threat they had to get rid of, just like how he had killed the vampire in the interrogation room. All I can do is complete the tasks in front of me as soon as possible, Quinn thought as he activated his shadow link. It soon connected to Linda. In a few seconds, he arrived right where she was. Quinn! Linda exclaimed, her face all red. Quinn looked around to see where he was, and they seemed to be in one of the shelter rooms. Sorry, Linda. I'm in a bit of a hurry. Quinn apologized, as he quickly went out through the door. Suddenly, a gasp of air was heard. Do you think he saw me? Webnovel asked, whose face was just as red as hers. No, I think his mind was too busy on something. Come on, we can't keep messing around. Linda replied. Back on the planet where the demon tier tree had originated from, Quinn was heading towards the faction base, looking for a certain individual. With so much time having passed, Quinn was hoping that Alex would have figured out just what could be done with the demigod tier crystal and the demon tier crystal. These were the things that he needed before heading off to Blade Island. With Quinn gone, it made for a slightly awkward ride back to the cursed ship with just Richard and Sam. Only a few people interacted with Richard, and even then it was mostly out of pure necessity than an actual choice. As for Sam, he had actually never regarded the old man to be that bothersome, but that was probably because Ino didn't regard Sam as someone who would, or for that matter could, disrupt his grand ambition of getting rid of the Dalki. The reason why Sam was feeling a bit tense now was due to what they had all witnessed in that interrogation room. Doing his best to avoid the other, Sam would just stare out of the large window of the ship, looking out into the vastness of space while thinking of all the important matters he would have to deal with once they landed. At the same time, he was consistently responding to all the emails that had piled up, but he also couldn't help but try to keep one eye on Ino at all times. Ino, you say you're on the side of humans, but what about people like us? Humans that have turned into vampires but don't really fit into the vampire society. Sam wondered. What's more, he was curious what Richard Ino was planning to do once the Dalki had been dealt with. He was someone that had faked his own sleep and was now meddling with the affairs of later generations. Did he see himself as some type of god? Someone who was meant to create harmony? Despite Ino claiming he cared for humans, he was not one to shy away from ending their lives in a heartbeat, claiming it was for the overall picture, and it seemed like he also felt the same way about vampires. Is this what happens when one has lived for far too long? After one has seen all those close to oneself die? Sam started to question. These thoughts in itself were troubling Sam. If it ever came to the point that he would do something Ino didn't like, would the other even hesitate to get rid of him? What about the cursed faction? Would he want to get rid of them as well after their fight with the Dalki, since they might not fit in with the rest of humanity? Sam! Ino suddenly spoke his name, which jolted the young man. There was something I hadn't had the chance to tell you, but now that it's just the two of us together, I thought it might be best for me to speak my mind. Did I mess up somewhere? Having just thought about all these things, Sam's hands were shaking and he didn't want to turn around. Instead, he tapped his watch, bringing up a report like it was something very important that could not wait. Alas, the Ino either didn't see it or simply didn't care. I wanted to thank you. In my evaluation of the cursed faction, you are one of the major factors of why it has been able to progress so far. Ino explained. In all honesty, I never thought someone like Quinn would actually be able to grow in time to become one of the major tools to stop the Dalki. I didn't quite understand how he was able to build up such a strong faction around him, but after looking at his surroundings, I came to learn that it was because Quinn didn't do everything on his own. He did so with the people around him, and with the help of others, especially you. You are a hard worker and you should be credited for that, Ino said, and with that he headed off into the break room. Did he just compliment me? What was that all about? Sam tried to comprehend what had just happened. Still, he couldn't help but feel a little proud. It wasn't that Quinn had never thanked him, but for someone else to see and acknowledge his efforts really did remind him of his roots and where he had come from. As someone who had hit the cap on his MC cells rather early, he had eventually accepted that he would be unable to get any stronger, so for a long time he had feared he would amount to nothing. His younger self would have never imagined that in the future he would be the second in charge of a faction that would be one of the great three powers that made up the group of world leaders. My parents are still on Earth. Once all of this is over, it would be nice to bring them on the ship. Thinking of this, it reminded Sam of something, and he went ahead to check if the request he had sent out earlier had come through. Finally, Sam and Ino had returned to the cursed ship, and there were a few things they both needed to do. First, Sam immediately called a meeting between the cursed faction leaders. Apart from updating them on what had happened when they had been out with Quinn, he also intended to inform them on their movement to Blade Island. They would have to decide on the members that would be going with them. After all, a core group of people always needed to be left behind to look after the cursed ship, but due to how dangerous Blade Island or the Demon Tier Beast could be, they also needed to take a substantial force. While Sam was in the middle of setting up the meeting, Ino had gone off to find Brock, who had also returned, and the two of them were talking to one another in one of the individual sleeping rooms. I am here to bring you my report, sir. Brock bowed down before the other. It turns out that the Blades have completely abandoned the island. They have taken everything with them. However, I have been able to confirm two things. The tablet has remained untouched, so it still has plenty of power within it. You should be able to use it as you wish. However, there is a slight problem. They seem to have left behind the Demon Tier Dragon. I can only assume the dragon had no desire to leave the island, which is a good thing, but it may be harder to control it if that is indeed the case. It's unclear if it is waiting for something on the island or if it's merely its whim. I have some people looking over it for the time being who will report as soon as possible. It means we have to move as quickly as possible. Ino replied. Still, I don't think the dragon will move anytime soon. Their ability has a lasting effect. Depending on when the blades had left the dragon, it should still be a bit confused, and it probably considers the island its home. But what would happen if we tried to remove a beast from its home? Ino knew that perhaps even with Syl using all his abilities, this wouldn't be so easy. Another point, if I may add, Brock said. Although I can confirm that the blades are no longer on the island, I have been unable to track them down anywhere, which is worrisome. If preparations have begun, I assume it's time I bring her over. After the meeting between the cursed leaders was over, many of them were left dumbfounded. Finally, Megan, who had been the only leader who was human, had learned the truth about who they all were. Of course, it came as a shock. She had been sure they were joking about everything at first, so some of them showed her that it was very, very true. She had reacted as one might expect, by fainting on the spot, so she had been taken to the medical bay. Dennis had volunteered to look over her, and to make sure she understood and knew everything. Now, Sam had something else to attend to, as he had been informed that he had visitors that had also arrived on the ship. Exiting the command center, Sam was taking the electrical bridge to move him to the large hall. That was quick work by them. I guess they might be excited to finally be here again, Sam thought. Stepping off the bridge, Sam continued to walk forward, until he could see 3 people surrounded by members of the cursed faction. They stood tall and strong and looked a little nervous. It looks like you have finally all made it here, Sam greeted them, putting on a big smile. Please state your names. My name is Swin, sir, the boy shouted, giving a salute. My name is Venus, sir, another shouted. Which means, my name is Shiro, sir, the last one replied. The 3 boys were students from Quinn's homeroom class. They had decided to join the cursed faction and had been sent to one of the safer portal planets. But Quinn had requested for the 3 of them to be brought on board the ship instead. Naturally, he would never force anyone to come, but upon hearing that Quinn had personally asked for them, they had been more than happy to accept, especially since this meant they would get the chance to go to the main cursed faction ship. I have to thank you, Shiro. You have a big job ahead of you. Quinn, and the whole cursed faction will owe you a lot. Sam bowed down before the other despite his high rank. No problem, sir. I will do anything if it's in regards to helping out Quinn, the cursed leaders, the cursed faction, and definitely to help out Syl. Thanks to Quinn's shadow abilities, and the fact that other users with shadow abilities were all over the place, it was as if Quinn had access to his own personal teleport array. Whenever he wished, he could move himself to their location without the need to rely on technology. Whatever jamming equipment the Dalki had was useless against Quinn, allowing the cursed faction leader to meet up with Alex, who was hammering away in the forging room of the Orbis faction base. I guess he's always busy hammering away, even when he's away from the main base, Quinn thought as entered the forging room. Alex seemed too focused on his task to notice his arrival. I would love to give him a break at some point, but it seems like none of us can catch one at the moment. It was far smaller than Alex's personal forge on the cursed ship, with only a total of 3 forging areas, whereas the cursed ship nearly had 4 times as many forging stations and extra space for everyone to work in. The first thing that caught Quinn's eye, though, was the smile on Alex's face as he forged away. He doesn't seem to regard it as work. That is probably his secret, how he can do it for so long without complaining, Quinn thought. Soon, though, his eyes started to wander as there was someone else in the room next to him. It was hard to tell the man's age, but judging by the few gray hairs in his beard and curly hair, Quinn could only assume he was quite the old fellow. However, his body told a completely different story. The man was shirtless with nothing but a pair of tight brown trousers that looked 2 sizes too small. He was built like a tank with muscles over muscles, and was watching Alex carefully perform. He had the standard look one would expect when they were to see a forger who worked on creating beast weapons, unlike Alex, whose body frame was small but still strong. Since he was only overseeing the work, the large man noticed Quinn's arrival. However, he didn't say anything, just put a single finger against his lips, a sign that it was important to remain silent. Quinn carefully nodded, and they both proceeded to watch Alex, until he was finally done crafting what needed to be done. It looked like a regular sword, but clear attention was spent to crafting the sword to the best of its abilities. It was only an advanced tier weapon, so it was surprising that Alex still worked on things like this. "Quinn!" Alex exclaimed shockingly, as he moved the sword ever so slightly to see the other in the sword's reflection. "When did you come back? Couldn't you have at least given me a heads up before coming out here?" "Sorry," Quinn replied, scratching the back of his head. "Things have moved along quicker than I thought." "Oh, I almost forgot. This here is Andrew." Alex introduced the large man to his side. "He is the forger that Sam and Logan found for me, the one who worked on the last demon tier weapon for Oscar, and he'll be helping me create your demon and demigod tier equipment for you." "It is a pleasure to meet you." Both Quinn and Andrew bowed down at the same time. It made Quinn have a good first impression of the man, and it was quite respectable as well. "As the leader of the cursed faction, I can only congratulate you for having such a talent under you. Alex is one of the best forgers I have seen in decades. Despite his tiny muscles, he is able to hammer for twice as long as I am, yet he is so young. I can't wait until this man grows into a fine large forger like myself." Andrew started to chuckle, knowing that it probably wasn't possible with how small his body frame was at the moment. "Yes, I'm glad I had a good eye to catch his equipment back then, and that's why I fully trust him to make the best out of the crystals that I have bought." Quinn nodded, happy to hear the other praising Alex. From meeting Andrew, Quinn could sense that there was a large amount of chi in his body, and his image reminded him of another muscular red-haired man he had met before. Although forgers weren't necessarily chi users, Leo had explained to him in the past that there were people who knew how to wield this form of energy subconsciously without ever having received any training in it. Those that used chi without their own knowledge were more likely to activate active skills in weapons, and it seemed true based on Alex's skills so far. Although he is under the Earthborn group, it would be great to have someone like him on our side, Quinn thought. "Andrew, thank you so much for taking your time to come here. I was wondering if there is anything that we could help you with. It would be the Cursed Faction's pleasure. And hopefully we can build on our relationship in the future," Quinn offered. It took a while for Andrew to answer as he stroked his large bushy beard. It seemed like he was seriously thinking about something. "Don't worry too much. It is not every day that a forger is able to work on a demon tier weapon. If you hadn't asked for me, I would have probably paid for the opportunity to come work on this myself. However, there is one thing that I would like to mention, but there might be nothing you can do about it. Currently, all groups, including your own cursed faction, are facing a crystal shortage. Due to the Dalki attacks, the groups aren't able to hunt as freely as they did before, and many of them are being used to stay on guard and defend. On top of this, what crystals the groups do have are being used to power the ships, mechs, and all sorts," Andrew explained. "Due to the special nature of the cursed faction, I was wondering if there was anything your group could do to help us combat that issue." It was a tough situation, and Quinn had been unaware that even his group was being affected by such a thing. Most of the hunting had been left to Helen and her group, but it would make sense that the collection of crystals would be at an all-time low. "Maybe Alex and I can try to work something out," Quinn replied as an idea popped in his head. Noticing what Quinn was saying, Alex popped up. "We will try our best, Andrew. Do you mind fetching Ko and ask him to come here? I think that all of us will need to talk about a few things." Andrew of course agreed, and he left saying goodbye to Quinn. "All right, Quinn. It seems like we have some time to talk now, go ahead." Quinn smiled, noticing that Alex was getting rather smart these days. If it's true that the cursed faction is also low on crystals to forge more weapons, then there is one option, Quinn suggested. "Ever since the little battle the 10th family had in the vampire world, we have had a lot of blood crystals. I'm sure you know that they can also be turned into blood weapons. If we use these and give them to the faction members, it could help us out greatly." "Wait, what?" Alex was baffled, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. "But blood crystals are illegal? Well, I guess he did give them to us, so then the king really can't say anything. Besides that, don't they need blood to activate? Alex asked. What you say is right, but at the moment I'm not really concerned about what Bryce thinks. We just have to focus on protecting our people and fighting off the Dalki. The green blood from the Dalki can also power up the blood weapons, so it will be a big advantage in the fight. Of course, the blood crystals will vary as well, but it will be better than nothing. Quinn explained. After visiting the vampire world last time, Alex wasn't overly eager to do something to displease them, but he knew how dire the weapon shortage was at the moment. The constant fighting would also make it so their weapons' durability would fade, and without beast crystal or weapons, if the war was to be drawn, they would definitely end up on the losing side. All right, Alex answered. Anyway, I can guess the real reason why you're here. You want to know what the demigod tier crystals and the demon crystal can be turned into, don't you? Hearing this, a wide grin on Quinn's face appeared. Please indulge me. Quinn was excited to find out what the crystals he had gathered could be turned into, especially since he had managed to procure 2 extra crystals from the Greylash family. Before he had been worried he might have to deliberate over 2 demigod crystals, or 1 demon tier depending on what they could be used for, but now he could keep both. With the new armor set, Quinn was hoping that at least one of the demigod tier crystals could be turned into a new pair of gauntlets for himself. As usual, I guess you could say I have some good news and some bad news for you to choose from. Although this time, I think you could say it's all good news. Alex said, even confusing himself with his own words. In the case of the demigod tier crystals you left me, they're both suited to be made into gauntlets. If I use both, we won't even need to use the energy from any other lesser-grade crystals to power them. These will be the top end of the line of demigod tier crystals. Alex explained with great detail and a smug smile on his face. Of course, I can't tell you what their active skill will be, or what the equipment will be like until I actually make them. Quinn was certain whatever it would be, as long as Alex made it, it would end up beneficial. Ever since his last pair of gauntlets had broken, he had been using the advanced tier gauntlets. As such, he was looking forward to using gauntlets made by such high-tier crystals. Quinn then pulled out the other 2 crystals from his system and handed them over to Alex. Please check these crystals as well and see if they could be useful to make something even better, Quinn requested. Yet after just a glance, Alex started to shake his head. Andrew has taught me a lot, so I can already tell you that these crystals don't have the same quality as the ones I planned on using. I would have to check further to see what they could be made into, but I think it would be better to make the gauntlets out of just the demigod tier crystals. Alex shared his professional opinion. Placing them back into his system, that was a good enough answer for Quinn. Now, I'm sure you're wondering about the demon tier crystal, and unfortunately here is the bad news. I can't give you much information, other than it can be turned into an accessory item. It's up to you, whether you want me to make it into a specific form, or I could just trust in my forger instincts while hammering it down to craft the crystal. Alex offered Quinn a choice. Quinn didn't know if Alex was being serious about the forger instincts, or if he was just saying to leave it up to him if he didn't have anything in particular he was looking for. An accessory item? It will add to my overall equipment I have on me without having to replace anything, so in a way that could be a good thing, and accessory items tend to have an active skill 90% of the time. If that's the case, it could very well be a great active skill. Quinn pondered over his choice. In that case, I shall leave it up to you. I am fine with anything as long as it won't be another mask, since I already have one. Also, I was hoping you could use this. Quinn pulled out a special type of crystal. It was shiny and had a silver color, but it wasn't clear like a regular beast crystal. It was the upgrade crystal Quinn had received from completing the quest. Remember when I asked you about crystals being able to upgrade equipment? Well, that's one of them. Feel free to study it as you wish, Quinn explained. Alex's eyes nearly grew twice the size as he stared down at the crystal in amazement. I can't believe something like this is actually real. How can you just hand me something so valuable like it's nothing? Do you know how much this could change things? Where did you get this from? Alex bombarded Quinn with a load of questions, not containing his excitement in the least. Alas, Quinn had no actual answer to that question, because his system had just magically given it to him as a reward. I found it inside the demon tier beast, alongside this strange seed, but it was the only one I could find. Quinn lied, and put out the mask from his dimensional space onto the table. I wanted to save it, but I was thinking of upgrading the Emperor tier mask I have. I remember what you said, and if I upgrade one of the set pieces of armor that you gave me, it could ruin the active set skill, so I thought it would be best to leave it as it is. At the moment, I need to improve everything I have as quickly as I can. Quinn explained. Alex started to nod frantically as he continued to hold the crystal in his hand. Only now he was making sure not to hurt it, aware of its actual value. The gauntlets will be my priority, since they will be easier for me to make. Alex informed Quinn about his next plan of action. The crystals don't take as long to form, however the demon tier might take quite a bit of time. Fortunately, with Andrew helping me it will be quicker than if I had to do it on my own though. Quinn didn't understand the whole process of making weapons, so he just decided to leave it to Alex. There was no need to tell the other he was in a hurry, or that they were running out of time, because Alex would always try his best no matter the circumstances. A few days passed, in which there had been an update from Sam that the students had finally arrived on the cursed ship and that a team of potential people had been chosen. It was up to Quinn what he wanted to do with those that were still on the planet he was currently on. Those that had come with him had been quite the great help, and Quinn was starting to realize just how strong the members of the cursed faction had grown, even without his help. He also wanted to know if leaving them on a planet next to the Dalki fleet was a good idea. In the first place, this was a Greylash family, and not a cursed faction family. Quinn was currently outside the shelter, and he could see families peacefully walking around. Even Ko and his wife, along with their daughter, were walking with smiles on their faces. I guess I can't be that cruel, else I'll just be turning into the other leaders. Am I just gonna forget about everyone on this planet because they are weak? Should I not help just because their allegiance isn't to the cursed faction? What if I was a child raised on this planet, expecting help from those that could? Just then, Quinn received a message that the gauntlets were finally ready. Heading back into the forging room, Andrew and Alex both stood proud over the forging table, and they had the standard cloth out covering the items for the grand reveal. From the looks on your faces, I'm going to be quite pleased with this one, aren't I? Quinn asked, feeling like a little kid about to open a present. The two of them just continued to grin at Quinn as he walked up to the table and pulled the cloth down. Underneath, he saw two masterpieces of gauntlets, impressive in design. They both were more simple than the other gauntlets Quinn had in the past. Usually they would be covered in scales and bumps indicating the beast they had been made from, but instead these toe were cleanly flat, with a black rim around the edges. It looked like it would be a perfect fit for anyone who was wearing it. What stood out was how they were both different in color, one a light soft blue color, the other dark purple in design. On the fingertips, small little tufts of fur could be seen floating. Quinn picked them both up and immediately equipped them on. Then, using his inspect skill, he checked what the system had to say about them. You have obtained the Demigod Tier Gauntlet, Toximo Gauntlet. Passive skill, Poisonous Blood. Each strike has a small chance of poisoning your enemies. Once poisoned, the victim's speed will decrease. They will lose health gradually, suffer from delusions, blurry vision, and more. Warning dash. With each strike, there is a small chance that the wearer will also get poisoned. Passive skill, Immune to all poisons. Warning removed dash. There were quite a few things to take in, but Quinn could see that the first passive effect seemed to be quite a strong one on the gauntlets. However, he was worried that the system didn't give him a percentage of how likely it actually was to poison his enemies. In a way, it wasn't something he could really do. On the plus side, it seemed like the passive effect of the gauntlets that would poison the user had been removed due to the passive skill he had earned from defeating the moth. In a way, it was an item that only he could use. As for the stats, Quinn first wanted to see what the active skill of his other gauntlet was from. He assumed that this gauntlet was created using the crystal of the poison moth he had fought, so he wondered what he would get from the other crystal. Using his inspect skill, he discovered that it did indeed have an active skill. He just couldn't believe how effective it was. The gauntlets were a strange item that would come as a set, which meant to get the full effect of the stats from them, one would have to wear both at the same time. Otherwise the stats would be halved. Usually, several crystals would be used to make a set of gauntlets, which all had the same attribute. The good news was, according to Alex, the demigod tier crystals were enough to make the gauntlets, having obtained 2 of them. At the same time they were similar and different, which was why the colors were different as well. So it was a rare thing what Quinn was holding on to right now, 2 gauntlets that worked together, yet somehow they had 2 complexly different active skills. You have obtained the demigod tier gauntlet, Drainamo Gauntlet. Active skill, Energy Sap. When this skill is activated, as long as the gauntlet touches an entity containing energy, that energy will be drained and added to the wearer. Alternatively, this energy can be used to re-energize the wearer's stamina. An energy drain and it can restore stamina? Quinn thought as he read the effects. He remembered what Syl had told him about the moth beast they had defeated, how it had caused everybody who touched its fur to fall asleep. Seeing the active ability that must have stemmed from it, it appeared the moth had actually been draining their energy. If I can stay close to my opponents, doesn't this mean I can keep on fighting, while weakening them at the same time? With these 2 active skills, I will be able to improve myself drastically. Although I would have to hold on to them, so it's not as effective as the beast itself. His stamina seemed to be closely related to using his chi powers, which had often been a problem when he had ended up using it. He would have to test it out, but if Quinn's hypothesis was correct, the gauntlets might allow him to also restore the chi during a fight. However, there seemed to be one clear downside the demigod tier gauntlets had compared to the advanced ones. The latter's active skill allowed Quinn to infuse his chi to make the active skill even stronger, whereas it didn't seem like adding chi to them changed anything. The chance that the poison would be triggered might increase, but it was seemingly impossible to actually test it since he didn't even know the actual percentage chance. Adding chi to the active skill when it was supposed to be a way for him to recharge it also seemed counterproductive. However, overall he couldn't complain about them. On top of everything, the stats they granted him were nothing to scoff at. Plus 50 strength. Plus 5 agility. Plus 5 stamina. He was surprised about the power boost, seeing as neither ability had anything to do with strength. Quinn already had 70 points in strength, and with the gauntlets alone that would bring it up to 120. If all demigod tier equipment gives their user this much of a boost in stats, then it's no surprise how Hilston, who is already plenty strong, can be a match for nearly anyone. Quinn was starting to understand why Hilston was called the world's strongest human, although there had still been one person who had managed to defeat him, and Quinn now needed to be even stronger than that. It looks like you are happy with the job the 2 of you did. These might be the most powerful gauntlets in existence. Alex boasted. After all, there aren't too many people that choose to fight with their fists or have it as their weapon, but you are certainly unique. It's a bit of a shame that it doesn't match your armor set though. If you want, I could certainly dye them, make both gauntlets have the same color as well. Quinn looked at them. One had a dark purple color, while the other side was a soft blue, almost white. In a way, the gauntlets were the same yet so different at the same time, and working together reminded him of himself. There's no need, I happen to like how they are. What about the other stuff? Quinn asked, seeing there wasn't anything left on the table. Unfortunately, the other demon tier crystal will take some more time due to the uniqueness of it. However, I can promise you that you can look forward to the weapons I will make. You're free to wait, but I thought you had plans. It was true, he was sure that if Quinn didn't hurry that maybe Ino would rally up the crew somehow and head out without him. You're right, carry on working on the mask upgrade and the demon tier weapon. Send me a message as soon as they're ready. Make sure to keep your shadow skill active. That way I can hop to you to collect the equipment once it's ready. Quinn suggested. Wait, so you want me to stay here and carry on forging? I don't mind, but I think it will be for the best. Andrew interpreted. I have been informed that there will soon be news that will be passed on to everyone, and it might shake the world a little. So these people need some order. Hearing this, Quinn wondered if Andrew already knew about the announcement that Oscar would soon release, about the verses that were amongst all of the factions. As someone who had been tasked with creating the demon tier, he had to be a VVIP. Just for now. Quinn replied, I know it might not be safe, but I have a feeling that the cursed ship might be moving more often soon as well. I'll be asking for Wevel and Linda to stay behind, just in case anything happens here. Make sure the people can relax for a while. I think they deserve it after what they have been through. Since there was nothing else for Quinn to do aside from waiting, he rounded up the rest in preparation for leaving. Ko, the leader of the Orbis faction, could see this, and just before Quinn left the faction he had called out to him. Quinn, wait, Ko said. I still haven't been able to thank you. When you came here I was just stressed about everything that was going on. My family had gone missing and more people were disappearing. I thought I would never see them again. If you want, you can hit me. Hit me for everything I said. Ko then closed his eyes, bracing himself ready to get hit. If I did hit you, you might go flying out of this whole shelter. Quinn joked but was very serious at the same time. Ko, if anything, your frustration was due to you not being able to help the people around you and those that had gone missing. That wasn't a bad thing in the end. It's better than the people who choose to ignore it. Like those who were at the top. I hope you continue to stay this way. Quinn headed off as he went to return to the ship. But Ko couldn't help but get a few last words in. Quinn, I will make sure everyone knows what type of person you and the cursed faction really are. I won't let anyone say a bad word about you. As the others traveled through space on the cursed ship itself in one of the training rooms, there was drastic huffing and panting coming from a small person. He could barely stand and held himself up with his dalky hand facing the ground. Come on, Brock shouted. This is the last day the two of us will be training together. Do you really think if you were to run into the Blade Twins again that you could beat them? Heck, even slowing them down will be a miracle unless you get stronger. After a few minutes and having banged to catch his breath, Logan raised his head and his eyes were glowing green. Around him, there were several pieces of scrap devices and his body was cut all over in different places. You have a unique soul weapon, one which is undoubtedly strong. However, you need to learn how to use it better. For most, their soul weapon is their last resort in a fight, but for you this will be your constant weapon. Now come, attack me again, Rock demanded. Pushing himself off the ground with his large dalky hand, Logan flew a few meters into the air and let out a scream. His eyes grew even more fierce. I won't drag the others down. When Quinn and the others finally arrived back on the cursed ship, all of them shared a sense of returning to somewhere they belonged. It was a bit strange to call a ship that constantly moved through space and could therefore be anywhere at any time home, but they all felt this way. They knew that here none of them would be judged for what they had done in the past. They didn't have to watch what they had to say, and could mostly do as they wished. Everyone knew that with the situation with the Dalki there was a lot to be done, but it didn't hurt to take a breather or two for a second. The people around the base greeted Quinn as usual, respectful, with many congratulating him on saving the Greylash family and acquiring the Demon Tier crystal. The atmosphere was still light, so it seemed that Sam had yet to inform what most of the cursed group were. He was sure that once the truth was out, the treatment wouldn't be exactly the same. He asked around whether Leo and Aaron had come back, but it appeared that they were still dealing with their own troubles. Hey Quinn, can you show me what Alex created for you? Nate requested as he approached the cursed faction leader. Ever since I've heard the news that you guys managed to defeat a demon tier beast, I've been waiting for you to come back and show your new toy. Whenever Quinn was walking around the base, he would put all of his beast gear away, only equipping it when needed. It was the same for all those with the shadow ability. Believe me, I would love to, but it's not ready yet. Alex is still busy making it. Quinn answered, not bothering to tell Nate about the new gauntlets he had. This sucks, Nate complained out loud. I get why you want me to train the people here, but I've already taught them as much as I could about hand-to-hand combat. Initially, it was quite enjoyable watching them learn it quickly and improve themselves, but to carry on and improve even more just takes time. They need experience, and fighting against each other can only get them so far. What I'm trying to say is, Quinn, I'm bored, Nate openly complained. Quinn felt bad. Nate was one of the strongest people in his team, but he had felt that the demon tier beast would have been too dangerous to take everyone. In many ways, He thought where they were going to go next was also a place only for those who had already proven themselves capable. There was also the issue that they needed to leave behind a strong crew on the cursed ship, just in case they got attacked. At the same time, if he would avoid taking new people with him, then they would really stagnate and would be unable to fight the Dalki when they arrived in full force. At the moment, there were only small battles, but everyone could feel that there would be a full-scale war soon. Both sides were just testing the grounds, figuring out each other's strength. Maybe there is something I can show you before I leave this time, Quinn suggested. I'm sure it won't bore you anytime soon, and once you get the hang of it, perhaps you could show it to the others as well. Quinn then pressed his hand on the other's chest. In the past, Quinn had been afraid of doing this, due to him accidentally turning others. The easiest way to show people chi was by making their bodies feel it moving around. Vampires seemed not to have this chi force on their own, yet those that had been turned did, so someone like Nate should be able to learn it. Nate closed his eyes to concentrate on the feeling, and Quinn started to swirl around the energy in his body. Try to follow along with me. Focus on the energy and try to push and move it yourself, Quinn instructed. It didn't take long to feel it. He wasn't very bright, but when it came to fighting instincts, something like chi was perfect for him, and he could feel it almost instantly. Then, Quinn's hands were no longer touching his body. What was that? Nate asked. I think you already got a feeling on how to use it yourself. Perhaps your years of studying martial arts have already allowed you to experience it, you just didn't know the name for it. That was chi. Leo was the one to teach me. Just remember this feeling and practice it. Also, try to come up with a way of teaching others without doing what I just did. Otherwise, there is the risk that you might accidentally turn them, Quinn said. At first, Nate thought it was a joke but realized that Quinn was completely serious when he said those last words. Quinn had wanted to teach those on board chi for a long time, but the only way he had learnt it was through feeling the process through his body, and that was the only way he had taught it to the other students at school as well. The thing was, Quinn didn't know of a way to teach the others, and he didn't have the time to go around touching everyone. Nate, hopefully you will become a better teacher than I, Quinn thought. Suddenly, a meeting had been called as all of the cursed leaders were called to head to the command room. When Quinn arrived along with Nate, he could see that most were already there. Thankfully that included Eno as well. But his calm face from before looked to be more serious as he displayed a constant frown and his arms were folded. Next, Syl entered with Borden on his shoulders into the room, and his walking was fast-paced with excitement, meaning he had an idea of what this whole meeting was exactly about. As for the last ones to enter, they were Logan and Brock. It was strange to see the two of them together. Quinn didn't even know when they had grown close, and the strangest thing was actually the fact that Logan had wounds all over his body. What happened to him? Did one of his inventions backfire or something? When was the last time I have seen him hurt this badly? Why didn't he go see a doctor? Quinn wondered. Is the meeting going to start? Dennis asked. Soon, Sam replied. There is still one more person that needs to be here. As the doors opened, one more person walked in on his own. Shiro. He looked frightened as everyone stared at him. But when he saw Quinn, he tried to pretend to be confident and started walking over. It's good to see you again. And I have to thank you for accepting my request. Quinn greeted him. Shiro looked over at Syl and then back at Quinn. Before he had been a power-hungry person, but now he had a debt to pay. These people had saved his life multiple times, and he just wanted to be by their side and help them. The lives of Shiro and the others had changed at school after meeting Quinn, and he knew that as long as he helped the cursed faction, everyone's lives would also change for the better. Okay. It's time that we talk about Blade Island, Sam announced. Somewhere a great distance away, in the Beast solar system, a man stood in a large hall. His large frame was covered in diamond-like armor from head to toe, as well as a helmet with slits to allow him to see through it. The man turned around and looked at the large hall behind him. Inside there were around 100 people. Every single one of them attached to a metal rod sticking out of the ground, chained up. We have prepared for long enough. I never thought that I would meet someone beyond me. But that is why we must continue on. No matter what, we must get Syl back. And this time I will use the power of all the chained here. On the planet that never saw sunlight, preparations were being made. Ever since learning that Arthur would be coming for him eventually, Bryce had been more focused and determined than ever before. Right now he was in the throne room while Kaz stood by his side. I did everything I could to finally obtain the king's seat. Others might just enjoy having fulfilled their grand ambition, grow lazy, while letting things play out until it would be time for their final rest. But how can I? Bryce thought as he clenched his fist and the veins on his hand showed themselves. How can I give up when the Punisher, that bastard responsible for killing my family, is still out there? Fortunately, I won't have to go out and find him. Now that I know that he will be coming for me. Kaz couldn't hear what her father was thinking. She could only see him act restless, making her worry for him. However, over the years she had grown somewhat used to it. She was aware that around a certain time of year Bryce would act like that. At some point he would proceed to enter the room where the dreaded paintings were and come out more determined. She was unsure whether he was going there to remind himself what he had achieved so far, or if there was a deeper meaning behind it. Whatever the case, what used to seldom occur had become far more frequent in recent times. Today was another such day, and she no longer knew what was the right thing to do. "Don't you think it will be beautiful?" Bryce asked as he started to walk forward. He suddenly stopped as the shadow of an item went over his face. When Arthur comes back to exact his punishment, his very own powers will be used against him. Stroking his hand over the wall in front of him, he could feel how smooth it felt, with how perfect it was. Aside from a few missing pieces here and there, it was hard to believe that the wall used to be full of cracks. "That kid must have taken part of the wall with him," Tempest said, moving from behind the wall. "Using my ability, the whole thing should have returned to what it once was. But it doesn't seem to all be here." Kaz didn't say anything. She was one of the people who had gone in with Quinn, but she had never expected her father to raid the Punisher's castle after his disappearance. When they found the wall, Kaz had never seen a creeper smile on her father's face before. "Don't worry. It seems we have been able to decipher enough information from this to figure out a few things. Bring them in, Kaz," Bryce ordered, and she quickly left the room. A few moments later, she returned with 3 vampires. All of them looked tired, exhausted. Sweating nervously, they were afraid of what was going to happen to them. "Your Majesty, I think you will be quite pleased with our results. Today will be the day that we are able to show you something," one of the vampires said as he remained on the floor with his head bowed down. "Are you sure this is a good thing, Your Majesty?" Tempest questioned. "If they learn the ability, it also means that Arthur will be able to use them in some way as well." "Show me what you have learnt," Bryce ordered, ignoring Tempest's warning. The 3 stood up and stayed in position for a short while. As they closed their eyes, soon the shadow underneath their feet started to move, and then it could be seen hovering over their back. Finally, weeks after discovering the tablet, it looked like they had learnt how to use the shadow ability. The tablet that had been left in the 14th castle, which showed one how to learn and use the shadow ability, had been moved to the king's castle, and now Bryce had his first set of shadow users. However, even though Tempest had agreed to help the king, he was unsure what the other was thinking. Why would he be creating his own shadow users? One of the main abilities of the Punishers were that they were able to travel to each other with their shadow as they wished. He could only see this causing more trouble than what it was worth. That was until he saw the next set of actions from the king. He walked up to the 3 of them, and then placed both hands on the shoulder of the vampire centered in the middle. "You 3 have done an excellent job. The vampire race will be proud of you, and your names shall be forever remembered," Bryce said, as a sudden blood spike appeared from Bryce's stomach, piercing the other vampire's stomach. At the same time, from his forearms 2 more blood spikes had come out, killing the other 2 vampires as well. When Bryce let go of the one in the center, he fell to the floor and a shadowy mist started to spring from their bodies. "Vampires have existed for a long time, but we did not always have abilities," Bryce narrated as he carefully watched the smoke make its way towards him. He then pulled out a clear, transparent crystal, and the mist started to enter into the crystal. Soon the clear color started to fill up. "The world is a complicated thing, and even we don't know all of its secrets. Bryce continued. But it looks like the gods are on my side, and wish for me to achieve my goal. 'Cause bring me more people. We must gather and teach the shadow ability to as many people as possible. However, even though her father had ordered it, she was frozen in fear. Was that her father's plan? Raise more shadow users only to then kill more of his people. Sacrifice the lives of his own vampires just to store some strange shadow in a crystal? She had seen him go too far at times, but this was far beyond anything before. Gods on your side, you say? Tempest wondered. After Bryce had learned that Arthur was coming, he had initially been struck with a bit of fear. Although he had the absolute blood control from the book passed on by kings, whenever he thought back to the execution platform, and what Arthur had done, anger and fear were the two emotions that entered him at the time. While stuck in his throne room, trying to clear his head, he had received a certain surprise visitor. One that smelt like a human. A strange thing in the vampire world, to say the least. Being able to make it to him without being stopped was the best evidence that the girl was not normal. I won't waste your time by introducing myself. Just know that I have come to help you. The girl had told him cryptically. There is great trouble in your future, and without help you will only fail. As such, I have brought you a gift. The origins of the shadow will originally wish to return to the place where it came from. The girl had pulled out the clear crystal and placed it on the ground. In the few seconds Bryce's gaze had been on the crystal, she had already disappeared, leaving the vampire king with an empty crystal and a ton of unanswered questions. For a day or two, he had tried to ignore this mysterious meeting, but eventually the lack of any solution, as well as curiosity, got the better of him, and he decided to verify how powerful the crystal was. Just from them using the shadow powers, there was no such reaction. The crystal was on Bryce at all times. But then a sound, as if something was calling to him, told him what he needed to. The test with the shadow users and crystal wasn't over yet. Not too far away, the very person that Bryce was prepping for was thinking about him as well. He was sitting on top of a large building with the night sky, although there was another man behind him. We are meeting here again. I guess you have finished with your preparations, and it looks like you have made your choice. It's time for you to move, isn't it? The man told him. I still couldn't find him, but he is definitely out there. But I can't keep looking. Indeed, there is no better time. But shouldn't you worry about your own side? It looks like to me things haven't gone the way you thought they would. I told you that you would have troubles with them. You shouldn't have underestimated them. Arthur replied with a cheeky grin. I hate to admit it, but you're right. Make sure to not repeat my mistake. I would hate to lose you. Who knows how strong they have gotten since we have been away? The man cautioned Arthur. Strong? No, the way I see it, they have just gotten weaker. Well, maybe not all of them. Arthur corrected himself as he stood up. Once everything is over, remember to keep your promise. Arthur leaped off from the top of the tower, and the next moment his body was covered in shadows. I disagree, Arthur, although it might not look like it, but things are going perfectly at the moment. My initial plan had never accounted for the fact that you may ever wake up. So thanks to your presence, everything will proceed far more smoothly than I could have ever hoped for. Vincent, if only you were still here to see everything your uncle is about to achieve. The man behind Arthur was none other than Jim Eno, former leader of the 10th family, who not only disgraced himself, but also used his chance to redeem himself as a vampire knight to escape with the Dalki. Left alone on top of the building, he started to smile to himself, before he broke out in laughter. His imagination had begun to run wild, dreaming about what the future would hold. But then anger struck him, and he punched through one of the walls at the very top of the tower, smashing it to pieces. The humans need to be gone, and then they will understand the mistake that they made. I just have to continue being patient, we still have plenty of time. Jim spoke to reassure himself. Just as he was about to repair the tower, a large horn sounded throughout the entire place. Large speakers would echo it so it could be heard all over the ship-like planet. They are at it again? It's truly amazing how quickly they have become a civilization with traditions of their own. Jim thought, I should head on over and see for myself how powerful the newly evolved one is. The place most Dalki called home was a giant ship that had been repurposed to suit their needs. Just like its inhabitants, it was constantly improving and had changed drastically once again. In the center was an energy core that would power the large thing ship, but it was large enough to be recognized as a small planet as well. It was something the humans had yet to see, always being on the defense. By extracting the different lands from the beast planets that they had conquered, the Dalki had been able to create their own land. It made for different terrain throughout, but was nothing a Dalki couldn't handle. On the outside, a large ring-like tube made of what appeared to be a type of metal and extended tubes went directly through the land leading to the core, as well as to the large castle-like shape where the so-called Dalki leaders resided in. Despite being called a castle, in actuality it was just a crude mountaintop with a few towers built here and there. The Dalki didn't really care too much for architecture due to their beastly nature and had merely built the structures they had been told to. Most of the living areas had been made with the same materials that vampires had discovered to create. The black-like hard substance that was equal to Galthrium but harder to mold. The entire man-made planet had mainly been created by two people, Jim Eno, and the Dalki known as Graham. Standing outside the entrance to their castle, 3 Dalki could be seen walking out, all of them sharing looks of irritation. One was a female Dalki with an extra long tail named Slicer, the other 2 were One Horn and Graham. It appears another member of our race has evolved and wishes to join the table, Graham stated. Can't they at least stop obsessing over who is stronger at a time like this? One Horn openly grumbled. Oi, have you already forgotten who the idiot was who proposed the stupid rule that any of the leaders could be challenged at any point in time for their position? Slicer criticized the former, as she wrapped her tail and rested it on top of her shoulder. The 3 of them jumped up several meters into the air with their powerful legs, and each time they would land, they jumped again, covering great distance and moving fast, until eventually they landed in a deep giant crater away from their castle. It was in an empty red wasteland. It looked similar to an opening of a volcano with the way the edges were bent, yet it was on felt ground. Once the 3 of them arrived, they could see that there was already another Dalki standing opposite them in the crater, and at the very edges up top, several Dalki had gathered to watch the spectacle that was about to occur. The Dalki turned around proudly, showing off the 4 spikes on his back. I have finally obtained my 4th spike. According to the rules, I have come to challenge one of you for the leader's position, the Dalki announced, and the rest of the crowd watching above cheered as well. The 3 Dalki leaders looked at each other to decide what was to happen next. It's up to you 2. Graham shrugged his shoulders as he took a step back. I have already made my stance clear about this entire thing being barbaric. I only agreed to it because it seems like the best method to cause the least amount of infighting as possible. Dread is no longer with us, so he needs to be replaced, and Greenhorn has returned to us barely alive, so it would be good to test him to see if he can replace one of their positions. Fine, I'll deal with him. One Horn sighed as he walked forward, but before he could take another step, a large tail blocked his path. Allow me to remind you that this is our home and I'm worried you will only destroy it even more. Have you forgotten who created this giant crater in the first place? Slicer said as she walked forward. As the Dalki saw who he was about to go up against, he wanted to make a complaint. Graham, I don't mean to challenge you. Where are the others? The Dalki complained, but before Graham could reply, Slicer was already coming towards him. The Dalki was forced to defend himself. He went to throw in a punch, but it completely missed Slicer, and the next thing he knew was that he felt a sharp pain on his back. Oh, what's this? Didn't you say you had 4 spikes on your back? Why can I only see 3 then? Slicer asked, as she brought the other spike to her hand with her tail. The crowd who had been cheering from above had started to disperse as soon as they saw who had come forward. They were already making their way back to return to what they had been doing before. As the 4-spiked Dalki took a step again, Slicer jumped up in the air doing a backflip, and her large tail went outward, hitting the Dalki from between his legs, all the way up to his head. The hard Dalki skin was unable to do anything as he was sliced in half by her tail. You were meant to keep him alive. How do you suppose we can fill in our rank if you test them like this? Graham complained as he sighed about the loss of life. We don't need such weaklings who can't even touch me. Since they managed to defeat Dread, he would not have fared any better. Slicer explained herself, as she walked off, displaying the 5 spikes on her back. Even if he wasn't as strong as Dread, that doesn't mean he couldn't have been useful in other ways. Everything we are doing is just for the sake of us being able to continue living, yet there you go killing him for nothing. Slicer, with Dalkey like you around, it's no wonder the humans wish to get rid of every single one of us. Graham thought bitterly. It seems like Slicer is tired of playing games. Let's send her out to make the next move. A banging headache was the first thing she felt, and then pain rushed through her body until it eventually disappeared. However, the thing that caused Erin to finally open her eyes was the smell of something burning, as the scent wafted into her nose. All she could see was a brown ceiling wall with the light shining in from one direction. No, the ceiling was bumpy and the ground was hard. She tried to get up, but as soon as she moved, she heard the sound of chains rattling by her side, and she felt the heavy weight on both of her arms. The chain is on both of my arms now? Erin wondered, as she looked to her left and right and could see that they had reached the top of her shoulders. Before she could only remember them being on one arm, and she wasn't even sure how there were enough of the chains to wrap around both of them. Looking ahead, she was happy to see the person who would be able to answer everything. Leo was sitting by a fire he had made, and was in the middle of roasting a few fish over it. That's when she noticed the two of them appeared to be in a cave of all things with a nice lake scene in the distance. Looks like you're finally awake. I thought you might be hungry as you've been asleep for a few days now, Leo informed her. No need to hold back. As you know, I don't really eat this type of thing. Oh, and if you're wondering about the chains, I had always carried around a spare with me just in case it got up to this point. Hearing Leo's words, she was still confused about how they had gotten here, or where exactly here was. Her head was still hurting, but slowly images started to flash into her head. She saw the 4-spiked Dalkey and herself getting hit. That was pretty much the last thing she could barely remember. At the time she hadn't been in control anymore, but she had somehow retained the memories. Looking at them felt like she was seeing a doppelganger act, but she knew that this had to have been her. I tried to hurt you, Erin said, her voice croaking a little. These words were painful for her to say. Leo had always tried to help her, yet she had only gotten in his way and she could only blame her own weakness. No one has died, and as you can say there's no need for you to shed a tear for me. You might have tried to hurt me, but ultimately you failed. Perhaps it means I didn't train you hard enough. Leo chided her playfully. Erin's body was fine. She didn't experience any difficulties moving it. In fact, after a while she realized that she could move it now even better than before. That wasn't all. She also noticed plenty of other things. The power in her body had increased, but at the same time they were being drained. Did I hit a breakthrough when I took off those chains? Or was it after I got hit by the Dalkey? Erin started to wonder. The conclusion she eventually reached was that her body hadn't simply improved, but that she herself was slightly different. She had spent enough time with the vampires she had trained before to understand that she had undergone an evolution. In the past she would have been happy about something like this. After all, this was the fastest way to grow stronger, and she was sure that this evolution would allow her to do some things she might have been unable to before, but a fear had taken over her as she thought about this, the words of another. That girl. She said that I would become chaos. Erin repeated in her head. If I keep getting stronger without learning how to control this power, then the thing happened to Leo. What if I attacked the others as well? What if it hadn't been Leo but Nate, Sam, or even Layla with me? These disastrous thoughts of hers were filling up in her head, spoiling her appetite to the point that she was unable to even eat the fish that had been cooked for her. Of course, this didn't go unnoticed by Leo at all. Erin, without your intervention we would probably be dead by now. You saved me, that stranger, and countless others. You were fast, skilled, and calm during the first half of the fight. At the time, your body must have been urging you to go after me, but instead you focused on the Dalkey and did great. I believe you will be able to control the powers inside of you. Back then you were just unlucky enough to become unconscious from your injury, allowing your instincts to take over. Leo explained. The person who attacked me wasn't the real Erin. She appreciated what Leo was trying to do. but for some reason it just made her feel even more guilty. What if it gets worse? We know that if a vampire consumes too much blood, they can become one of those monstrous bloodsuckers. Maybe I'm the same. What happens when it isn't enough? Erin questioned Leo as she stood up. Surprisingly, she felt the chains falling off her as well. What are you doing? Erin couldn't believe that Leo would release them like this. Can you feel it? The only way to fight your fear is to face it head-on. You can't allow it to take over you. Do you think I'm frightened of you? You are far too young to be worrying about me. Leo shouted back, and soon Erin swung her blade towards him, and a large splash of yellow energy came out. Jumping out of the cave they were in, Leo struck the slash with his own power, deflecting it into the air, and making it so it hit nothing. Erin was huffing and panting, and she slowly walked out. With his ability, he could see the struggle she was facing, this strange energy that wanted to constantly lash out at him, while the girl on the inside was trying to suppress it. It's strange. This isn't a lust for blood like other vampires have, and when I attempted to give her vampire blood, it did nothing for her. Is it a lust to kill? Leo worried about that possibility. The best course of action seems to be to allow her to slowly adjust herself to this feeling, so she learns how to control the urge. The way she currently is, it's too dangerous to bring her back on the cursed ship. How can I help her control it without allowing her to kill enough vampires until she's satisfied? Leo thought. He kept his distance from her as he waited, and then when the energy seemed to get too much, and her consciousness seemed to be slipping, he immediately dashed in, and ran straight past her, picking up the chains and wrapping it around both of her arms again. Soon, the power within her was dwindling down again, and Leo was left with an exhausted Erin. You did well, have a rest and I will decide what to do. Back in the cave, Leo finally came to a tough decision of what they needed to do, but he still wasn't sure if it was the right thing or not. There are plenty of bad people in the world, and there are also bad vampires that have attempted to kill us. Perhaps the only thing we can do is head back to that place, where you will be surrounded by them. Quinn, I wish I could help you, but I fear if I don't do something about Erin now, that she will be a far bigger problem in the future. Leo pondered over whether or not he should inform Quinn about his choice. He played with a demigod tear crystal that was in his hand, gifted to him by a certain someone. It looked like it had been slipped in and given to him at some point. My preparations for meeting you, Master, will have to be put on hold. First, some preparations are in order. In the command center of the cursed ship, all the leaders of the cursed faction were present. Sam had just stated that he would be talking about what the cursed group would be doing next, their journey to Blade Island. I'm going to explain everything from the beginning, just so everyone is clear why we are doing what we are doing and so we are all on the same wavelength. Sam stated. After all, as leaders of the cursed faction, it is important for all of us to know what's happening just in case we need to support each other, and so none of us feel like the others are slacking in their areas. At the same time, we have a new guest that also needs to be briefed on everything. Sam explained, looking towards Shiro with a smile. He had been told a few small details, but through messages alone it was hard for him to understand everything that was happening. Blade Island is owned by the Blade family. For those who aren't aware, the Blade family is a strong family that has been controlling the big four families from behind the scenes for years. Each one of them has the ability to copy other abilities, and if you haven't guessed by now, Syl is also a member of that family. Some of this was quite shocking for the others to learn, that there really was a family that was stronger than the big four. How had they managed to keep it a secret for so long? However, some things were also starting to make sense to them now. The way people acted once they had learned of Syl's power and discovered his last name. As you probably have guessed, since Syl is with us, they don't particularly get along, and the Blades aren't the nicest of people. They have abused their strength, and for whatever reason they didn't even help in the first Dalkey War. The main person to watch out for is Hilton Blade, the leader of the Blade family. Thankfully, we have learnt from Brock that they are no longer on the island. This means we should be able to complete 2 of our objectives easier than originally planned. Sam pointed to Shiro, signaling him to stand up. He shot up straight away, nervous as all the eyes were on him. Usually, when one would join a large faction, they would do simple tasks and work their way up, but for Shiro's first mission, he had practically been thrown into what looked like a very important mission. The first part of our task is to head to the giant stone tablet where Ino will see if the tablet contains the ability we are looking for, and pass it on to Shiro as agreed. There was a slight pause as Sam was waiting for Ino to raise a complaint. Yet the old man did no such thing. After all, this was one of the options Ino himself had presented. With that, there is a second part of the task, and that is to use Syl and his ability to try and tame the demon tier beast and move it. Hearing those words, Shiro spun his head around and looked at Sam, his whole body shaking. Did you just say a demon tier beast? Shiro stuttered and felt like he was about to collapse. He was someone who had no such ability and could barely fight intermediate beasts, and now he was meant to confront a demon tier beast. I have to add that moving the demon tier beast may not be an easy task. Brock interjected. If Syl's ability is enough, then perhaps there will be no need for us to do anything. However, if it rejects or wishes to fight, then we will have no other choice but to weaken it for Syl's ability to work. Although Hilston was able to control the beast, he has what he calls the chained with him, and it appears he has evacuated them all off the island. Most of the high-level ability users who are here, Syl cannot copy their ability from. It would be great if we could call Oscar or Owen for Syl to touch, but they are doing their own thing, and if possible we would like to refrain from letting them know where the demon tier beast is. This was something Quinn hadn't thought of. It meant that they would need to take 6 humans along with them, for Syl to copy their abilities from, adding more risk to the mission. As long as I can place them in the shadow lock, they should be fine, and if the blades aren't there, the only thing we have to worry about is the demon tier beast. Well, I say only, but that's still a big thing to worry about, Quinn said. Which moves us on to the next point, for who you wish to bring along. I believe that Nate is already busy teaching the others. I have sent a message to Helen, and asked her to come along since we will need her to give Syl a boost, while leaving her 2 sisters in charge. Sam said. Is there anyone who wants to come? Quinn asked, looking for a show of hands, but nearly everyone had raised their hand. As usual, most of the cursed leaders were fearless, and Shiro looked at this just through one thing. These people are so awesome. Knowing what they were about to go into, many would have backed out, but for some reason all this group trusted and relied on each other. This was what Shiro was looking for, and he didn't even know it before. In the past all he had cared about was power, but why did he need that power in the first place? Brock, Ino, Syl and Shiro were already a given since they had to come. When Quinn looked around the room, he was trying to think of who would be suitable for the task. Last time the group he had brought along with him had been a great help. The names I say will be coming along with us, Quinn said after making a decision. Richard, Brock, Syl, Shiro, Fex, Logan and Borden. Helen will be joining us as well, Quinn said as his final choices. Peter, I know you are strong, but that's why I want you to remain behind and continue to look after the Blade kids. I'm worried that while we don't know where the Blade members are, they might come out and attack us at any point in time, Quinn explained. Of course, Peter wasn't delighted hearing he wasn't allowed to come along, but he couldn't exactly go against Quinn's orders. When facing a demon tier beast, large forces were never a good idea, least of all with this type of demon tier beast. Quinn was worried that a similar situation that had happened to Owen could happen to the cursed faction as well. Sam was right, even with his ability to travel to their side instantly. Now situations were starting to arise where he had to be in 2 places at once, and that was impossible. He had to rely on the people around him. Please remember that we have to wait for one more. Ino finally spoke. She has still yet to arrive, but I assure you she is on her way. Aren't you also waiting for more candidates to come? Quinn had almost forgotten about it, but to use Syl's ability they would need Mona. With Mona coming, then that's one last person that we need to find for Syl. I chose Logan because he's a high-level ability user. I don't plan to use him much for the fighting side of things. With Helen as well, that's 3 abilities that Syl can copy from. Sam will try to find 3 more members with a high-level ability for Syl to copy. In the meantime, we will wait for Mona and Helen to arrive. With this, the meeting is over, Quinn announced, and everyone was ready to get up to head their separate ways. Just as Quinn was about to leave the meeting room, though, he felt someone strongly grab his hand and yanked him away. What are you doing? Why didn't you pick me? Layla asked him directly, the anger in her voice apparent. It's one thing for you to avoid me ever since, but now you don't even consider me for such an important mission? It was then that Quinn noticed that touching each other didn't give them the headaches that they had before. Perhaps it was something to do with the feelings he had felt at the time, which made him wonder internally what his feelings were for Layla if they weren't constantly going off, or maybe he just had too much on his mind at the moment. Layla, this is a demon tier beast and the Blade Island. You weren't there last time, but I was nearly killed. We all almost died. Quinn stressed the seriousness of the situation. But it was okay to take me to hunt with you for the other demon tier? You're not making any sense right now. Why are they so intent on avoiding me? Layla pressed him for an answer. At the moment, she was filled with anger. She hadn't worked this hard, come this far, just to be chucked to the side and forgotten about. While feeling her hand on him, Quinn noticed that her grip was incredibly strong, stronger than usual. Layla's vampire subclass shouldn't grant her extreme strength. Not unless she had evolved into her second form. So what was powering her at this moment? Do you mind if I take a look at you? Quinn asked, and Layla started to blush. She wanted to let go, but Quinn held her hand tightly and closed his eyes. What is this in her body? How does she have such a strong chi? It seems to be even bigger than mine. According to Layla, she had never learned how to use chi from pure. She had never reached the ranks to be taught it in the first place. There was only one explanation how she could have such a large chi capacity then. I knew that her mother had passed Layla her chi, but I was sure that it would fade away once she healed and time went on. But this is still as strong as ever. If Layla actually learned to use chi, she could be as strong as her mother, perhaps even stronger due to her vampire powers. Quinn concluded as he smiled. All right, Layla, I will permit you to accompany us, but only if you manage to learn something before it's time for us to leave. Quinn offered. Quinn wasn't a master of chi, nor did he understand all the things it could do. He was even unaware of how Lucy, Layla's mother, had been able to give up her own life to heal Layla at that time. He had been sure that all the effects on Layla would only be temporary. However, since it hadn't disappeared after all this time, it should be safe to assume that it would stay with Layla. Additionally, since she had never trained her own chi apart from what little she had done with Leo, there should be room for her to improve. From what Quinn had heard, Leo had said that she was a slow learner. Even with him using all his knowledge, it would have taken her half a year to show any type of results, which was why Quinn had set up a test for her to fail. Right now, checking her, it looked like the chi vessel was ready to burst at any second. With this new knowledge, and knowing how frustrated Layla would be if left behind, Quinn stipulated this condition to allow her to accompany them to Blade Island. She was to go find Nate and learn how to use chi with him, to see if maybe a second teacher would fare any better. If before it was time to leave, she could learn how to use chi to a degree where it would be useful and strengthen her attacks to a certain level, then she should be able to take care of herself on the island. I didn't take you for such a cruel person, Vincent commented, after Quinn had presented Layla with a new goal. She had immediately accepted it, and before he could ever say anything she had rushed off to Nate. How is this cruel, if I simply don't wish for her to get hurt? I might be unsure what exactly I feel for her, but there is one thing that's crystal clear. I don't want to lose her. Quinn defended his actions. I know chi can take a long time for some people to learn, but there's still a chance, and she has tried before. With her mother's power inside her, it might even cause us to have another cursed monster on our team. We will just have to see how she does. Left alone, Quinn decided to head off and look for Syl. He was wondering what state of mind he was currently in. He had seemed mostly fine during the demon tier hunting expedition, but with them soon returning to his birthplace, it would be normal for him to be nervous or feel all sorts of emotions. Quinn headed to the school area on the cursed ship, a frequent place for Syl to relax at, due to him getting along with the other kids from Blade Island. Before he turned around the corner, Quinn happened to overhear a conversation. I just want to say, thank you, Shiro, Syl said. That ability will help me bring back my friends. Please, you don't have to be like this, Syl. Shiro replied, sounding nervous like he didn't know how to react. I'm just happy to help any way I can. You know, the second they said it was to help you out, I agreed in a heartbeat. You saved me back then. If I had gone too far, I don't know what would have happened to me. But your words, everything you said and everything you did has made me who I am now. So no matter what, I will do everything in my power to help you get your friends back. Afterwards, maybe I can also become friends with them. Hearing this gave Quinn a bit of peace. Syl seemed to be as calm as ever and even thanked Shiro first. Something that Quinn had never expected from a child like Syl. It seemed that knowing that Vorden and Ratton were coming back would please him, although this was only the first step. Even if Shiro did get the ability, they still needed bodies for the two of them, and Quinn didn't want to use the so-called clones that Ino would create. That would be a temporary fix to the whole solution, if anything. They needed Shiro to learn the ability so they could rely on Ino less, but it was impossible to completely not rely on him. From the sounds of it, Shiro and Syl were about to take a tour of the ship, and with Quinn's worries settled, he could go off to do his own thing. As he walked around the ship, he heard the announcement that the docking bay for the spaceships was opening up. Someone arrived? Knowing this, he thought it would be best for him to also make his way and meet them there, and along the way he bumped into Brock and Ino. Quinn, I have to say so far things have been going very smoothly for you. But that's because it seems that Jim and the Dalki are completely unaware of you, Ino said as they continued to walk. At the moment, the Cursed Faction is just another group that Jim has to worry about, but once he learns the truth of your identity and the reaction you have to all of us, I'm sure you will become a bigger target than anyone else. I just hope you're ready for that. However, Quinn didn't feel the need for it to be mentioned. He was already preparing for the Dalki or Jim to come after him at any second, especially since it seemed like there was a chance that they already knew about Blade Island. When they arrived at the docking bay, Quinn could see that the guests had already exited from their ship, and he could smell it instantly as they walked off. For vampires were guarding a female in the center, who was descended in dark clothing and had a large pointy hat on top of her head. It was Mona. So there are vampires working for Richard after all. But just how many people does he have under him? Quinn wondered. Have you forgotten that I told you that I had eyes and ears in all sorts of different places? You didn't think all of my work was just done by me and Brock. However, don't worry, nearly all of them are just clones of myself with the transformation ability, allowing them to change their appearance at will. It would be creepy if I just saw myself this whole time. Quinn understood the logic behind that, but if nearly all the vampires that worked for Richard were clones, who was Brock? Who is Brock? Quinn asked, not being shy about the question. Oh, I thought you would never ask. Brock here is an ex-royal knight. He was my royal knight during my time of becoming king, and he had helped me a great deal throughout the times. Of course, he used to have a different ability, but I changed it to help us more with our situation. Changed it? Like with True Dream's ability? Quinn asked, since Richard appeared to be in a sharing mood. Not quite, as you know we have already talked about the tablet more than once. It is a special thing, more so than you know, and it can do amazing things, Ino explained, as they continued to walk forward. Quinn already knew that the tablet was indeed special. He had read all about it in Arthur's journal, who had been obsessed about it at one point. That the probability that all the abilities that were currently in existence had originated from there. Finally, it looks like I'm out of that place. I never thought you would let me leave, Mona said when she looked at Richard and Brock. Then she finally laid her eyes on Quinn. I'm surprised you are involved in all of this, Mona said. He was unsure how much exactly Mona knew. Did she know Richard, Ino, and the others were vampires, what they had planned to do? Or was there something else? Through a brief conversation while he was escorting her on her way to Sam, he found out that Mona had been brought up to speed. She didn't know anything about vampires yet, just that the man who had saved her from Hillston was Richard Ino, the great scientist, which was why she didn't fear for her life and felt indebted towards him. When she asked about his relationship to Richard Ino, Quinn claimed that he was his grandfather, the only reasonable thing he could say, and she was starting to get a better picture of everything. The details of what they were about to do, and why they needed to do so, were also shared with Mona. And once this was all done, she would stay by Richard's side, at least until the war was over and done with. That damn Hillston. That kid has one crazy grandfather, Mona said, referring to Syl. I can't believe what he did, but it sounds like he at least got some sort of payback from you guys. I just hope we don't run into him again. Quinn also hoped the same, but he knew that they would have to face him eventually. The best thing to hope for was that it wouldn't happen right now. It felt silly to worry about a human, of all things when they were in the middle of a war with the Dalki. With Mona now here, there was only one person left that they needed to wait for, and that was Helen, which meant they didn't have a lot of time before they were to head off. A short while later Helen finally arrived. Once again, Quinn had gone to greet Helen as she had gotten off from her ship. I'm thankful that you have managed to come here, on top of all your duties, Quinn said. Don't be silly, Helen replied. You're my leader and future husband, after all. I'm not just going to be one of those wives that just sit back and let others do all that work. Whenever you need me, of course I'll be there. As usual, Helen was quite headstrong and upfront, and it was a type of personality that Quinn didn't mind, but just didn't really know how to deal with. Now that Helen was here, it meant everyone was there to embark on their Blade Island trip. It hadn't been long since Sam's announcement had passed. Perhaps 8 or so hours had passed, but Quinn had no choice. Do you mind if we make a stop? Quinn asked, as they took a detour and Quinn headed to one of the training rooms, where Nate and Layla were both in. As soon as the door was heard sliding open, Layla could see Quinn and Helen by his side. Seeing this, Layla stormed forward, forgetting what she was doing, and headed towards the both of them, before stopping directly in front of Helen. You! Layla pointed at the woman. I challenge you to a duel, and the loser will have to submit to one request from the winner. Everyone who was needed for the Blade Island mission was now present, so Quinn had gone to the training room to see whether by some miracle Layla had learned how to use chi. However, he had never expected her to completely ignore him, instead storming right up to Helen and challenging her to a duel like that. Layla has never been this confrontational in the past. She is usually quite the calm and chilled girl. Just what's gotten into her? Quinn wondered. Noticing the puzzled look on Quinn's face, Nate moved over to where Quinn was and pulled him back away a little from the invisible sparks that everyone could feel between the two girls. Everyone who had been training just moments ago stopped after hearing Layla's loud challenge. You look like you don't have a clue what you've just done, do you? Nate asked Quinn in a hushed tone. What do you mean? Quinn whispered back. Honestly, Quinn, how can you be that dense? It doesn't take a genius to see that Layla obviously has had feelings for you for a long time. But we were all there when Helen declared that she wanted to go out with you. So what do you think Layla feels towards Helen? By bringing her here, you've just added oil to the fire, and now you have two gorgeous and perfect girls fighting over you. Well, Romeo, you should have decided which one to pick. Nate explained as he punched Quinn on the arm hard. Just like any single guy, it was hard for Nate to keep his pent-up frustrations under check when seeing that the girls who had feelings for his friend were even ready to fight for him. Besides, if anyone could take a hit, then it would be Quinn. After staring at each other for a few seconds, Helen turned away to look at Quinn, who didn't know how to deal with the situation, before she turned back at Layla smiling. Humph, I can already guess what you want me to do if you win. Fine, I accept the duel, Helen declared. At this point, Quinn couldn't imagine a worse outcome for this situation. No matter who won, he would be the one who would need to deal with the aftermath. However, before he could do anything about it, everyone else had moved aside. Meanwhile, Nate continued to drag Quinn away, letting the two girls conclude their business without him. Helen stood on one side while Layla stood on the other as well. I don't want to bully you, so this is your last chance to back out, Helen offered. My Daisy faction used to be one of the strongest factions before we were taken over. She was confident in her words. I have been with the cursed faction for a long while, the very group that took over and beat your Daisy faction. Layla snapped back, as she checked her bow. Easy there, ladies, we're all friends here. It looks like you might need a little ref to settle your differences. Since I can't afford to see you two girls get hurt, it will have to be me, Nate decided as he stepped forward and raised both of his arms. Before you begin, here are some basic ground rules. No strikes at the other's head or heart area. The match is over when one of you surrenders or I declare that they can no longer continue. Nate stated. Agreed. Both of them nodded. Begin, Nate shouted as he swung both arms down, and quickly went back to where Quinn and the others were up against the wall. So, who do you think is going to win? Nate asked, as Layla placed 5 arrows into her bow, and was pressing to fire them off, while Helen threw several seeds on the ground which immediately sprouted into the deadly plants that would fire off spikes. Or perhaps I should ask, who would you prefer to win? Nate asked with a cheeky grin. He didn't even try to hide the fact that he was enjoying every single bit of the situation. He felt like Quinn deserved this, being the playboy he was without realizing it. If I had to answer honestly, I see no way for Layla to be winning this. Even Peter had struggled when we fought against Helen. Quinn answered, not letting Nate's teasing get to him. Oh really? Well, I think you might be in for a surprise then, Nate said, as he looked towards a part of the wall. Quinn followed his gaze and found several cracks on the wall, with small holes in them as well. Layla's telekinesis ability was never strong enough to accomplish something like that. She also doesn't have the best beast equipment on either. Could it actually be that she managed to learn how to use chi in such a short amount of time? He briefly recalled that Leo had once tried to teach Layla the basics of chi, but according to him, Layla's aptitude for it had been frankly horrible. She had been an extremely slow learner, and even his best estimate had been that she would need at least half a year of intense training before she might be able to learn the first stage of it. Under his tutelage she had constantly tried, but she just didn't seem suited for it. It also had not helped that Erin had quickly shown off her own talent in that regard, further crushing Layla's ego. As Layla's fingers let go of the arrows, moving after what anyone had expected, they started to spin and the top of them were infused with great power. The flowers shot out their spikes trying to hit the arrows, but when the two collided there was a clear difference in which was stronger, and the arrows continued going forward, piercing right through the stems, causing them to shrivel. Even then, the arrows continued as they went and hit the wall behind them, but a single one had changed direction and was going straight for Helen. You have some fire in you, I see. Helen praised her as she pulled out her whip and snapped it, hitting the arrow by the wooden part, breaking it in half. Her whip was fast enough and strong enough to destroy the arrows without hitting the sharp head. Something that, if Layla wanted to win, she had to figure out how to get past. Soon, she started to run, but it was at her usual speed. She didn't slow down and continued to pull the arrows, firing them. My best bet is to confuse her. I need to concentrate and use my ability at the same time, but it's hard to do that while also focusing on the fight. Is this what you've been doing all this time, Quinn? Layla thought. The thought only continued to spur her on, as she saw Helen, snapping all the arrows in place, and planting seeds at the same time. How was she able to learn to use chi so fast? It doesn't look like she can use it throughout her body yet. Otherwise she would be able to move faster, but she's able to transfer it from her fingertips into the arrow? This should only be possible with the second stage chi, rather than the first. Was it really possible to outright skip an entire stage without any mastery in chi? Look at her fingers. You should also be able to smell it, Nate pointed out. Sniffing, Quinn could certainly smell something. Blood. It wasn't human blood either. When looking at the training room floor, he could see small drops of blood around the place, and he then noticed the state of Layla's fingers. They were heavily bleeding each time she pulled the string on the bow. That, my friend, is the power of love, real love. For someone to go that far, she must have never stopped. She seems to know that she doesn't have talent in this area, but there is one thing she certainly isn't lacking: determination. Ever since coming here, she hasn't stopped pulling that string and firing those arrows. She would constantly ask me for pointers, time and time again. I didn't understand why she was so desperate, but now I think I understand. Some idiot must have said something to her without thinking about it, and now she has to prove herself, Nate commented, as the fight continued on. The arrows were still moving at a great speed, and they were coming out as fast as ever, but the pain on her fingertips was growing, and her accuracy was starting to take a toll. It might have been different if Layla had taken a break before the fight, but after nearly half a day of training her concentration was waning. Unlike other abilities, the telekinesis ability was one that took huge amounts of concentration, especially to move around as many arrows as she was doing. "Don't think all I can do is stay still," Helen shouted, as she dashed forward, running past the arrows and hitting the ones in front with her whip. They were destroyed in seconds, but there were still more coming from behind. With the beast gear on, Helen's speed was greater than Layla's, and throwing out her whip, she tangled the other's leg and pulled to drag the body forward. "I win, little girl," Helen said as she stood in front of Layla. However, Layla wasn't done yet. The arrows from behind were still coming towards Helen. As they inched closer, a wall of vines were raised. Although the arrows hadn't stopped, they had been slowed down. Helen had already grabbed Layla by the neck with her other hand, lifting her and using her own body to stop the arrows. From the looks of it, Layla still wanted to control the arrows, so Helen put some slight pressure on her throat, making the other stop her feeble resistance. Before the situation could escalate any further, Nate came forward and declared Helen to be the winner. The next moment, Helen let go of her. From the look in Layla's eyes, Quinn could see how disappointed she was in herself, but he was extremely proud of seeing her improve to this degree. "Layla, you shouldn't be sad that you lost. You managed to fight to this degree without being able to properly use chi, and you also didn't use any of your vampire powers or take on your other forms." Although Helen didn't use her soul ability either, if the two of you had truly gone all out, with a little bit more time of training, it's hard to say who would have won that fight. "I'll think of what I want you to do some other time," Helen said as she walked off. Layla felt frustrated. She had finally felt as if she had made a breakthrough with her powers, but the result spoke for itself. "Everyone around me is improving so fast. But me." Just when Quinn was ready to go up and console her, a certain alarm was heard through the ship. "Everyone, World Leader Oscar has an important message to announce. Please stop whatever you're doing and listen closely. The World Leader has an important and urgent message to announce." In every room on the cursed ship, large hologram screens appeared, and Oscar was there from the chest up with a serious look on his face. "I hope everyone is doing okay. You all must be worried about the Dalki attack, but at the moment I have come to share an important message and warning with you all. News should have already spread of what has recently happened to the Greylash family. We have made the decision to make everyone aware of what exactly has been going on." Hearing these words, Sam and Quinn already knew what this message was going to be about. Oscar was going to inform the world about the existence of vampires. At this time, Oscar's message was being played for all of humanity to see. Wherever there was a faction base, a spaceship out far in the sticks, or even if you were currently in the school toilet. If one didn't have a screen ready where they were, then one would appear from their watch, and if they didn't even have that, then it was still impossible to miss the message since it was being played over intercoms everywhere. "Why does he have to send out this message now of all times?" Sam thought as soon as he heard the introduction. "I was hoping for Quinn and the others to be gone by then, and I was going to explain everything to the faction myself in the meantime. Now it's going to look like we were trying to hide it from our own people. Whether they liked it or not, they were about to be thrown into a roller coaster of a situation, and there was nothing they could do to stop it. As if the war with the Dalki was not enough of a problem, a certain group of people have decided to make use of this chaos for their own nefarious goals." Oscar continued, "This is an important message to everyone out there, as before we had believed that the Dalki were our only enemy. Yet those people have actively allied with them. In a time like this, we should have been able to unite and fight together for the sake of humanity." Although this message had already spread amongst those in the military and those fighting, the general public didn't yet know about any of this, and it was already starting to worry them as they looked at each other. "We have come to learn that these people aren't exactly the same as us. They may look like us, act like us, use abilities like us, and they have even been living peacefully amongst us for at least the last few years. We refer to these people as the V. So far, we have only discovered a few things about them. At the moment, there does not seem to be a surefire way to tell them apart from us under normal circumstances, only when they use their powers. Their eyes start to glow red, allowing them to use a special red aura which grants them access to their weird powers. With this information, people on the cursed ship were starting to suspect something was up. Helen's head immediately turned towards Quinn. It was no longer a secret that he had used certain red aura powers to fight off against the Dalki in the war. The reason why we are telling you all of this is because recently our own groups have suffered multiple attacks from people who they had been certain they could trust. Perhaps if they had known a bit more, they would have been able to avoid the outcome that has happened so far. We want everyone to be wary, as the V have a way to convert others into one of their ranks, and some of them also seem to be able to control others' actions to a certain degree. I understand that this news comes as a shock to everyone, but we have to stay strong, now more than ever. And all of you deserve to know the truth of who we are facing. Although it won't work on every V, we know that some of them have a strong reaction to blood. If there is someone that you feel is suspicious or you don't trust, then I suggest a little test. But this is still not a sure way to deal with the problem. Lastly, I want to inform everyone that the V are not a unified force and have split into at least two groups. Just like they are those who have allied with the Dalki, the other group has come forward in their wish to help us in the fight against the Dalki. The latter group are those that are part of the cursed faction. Their help so far has been enormous, and they intend to use their extraordinary powers to continue to help us fight out there. Please, everyone, stay safe and stay on guard. For a brief second, it felt like on the whole of the cursed ship there was silence between everyone, and even where Quinn was there was no sound at all. In the command room, Sam was banging his fist on the table. Oscar, I understand your situation, but did you really have to do it like that? Sam shouted. How is the human race supposed to stay calm when they don't know who to trust? The way you explained it, the main finger and all questions will now be pointed towards us. Soon, talk started amongst those on the cursed ship. Hey, you're not a V, like what they said, right? A member asked his buddy. No, I'm not, are you? The other questioned back, only for the former to shake his head. But didn't he say that the cursed faction had verses? What do you think he meant by talking about blood, betrayal? This doesn't make sense. On the cursed faction ship, the general consensus was confusion, and for Quinn, he was left in a training room with all eyes on him. If I was to guess, V is just a code name that would stand for vampire. Helen stated her own thoughts on the matter. Beings that react to blood, wield a strange red aura and have powers on top of their ability. These statements were clearly being directed towards Quinn, and he could hear the heartbeats of all those who had not been turned, beating rapidly. A sign that they were frightened by this possibility. React to blood, what do they mean by that? And is the leader one of them? One of the trainees whispered to another. Look at him standing there. He's not saying anything to deny it, so he has to be one. Her friend whispered back. Shut up, all of you, Nate ordered, as he went to stand by Quinn's side. So what if we are humans, vampires, or werewolves for all you care? In the end, shouldn't it matter what actions we have done? Have you already forgotten what we had to go through to save you all? Not only did we bring you and your families here, we shared our home and our food with you, made sure to protect you, and even helped you all grow stronger. But suddenly, because of some message, you started to doubt us. Fine. Whoever feels that we don't deserve their trust, get out and leave this place. Nate now shouted in a furious tone, making all of the trainees and even Helen drop their heads in embarrassment and shame. Come on, Nate, it's not like that. How are we supposed to react after hearing such news? We just know that the Greylash family got attacked by one of their own, and now suddenly we have to come to terms that the same type of people are hidden amongst us. We're just scared. One of the braver trainees defended their actions. Meanwhile, Sam went around to get a picture of what the general thoughts were after everyone had heard the message. Just as he had suspected, the hushed comments weren't really in their favor. The people talked about another race of people that they had never known about, and some others had already figured out that the codename V was just a substitute for the myth known as vampires. They wondered if those of the cursed faction might actually be working with the Dalki to secretly take them, and how could they trust each other now? How could they trust that the cursed faction were really on their side and weren't planning on turning on them eventually? I knew something like this was going to happen, Sam thought, his fists tightened in fury. We'll be lucky if even half of our own faction continues to trust us for not having come out ourselves earlier. A few seconds later, and all the screens that had turned off seconds ago, all lit up once again. This time the one that could be seen was none other than Owen. As world leaders, they were able to send out an emergency message like this whenever they wished. So even though Owen was nowhere near Oscar at the time, he could still send out a message to everyone, and it looked like he was in the Greylash base. Greetings, everyone. I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of you are currently frightened after hearing what has happened and learning of the existence of a new race. Personally, I don't know why they decided on the stupid name V, so let's just call them by the name most of you must have already figured out. Vampires. Owen began in an unexpected way that was guaranteed to get him an earful from Oscar later. First of all, let me start by saying that they aren't like the stories you might have read in books and such. Not all races are like the Dalki, and we have already come to learn that not all of them are bad. I have decided to come out like this, because I felt that Oscar's message has left out too much. I wish to rectify that by publicly stating that Quinn Talon, the leader of the cursed faction, has saved my life on multiple occasions. Not just mine, but many of those on my fleet owe him for that. We all owe the cursed faction. You may have your doubts, but there is not a single doubt in my mind that Quinn and his cursed faction are on our side. Right now, I trust them more than even my own family members, which is why if anyone from my family has anything negative to say about the cursed faction in my presence, they will be severely punished. As one of the world leaders, and leader of the Greylash faction, we completely stand behind Quinn and his cursed group of vampires. I think it's only right that if we stay on this ship, that they should at least tell us everyone who is a vampire and everyone who is not. Don't you think that's fair? A member of the cursed faction asked. I think that's reasonable. After all, Oscar told us to look out for them. But did you hear what Owen said? It seems like he has a lot of trust in our cursed faction. I think that's bull. Why didn't they tell us? If they weren't planning something, they should have told us from the beginning. Yeah, like that would have worked. Would you have believed them if it wasn't such a serious message? And would you really say you were okay with it? The only thing I do agree with you on is that they should at least tell us who and who isn't a vampire. There was non-stop talking around the whole world about the two messages they had received, and especially those on the cursed ship. The first mention of the V's had sprouted a doubt in many minds, not trusting those next to them. But there were two parts to this message, as the second one delivered by Owen tried to make sure and make everyone know full well that the Greylash family were on the cursed side. It was because of this that while opinions were originally one-sided with fear, they were now equally split down the middle, but there was one thing they were all waiting for, that was an answer. An answer from the cursed faction leaders themselves. Quinn, what are you doing? Helen said as she went to approach him, while everyone else stood back. Is what everyone is thinking true? That you're not really a human? Quinn clenched his fist for a few seconds. The reason he was standing still was because he continued to listen to everyone's opinions before he was going to decide what to do, and he had finally come up with his answer. I'm not human? Quinn replied back to Helen. Is that what it looks like to you? Do I really look any different? Does that change how you look at me? How you will treat me from now on? Helen paused for a few seconds, and looked at Quinn's face. His face wasn't one of worry, but instead it looked more like relief. Relief that a long secret that he had been hiding had finally been revealed. No, Helen stated. I was shocked, of course, but as long as the you I know so far has been the real you, then nothing has changed. With this, Quinn decided to walk past Helen, and Nate, with Layla following him along as they were sure he was about to do something. Whether it be a good thing or a bad thing, they did not know. Helen, I never got to thank you for the beast gear that you handed to me. It was a nice gift, Quinn said. It helped me out a lot, and I hope none of this changes our relationship. Before she could reply, Quinn had already left, and for the first time, Helen was left there without knowing what to say. Did I say the wrong thing? I thought I was getting closer to him, and then this happened. But the others, they walked with him, and never were worried for a second, even that blockhead boy. While questing her own thoughts, soon an announcement was to be made. All members of the cursed faction, please meet in the main hall. There is an announcement to be made, where Quinn Talon will be present. Please make your way to the main hall immediately, Sam stated. Those on the cursed ship were a bit nervous. They had no idea what was about to happen, but at the same time they couldn't exactly just leave either. But as they saw others confidently heading to the main hall without any problems, they too did the same. A few wanted to leave, attempt to go through the teleporters or steal a ship, but there were those that stopped them. Let's at least hear what they have to say first, and we don't know who is who at the moment or what. Some members said. Most of those that headed to the hall without hesitation had been directly saved by Quinn. There was a time when the whole Parasite faction was poisoned, and Quinn was the one that saved their lives, never forcing them to do something they didn't want to. There were those who had lost their lives, but their families continued to be supported by the cursed faction, through credits, beast crystals, and housing. Quinn had made sure that everyone that fought for him and had lost their lives would be compensated. At the moment, Quinn and the rest of the cursed leaders who were present were standing on top of a platform, where the bridge would be used to travel between the main hall and the command center. Below were all the members of the cursed that were on the ship. Sam, let's send the whole world one last message, Quinn said with a smile. Sam knew what Quinn wanted to do, and he was already prepared. On the platinum card given to them, this was what could be used to send out a message to everyone. The same way Owen and Oscar did. Sam nodded, and Quinn pressed a button, holding it down, and soon his face and everything was being displayed to the whole world. I think after getting a message from 2 of the world leaders, it's only right that you get another one from the last world leader, the one that somehow has ended up in the middle of all this. I'm going to just say it to you all now, what you have heard is all true, but I want you to think about it. Oscar, Owen, and myself. We are the 3 that you trusted to lead you up till this point, and they still trust me despite knowing what I am. That's right, I am a V, but I wasn't always a V. I was human, a weak human who was bullied every day in their school life for never having power. Abused by the military system and shut down for never being of any use in this war. Just like many of you out there. Yet, now that I have power, I am in the position of where I am today, but my goal from the beginning has been to change the way the system was. In a way, I believe the system treated those that were weak inhumanly. Yet ever since I became a V, I was treated more like a human than ever before. For those listening, some of them were confused, and it didn't really answer their question whether they could trust the cursed faction or not, but at that point that Quinn didn't care. He wasn't there to change the minds of everyone. From being in charge of his own faction and more, he realized it was impossible. All he could do was try his best to help those around him, and those that wished to help him. These were the people that he would fight for and continue to fight for. For those on the cursed faction planets and on this very ship. You are free to leave, you always have been, and that will stay the same. I, with my group of people, will continue to protect all of those in the cursed faction. To me nothing has changed. Soon, Quinn's eyes began to glow red and everyone could see it on their screens. But it wasn't only his eyes. Sam, who was standing next to him, activated his powers. Layla, Nate, and all the other vampires from the cursed faction stood there with their eyes glowing red. At that point, the broadcast had ended, but those in the cursed faction were left confused. With Quinn taking a back seat, Sam walked out instead. We understand you are all scared, and the unknown would scare anyone, but Quinn here saved all of our lives. Like he said, we weren't originally Vs. We aren't some blood-sucking monsters and everything will remain the same. If there is anything, any request people wish to ask, then feel free to do so. However, while most of you will be busy deciding whether to trust us or not, we'll be busy trying to end this damn war for your sake, and you can thank us later or not. It took a few hours for everyone to calm down, and it even seemed like there were a few arguments and scuffles on the cursed ship, as they argued over who to trust and who not to trust. However, eventually there were those that just couldn't stand to be on the cursed ship anymore, and had decided to leave to join other factions. What came as a big surprise, though, was how little people had decided to leave, fewer than 100 or so. Those on the cursed ship worked with the cursed leaders the closest, and it actually helped their cause when they learnt that not only Quinn was a vampire. The bond they had built while living on this giant ship called home couldn't be broken too easily, but it was hard to tell if the rest of the world would think the same. Quinn, you just leave everything to me, Sam said. Go out there and do what you need to do, as all of the preparations were ready to head to the Blade Island. Of course, a few hours after the announcement, and a few speeches wasn't going to settle the hearts and minds of the restless. Nonetheless, Quinn and his group of people still had their own things that needed to be done. Everyone who was told to go to the Blade Island was told to head to the ship docking area, where they would then take a medium-sized ship with all of them on, and they would then head off to the Blade Island together. When Quinn had arrived, he didn't expect for him, Eno, Brock and Mona to be the first ones there, while the others were still busy getting ready. "It seems like the world is getting surprise after surprise," Mona said. "And assuming since you are related to him, you guys are part of this V group as well." She sighed and placed her hand on her head as if everything was giving her a headache. "Honestly, with everything going on, aliens, beasts and super abilities, vampires existing in the world just isn't too wild in my book. I'm just glad you're on our side," Mona said with a smile. Seeing Mona's reaction had settled Quinn a bit. Of course he was worried about people's opinion. It was hard for him not to be. Everything that he had managed to build up could have crumbled just then, and he had no idea if it was currently crumbling at the moment or not. It seemed like the people who were in higher positions of power, those who had some type of control over their lives, were less afraid. "This is what you wanted, right?" Quinn asked, looking at Eno. "You've been pushing for the world to know about vampires, so you must have an idea of what's going to happen." Looking back at Quinn, Eno's face seemed quite surprised that he had asked this type of question. "This is what I wanted? If it was, then I would have revealed to everyone that vampires existed a long time ago. Different situations require different solutions, and it seemed like it was inevitable that something was going to occur. However, I must say that the reaction wasn't not what I was expecting. But I still have many things to see until I make up my mind. Perhaps their reactions haven't been so drastic because there is a common enemy, and remember the humans aren't the only ones that you need to worry about." No matter how much Quinn hated Eno, he was right. One of the things that hadn't been revealed to them all was that there was a whole society of vampires on another planet, and some of them didn't exactly want to get along with humanity. For now, while they were preparing against Arthur or debating with each other, things were okay, but if Bryce or another vampire was to act, Quinn would need to step in. "Will I have to take the role that Arthur gave up, the role of the Punisher?" Quinn thought as he looked at his system title. Even though he was the 10th leader, he was also classed as the leader of the Punishers. Soon everyone started to arrive together. Syl had come along with Shiro, and both of them seemed to be smiling. It made Quinn feel at peace. After all, he wasn't sure if making Syl go to school at the time was a good thing. But now it seemed like he had made a new friend, outside Borden and himself. Logan had entered along with little Borden on his shoulder. It looked like once in a while, Logan was still trying to find out a way of either prolonging Borden's human-sized fighting state, or making more of the solution from before. In a way, if they could control the demon tier beast, there was a good chance that as long as the beast was still alive, Logan could continue to create a serum for Borden. Fex had wandered in on his own, which suited him in a way. A person who got on well with everyone, but wasn't particularly close enough with anyone to click with them. Then, the last two had arrived, Helen and Layla. Quinn didn't know if it was a coincidence, or if the two had met up and decided to come together. The latter was very unlikely, especially with the way the two of them were looking at each other. As they walked towards him, they were power walking, one person trying to get in front of the other. "Do you really think you can win him over, because you two are similar?" Helen said. The cat was out of the bag, and from the announcement it was clear Layla was also the same as Quinn, which meant in a way she had one up on her. "Are you sure bringing both of them along is a good idea?" Vincent asked. "The two of them are already butting heads and we haven't even left yet. A promise is a promise, and Layla actually far exceeded my expectations in that fight. How am I meant to say no to someone who tried that hard?" Quinn said, looking at Layla still having the same fire in her eyes. After seeing how she was so upset before, Quinn was a bit worried it would take her long to recover, especially considering her subclass that was more emotional compared to others, but she was back up on her feet and more determined. Shoving Layla off to the side, Helen had eventually won the barging match and now stood in front of Quinn. "Quinn, I realized that before I didn't really show you how determined I was. Look, I've said how much I like you and I mean it, and I'm not the type to beg," Helen explained. "But if you really think for a second I care about you being a vampire or that will change how I think, then you are wrong. You can turn people right, then turn me now. Helen said, as she pulled her shirt slightly and started to bare her neck. Quinn briefly looked round and could see that everyone was looking at him. Well, she is feisty and might turn into something good. It might not be a bad idea. Ino suggested. You will need a queen to tend to your needs someday. Look, it's really not like that. Besides, we don't turn people by biting them. Quinn nervously started to speak fast, trying to get all the information out at once. You could also turn into something dangerous. You can't eat your favorite foods. At that moment, one person had stood in between the two of them. One no one had expected, and it was Fex. He lightly pushed Helen away. Do you think being a vampire is easy? Fex asked. This isn't something that you should choose on a whim just because there is a boy you like. As much as we didn't want to tell others, we are dangerous beings, and we can turn into monsters. I couldn't do anything. I couldn't control myself as my body called for blood, and then I killed one of my best friends. One of the leaders of the cursed group. Even though I knew what I was doing, I could see everything I was doing and I couldn't stop it. Being a vampire is not easy, Fex said. The tension in the air was heavy after that, and it was a reminder to everyone there that being a vampire wasn't a pleasant thing. There was a reason Quinn had called it the cursed family in the first place. The doors being heard open had broken the awkward moment in the room, and instead of embarrassing herself any further, Helen chose to just walk past everyone and head into the ship, as she waited for it to leave. What has gotten into you, Helen? You have never acted like this before. Is it because of that brat? I need to stop seeing this as a competition, she thought as she began to cool her head down. The one who entered was Sam. Before you guys go off, these are the other 3 people that will be joining you on your trip, Sam said. Bucky? Quinn called out. Can you at least remember my name? Chucky replied. After releasing the report to the whole world, and having 2 additional world messages being sent out, Oscar was sitting in his seat, shaking his head. He had deliberated when would be the best time, what would be the best thing to say. But in the end it looked like it still wasn't good enough. Sir, I know you have multiple requests coming in about the Vs, and I have filtered those messages off to the side as you have requested. However, there is a report about multiple Dalki being seen in a certain area. Jane reported as she scrolled through her tablet, and brought up the report in front of him. It seems like a group of Dalki have been spotted on an X-Orange portal planet of ours. Jane reported. X-Orange. Yes, the second base at the time had sent out their students to do an expedition there. It turned out that there were advanced tier beasts and possibly more dangerous beasts on there, so the portals were changed to a red portal. Soon after, our soldiers experienced an attack and decided to abandon the planet, but we still had some surveillance technology left on there. While one of the groups was going through it, they found that a small faction had taken base there. If the Dalki had gotten on the planet, it must have been through a different method compared to usual, and the fact that it had gone unnoticed. The main issue was the old orange portal planet was one of the planets that the humans claimed to own, and it was in the middle of their other beast planets. Are there any humans on the planet? Oscar asked. That's the strange thing, sir. It seems like the Dalki, they are protecting the shelter that has been built there. It looks like some survivors had decided to make it their base after they had survived. We are unable to confirm whether or not they are Vs or not. What would you like to do, sir? Jane asked. After thinking about it for a while, Oscar had made a choice. Due to how close the planet was to the other forces, it was dangerous if they were to attack. They had to get rid of the Dalki. We will get rid of the Dalki. It's time for the Earthborn to move, Oscar ordered. It was a tough ride as they went from the large cursed ship all the way back to Earth. Not because they had run into any problems on their way or anything, but just because the group of people going this time weren't exactly the friendliest bunch, nor did they get on well with each other. The 2 girls who were interested in Quinn had spent most of their time being petty towards the other, while also trying to avoid each other, making sure to shut the bathroom door, even if the other was waiting outside, leaving the kettle empty if they knew who the next person was. At least Brock and Eno kept to themselves, although whenever Quinn did stumble upon the duo, they seemed to be scheming things on their own. Then there was also the group of 3 people who Sam had introduced. The first person was Chucky, whose ability hadn't been high-leveled originally, but after the mission of looking after Syl, he had been well compensated. Thanks to that money, he procured the ability books he had needed and had managed to raise his ability to level 7. The next one that had come on board was another of the cursed leaders, Megan. According to Sam, Dennis had been completely against the idea. If she was going, then he wanted to come along, but Sam had reassured him that with Quinn, she would perhaps be more safe from an attack than if something was to happen on the ship, and they needed a certain amount of power to defend themselves. As for the last person, Quinn recognized her, but he was unable to put his finger on where and when they had met. Hannah was a girl with short spiked hair, who had her hands banged up all the way to her forearms, reminding him of the martial arts god in ways. She was a person who was close to Webnovel and part of the Parasite faction and had a level 6 ability. Although there were those from their faction that had higher levels, Sam admitted that after the announcement many had asked not to be sent, now that they knew who they were. Although they didn't want to leave the cursed faction, and would have gone with Quinn if ordered, he could tell they felt uncomfortable. It might be just me, but this whole atmosphere reminds me of school. People always had their own little groups there as well. Quinn thought. I wouldn't worry about anything. Logan spoke up, as he could see the concern on Quinn's face. The two of them were at a side table that was similar to a bar bench. They could sit on the edge and watch everyone else as they did their own thing. Little Borden was on the table and looked to be doing some stretches. I think with Brock and Eno we can lower our guard a bit. It's been a while, but they haven't done anything out of the ordinary, and it seems like they really do want to make sure the Dalki don't get their hands on that dragon, Logan explained. Just then, Fex decided to join them, and before sitting down he raised his hands in the air above Borden nearly 3 times his height. The next second, Borden bent his knees and leapt up, touching the top of Fex's hand, even hitting it away. I see you're just as strong as ever. I'm glad not all the Dalki are as strong as you. Otherwise I might not be alive standing today, Fex said, as he sat down next to Quinn on his right side. You might be right, Logan, but I still think we should be careful. He is the one that told everyone he was going into eternal slumber but never did, the person who tricked Arthur, and also the one that justified everything he did with Quinn by calling them tests, Fex argued. So although we can trust that he might not be out there to kill us, I still think we need to be careful. On top of that, what about the vampire world? The way I think Eno sees it is that the Dalki need both parts of the dragon, correct? But then aren't both halves equally important as well? In some ways, I think we should at least warn Bryce that the Dalki may be coming after them as well. There might be a lot of vampires I don't get along with there, but there are few I really care about. Most importantly, my sister, my father, the 13th family, and other people I still care about are also there, Fex explained. Fex was right, but there was a slight reason why Quinn wasn't too worried: his system. Perhaps he was being over-reliant on it, but if anyone attempted to attack the 10th castle or the 14th castle, he should get a message, and he was sure he would do so if the Dalki did come to attack. I don't think the Dalki forces are large enough to go after 2 places at once, Logan replied. There can't be too many of them, especially since they can't make any more. The energy from the first dragon was almost all used up. That's why I couldn't create enough of the green liquid injection for Borden. However, it sounds like this green one is alive and kicking. Eventually, Helen had shoved Layla while trying to get a snack from the table, and Layla once again was thrown to the side and had fallen into Mona, hitting her on her back, making her drop her purple lipstick she was placing on her lips at the time. Will you stop it? I feel like I'm on board a ship full of children, Mona shouted in annoyance. I'm going to go mad if this continues. Quinn, aren't you the leader around here? Punish them or at least say something before I will. Urgh. Quinn hesitated as he didn't know what to say. How much longer do we have until we arrive? He asked meekly. It looks like we're nearly there, Shiro said as he pointed at the vast blue ocean. They had already gone through the space teleporting station and had arrived at Earth, but seeing the water was making Quinn's stomach act a little strange. He tried to avoid looking at the sea while placing his hands on his stomach. Are you getting sick just looking at the ocean? Logan asked. I understood when we were in the small submarine, but we're simply flying over it now. It's not that, Quinn replied. It's just I'm starting to remember the last time. Who knows what creatures are in there? Thinking back, Logan did recall that they had run into a giant beast that was also located in the water. Are you talking about that giant beast in the water? That beast should also be at a high tier, and might be quite handy to have. Logan said. Maybe it will serve as good practice. Eno interrupted their conversation. It appeared that despite him talking to Brock, he had been listening in the whole time, but in some ways Quinn wanted Eno to know what he thought of him and the words spoken about him. Should we really exhaust ourselves like that? We don't even know what level it's at. Vex argued against it. Not for fighting, but we can use this beast to test just how strong Sill's abilities are after copying everyone. Eno explained. Oh, that's how his ability works. Chucky commented, listening in on everything, but he might as well have said nothing because no one had heard him. Soon the eyes turned onto Sill, who looked a little shy, raising his shoulders, trying to block the eyes on him. I can give it a go, but I don't really know how the taming ability works. Like, what happens if I can't tame it? Didn't you say we have to beat it up or something? Sill questioned. It looks like you might have to learn on the go, Brock shouted, as he quickly steered the ship to the side. A large tentacle had appeared out of the water. The tentacle's width was as big as the ship's, and if it had hit, then they would have all been slammed into the water. Get to land, hurry! Quinn shouted, a little more afraid than usual. After staring out of the way, Brock landed the ship quite quickly on the sandy beach, and soon, the large head of the giant creature, that was pointy-shaped, and a large singular eye could be seen, poking out of the top of the water. It looked quite similar to that of a giant squid. Everyone quickly got off from the ship, and as long as they stayed on the beach, it looked like the squid was going to continuously attack them. Inspect. Demigod tier beast. I knew it was strong, but I didn't think there would be something that high tier still on Earth, surrounding the island. Just what is this place? Quinn thought. Stepping in front of all the others, calm as ever with her pointy hat, was Mona. You need to learn how to use the ability, right? Well, I guess this is a perfect way to show you, and it looks like I might be able to get myself a new pet while I'm at it, she said with a big grin. Remember, I too was one of the leaders of the Big Four. My strength doesn't just rely on the beast I have with me. You guys stay back, she said as she charged forward. The initial reaction in most of those that were there was to run in and to try and help Mona, not because they thought she was weak, but because that was what they had always done since the beginning. They had fought against beasts time and time again, that it was now almost a natural instinct to them. However, not all of them had faced a demigod tier beast before, and its sheer size had made others think twice. Although not all of them felt the same way, as Chucky, Megan and Hannah had decided to pop off into the jungle and hide behind some of the large leaves next to some palm trees, they couldn't help but watch what was about to happen. Hey, they're going to be okay, right? Hannah asked, since she really hadn't seen any of the cursed faction fight for a long time. The last time she had seen Quinn take on an Emperor tier beast in the desert, but this beast seemed to be a completely different story. Don't worry, Quinn and Sill are there, and I think with them too it will be enough. Let's just try not to get hurt, Chucky said as he carefully touched one of the bulk balls he carried with him, just in case they did need to do something. Then there was Megan, who was shaking. She didn't want to get involved at all. She had gone away from the fighting scene and had mostly helped out Sam with his duties in the command center. This was due to a dear friend of hers, Mitchell, dying while trying to fight a humanoid legendary tier beast, back when she was still part of the Crows. While everyone who was a leader in the Cursed had improved, she hadn't. I'm not suited for this stuff. I'm not like them. I didn't change. I'm still human, Megan mumbled as she covered her ears. Sorry about that, Quinn said, with his hand held out and stretched towards her. I'll leave you in a safe place where you can't get hurt. Closing his fist, the shadow lock was soon activated and Megan could no longer see the beast. As Quinn was going to move on to the other two, they soon stood up and protested. No, wait, they both shouted. We won't get in the way, but seeing you guys, the best of the best, out like this, we don't want to miss it either, Hannah said, speaking for both of them. But Chucky seemingly agreed as he nodded his head up and down. Quinn placed his hand down as he thought it would be okay. The two of them weren't weak travelers by any means. It was just with the job they were doing, only the best of the best could face such things. Wait a second. Quinn, if you're here, who's helping out Mona in the fight? Chucky asked. As he stopped to the side, they could soon see Mona battling against the demigod-tier beast, and she was doing so alone, without the help of the others. They were all ready to rush in, but Mona had made it clear that she could battle the beast on her own. I think she will be okay, Ino said, and hearing him say these words, they had slightly agreed to stand by for the first few moments. One of the large tentacles came down, ready to crash down on Mona, chucking up a large amount of water. When it was about to hit her, raising her arm, a small type of purple see-through shield appeared out of nowhere, like magic. The tentacle had swung hard trying to smash her, but it looked like it had almost bounced off. That's not an ability since she has the beast taming ability, so it must be an active skill. Quinn thought. It looks like a strong one as well, even though her clothes don't look like the usuals type of beast gear. Mona was caught in thin cloth. At first he thought it was just a fashion statement along with the hat, but it wasn't the case at all. Next though, Mona leapt up in the air, dodging another tentacle swipe, which summoned up a wave of sand in the air. She was then soon hit from above with another, but it seemed like she was expecting it, as the purple shield had appeared above blocking that as well. However, the force from the hit above was used, and as Mona allowed it to propel herself into the beast's other tentacle on the ground. Throwing out a fist, she had made impact to the tentacle, piercing its skin, causing black blood to fall. Soon she started to run up the tentacle. Now the beast was weary, as it had felt pain, and was unable to attack Mona while running up its arm. Instead it flung its tentacle high, trying to shake it off. But as it did, she leapt off and hung onto another one. What in the world is she doing? That looks so scary, Hannah said with her mouth left open. It was strange, it looked like a small human was going up against a god of the sea, and somehow she was able to avoid the giant tentacles while going from one to another, and hurting it along the way. Those world leaders wouldn't get far with just their powers. Ino started to explain. Think about it, in their family they probably have many who have similar levels of ability, but what makes them different, allowing them to grow compared to others? For Mona, she is fearless when in battle, and will do anything to control a beast stronger than herself. Watch carefully, Syl. To use the tame ability, one must touch the beast on top of its head. However, if it's too strong or your MC points are too low, then it will do nothing. You are able to weaken the beast, and hope to tame it once more, using your MC cells. Once a link is successful, then those MC cells you have used will be permanently lost in your body, connecting you and the beast at all times. However, there are some beasts that will just refuse to connect, but Hilston managed to tame the dragon, so you should be able to as well. Although Mona hadn't damaged the beast much, she had tired it out, and it looked like soon it would dive into the water. Seeing this, Mona then leapt onto the top of its large head, and made sure to dig one of her hands in its skin to hold on. A few moments later and the waves started to settle, and the beast's arms were lowering. They were no longer frantically moving about in the ocean. It looked like Mona had successfully captured a beast for herself. While riding its large head, she slowly made her way to shore, and stopped, lifting Mona off its head with its tentacle. It then placed her on the sand once again, and she had a large grin on her face. After my last demigod-tier beast was defeated, I thought I would never see one again. Looks like I'm in luck, she said. Although, if it needs to be in the sea, it will be quite hard to move it and use it outside of battle. I wonder if it can survive on land. That was really impressive, Layla said, as she had eyes of admiration. She couldn't believe how fearless Mona was. Your beast equipment, it seems to be at a high level to block the beast attacks. It must also be at the demigod tier level. Mona looked at Layla and was about to ignore her, but she had these large puppy dog eyes that nearly made it impossible for her to do so. My gear is impressive, but if I hadn't used my active skill to block one of those attacks, I would have been done for. I don't usually like to do that type of thing, but after seeing it move like so, I thought I could do something, and no demigod tier beast has never rejected my powers before. So really all I needed to do was get on top of its head. Saying all these things just made Mona sound more impressive, and made Quinn wonder how many MC cells she must have to be able to control a demigod-tier beast. "Are you able to control a demon tier?" Quinn asked. Mona took a while before answering the question. "Well, if that was the case, then we wouldn't need this fella here, would we? Honestly, I don't know. I haven't been lucky enough to ever meet one, but the person before me, who was once on this island, was said to have the same level of ability as mine. The one that Hilston took as a chained, and I don't think she could control the beast you are looking for." It was hard to imagine how much of a difference a demon-tier beast really was compared to a demigod tier. In all honesty, the tier with the most varying powers of strength was the demon-tier beast, because humans hadn't made a rank higher than that. Perhaps one demon-tier beast could be twice as strong as the other. What Quinn did realize was the fact that the ability Mona used worked similar to his Shadow Eater skill. The weaker the vampire was, the more chance the skill had of working, and this was the same with the beast. "Let's just hope Syl can do this without us needing to fight it. Then we don't need to find out how strong it is," Quinn thought. "This dragon is far stronger than that guard of a beast, Quinn. I think you should prepare yourself for a full-on battle if need be," Ino said, as if he could read his mind. Leaving the sandy beach meant that Mona would have to leave her new beast that she had just tamed behind. She did a few tests with it and called it up onto the land. This was when they realized the sheer size of the beast, as a giant shadow had been cast all over them. The water had made it look a little smaller than they had all imagined. However, it was clear to Mona and the rest, although it could stay out of the water, it couldn't move as fast, nor did it look too well. The good news was, it meant that she could transport it and bring it along with her, but unless it is in the water it would be difficult to actually use it for combat purposes. So in the end, for now, Mona would leave it in the water while keeping the connection with it. According to Mona, she could give it simple commands, and although no words were communicated with the beast, she could tell how it was feeling. When giving commands, these feelings would be passed on, and she generally knew what it wanted to communicate. Now walking through the forest, most of them couldn't stop talking about Mona's actions against the beast. "I can't believe I got to see one of the big 4 fights," Hannah said. "She's an inspiration to us girls everywhere. I knew there had to be a reason beyond her ability. She was the only girl that was accepted into the big 4. I always thought she would be more like a witch," Chucky couldn't help but say. He hated to admit it, but he had judged a book by its cover. Those skills she used, they had nothing to do with her ability. She actually fought and swung, diving in against that beast on her own. Layla thought, "I hope maybe one day people can look up to me like that. I wonder if Quinn likes those types of girls. Come on. If it was me, I would have just tied the beast's limbs up. Piece of cake," Fex commented while pulling back his hair that had gotten a little wet in the fight. "I could have blasted it with my thorns, exploding them on impact. I wouldn't have had to even get close to the beast," Helen said as well. "Ah yes, but then you too would have killed it, wouldn't you? But now I get to use it as I wish to help me by my side," Mona replied, hearing everything as they continued to walk through the jungle. Eventually they started to come to a point in the jungle where there were pathways leading to different areas, and they now had to choose where exactly to go. "Whoa, is that a castle? It's like those really old-style ones," Shiro said as he pointed towards the top of the hill it was based on. "Wait, Syl is from this place, right? So is this where you grew up?" Syl didn't answer. Of course he didn't, because they weren't exactly pleasant memories that he had of this place, and Shiro, noticing this now, felt kind of bad. After all, they had only come to this place because the Blades currently weren't here, and he had been told they weren't the best of people. "Quinn," Syl finally said, as he lifted up his head. "Do you mind if we look around the place? See if there is anything before we head to the tablet? I just want to check if there is anything. I assure you, I checked out the whole island before you got here. I even went to the large tablet where the dragon seems to be remaining," Brock said. Even with that answer, it seemed like Syl wasn't satisfied. "I think it will be okay," Quinn said. "After all, it doesn't look like the Dalki are here. Maybe we jumped the gun, but I don't think a couple of hours looking around will hurt us. If it does, well then it just means we would be in an even worse situation fighting the Dalki and the demon tier beast." After hearing this, Syl's face lit up, and everyone else seemed to be fine with looking around the island. They were in no rush to face the demon-tier beast. The first place that the group decided to stop at, due to it being close, was the temple. It seemed to be still partly destroyed from when Vorden and Peter had fought here, against the others. "What is this place? It looks like some type of school. And a fight broke out or something?" Helen said, as she looked at the giant hole through one of the doors. "As you all know, the temple is no longer in use," Brock explained like he was some type of tour guide to the rest of them. "During my time here I witnessed everything that went on with the Blade Island. Those that were children of the Blade would learn their abilities and be sent here for training. Then when they had trained for long enough, they were faced against each other in a battle royal, until only one survived. The last one remaining would be allowed to enter the castle." Everyone was stunned by Brock's words and how they were spoken so casually as if he was talking about a movie. But then realizing that he was telling the truth, and noticing the blood marks in certain places, they were devastated. They couldn't help but look at Syl in a different way. Quinn wanted to stop Brock from speaking more, but Syl pulled him away. "I can't run away from my past. It's okay. I need to be reminded. Let him continue on," Syl said. "Wait. So all those kids with the same ability as Syl, are you saying they came from here?" Chucky asked. "Yeah, that's right. Actually, the one that wanted to save them all no matter what was Vorden," Quinn said. "And that's why we're going to get him back." Although some didn't know who Vorden was or what they were talking about, it seemed like a sensitive matter, so they chose to avoid it. They didn't stay at the temple long, so the next place they went along to was the castle. As they entered, they looked around at how grand and vast the whole place was. It seemed impossible for just a single family to live in such a huge place. As you are aware, this is the Blade Castle, where the main family members resided. I was under disguise as the head butler here, and was in charge of all the Blade servants that would work here. As they continued to follow Brock, he had eventually taken them down to the dungeon. But it wasn't a typical dungeon. It was more of a large empty space, with hundreds of metal spikes that were dug into the floor. "What is this place?" Layla said as she looked in horror all around her. It looked like a room that was designed for torture. This is what the Blade refers to as the chained. If you can't guess, this is where they would chain up those ability users they thought were useful to them. Not only top abilities but unique original ones as well. Since the Blades could only copy so many abilities at once, they wished to overcome that weakness somehow, and this was what they had found. Still, this was a temporary measure. It always seems like Hilston was searching for more, but he never did explain what it was. Brock continued. "You mean, even you don't know why he did all this?" Quinn asked. "Yes, I have no idea. Why he had created so many children with his own DNA, hoping to look for someone stronger than himself. It made no sense to me, and it was almost as if he was beyond obsessed. When Syl eventually appeared, that obsession died down a little, and instead he chose to go after Syl. I'm afraid, no matter where Syl is, eventually Hilston will try to find him. If this was the case, then Quinn needed to be ready for him." As they were to leave the dungeon, Mona stayed there for a few seconds. Her family members had also spent some time down there, and she couldn't imagine how they must have felt. "I hope you're still alive, and I promise I'll pay back that man for what he did," Mona thought as she went out of the dungeon with the rest. The last place left to visit in the castle was the throne room. Here they could see a large dining table. Syl remembered this table well, as it was where the family at all times had to eat together, pretending to be happy. At the side of the room, at the very back, there seemed to be different pieces of a mannequin. One that just had a chest, others just a leg, and so on, of every part of the human. "What's all this?" Fex asked, as he picked the mannequin that only resembled the chest of a human, which fell over instantly onto the floor. He quickly picked it up, just in case it was something important, and just gave a cheeky smile at the others. That was what was used to display Hilston's demon-tier beast armor. He had managed to make a full set of it, from multiple crystals, and at one point, had one of the best forgers in the world create it for him. That was until he had killed the forger shortly after, making it so no one else could create a set just like it. "A set of demon-tier armor?" Mona replied. thinking she had misheard. You mean it isn't just a random demon tier beast equipment placed together, but an entire set? Did he come across a group of demon tier beasts or something? I don't know the full details as I wasn't with him, but it was the most hurt I had ever seen Hilston before, and even his old demon tier equipment seemed to be quite damaged. Brock replied. At that moment, everyone's body started to shiver as a natural response. Just how strong was Hilston, and was what Brock saying true? Back then, Hilston was never able to activate the demon tier equipment he had used against Arthur, but what if he had? Would it have been a different story? Come on, we can't be that scared. Quinn and the other leaders managed to defeat him after all. You guys can just gather up and beat him again. Mona said, in a half-joking way just to calm herself down. We weren't the one that beat him. Quinn replied. It was an old friend of mine. A friend, I didn't hear of this. Did he die, judging from how Quinn is speaking of him? Mona thought. Come. Let's go to the tablet if there is nothing else here, said Quinn. The giant stone tablet was located at the back of the castle, which was partially built on a hill. However, the tablet itself was even bigger than the castle, so it was pretty easy for them to see where they all needed to go next. Currently, they were making a slow climb up the hill. The terrain was still quite green as they fought through the overgrown trees, but at the same time a clear wide path could be seen, as if people had been here multiple times. The reason why they were moving slowly was due to the demon tier beast that was said to be by the giant tablet. Why can't my body stop shaking? We haven't even reached the top yet, Chucky asked, as his legs continued to feel weaker the closer they got. Many people are unable to handle the pressure of seeing a demon tier beast with great power. Faced with one, they would just freeze up and would end up in their belly. Brock explained. However, in your case, I believe you are just worrying too much. The girls chuckled at Brock's observation, but that didn't change the fact that they too were a little worried, for they knew that the Dalki themselves that were so strong had come from this demon tier beast, so they could somewhat imagine its powers. I did say you didn't have to come along, Quinn reminded Chucky, as he turned and looked back. Quinn and a few others were completely fine, unafraid, even still because they already knew this was something that needed to be done. The castle looked like a safe place for you to stay at. That's why I let Megan out and told her to stay there for now, Quinn said. Come on, Chucky shouted, as he punched his leg a few times, straightening it out and continued to walk forward. I told you already. There's no way I can miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, a tablet that might be the cause of why the whole world has their abilities, and a legendary demon tier beast that guards it. I would regret it for the rest of my life if I hadn't come along. On their way, Brock had spent a little time explaining why they were going after the tablet. Ino's ability should allow them to transfer one of the tablet's abilities into Shiro, who had never learned any other ability before. What was troubling Quinn, though, was the senses in his body and head. Ever since they had gotten on the island, his body didn't quite feel like it was working the way it should. The same thing happened last time as well. If it wasn't for this, I wouldn't have struggled so much to find where Peter had been on the island back then. He then went to turn to look at the others with him, but they didn't seem to be feeling anything strange, even when looking at the other vampires. Is it just affecting me then? Quinn wondered. Finally, the hill started to level out, and the path was winding. But at this moment Brock, who had been leading the way so far, decided to stray from the path and enter the jungle itself. His footsteps were almost silent, and everyone else followed him as well, and that's when they could see it. Not only that, but could hear a loud constant crackle that would disappear going in and out. A large open area, and the tablet in sight. Alas, that wasn't the only thing that was there. In front of it, they could make out the large black dragon. The crackling sound seemed to be coming from the dragon due to it being asleep. So we have finally reached our goal, and both of them are in front of us. But this brings us to quite the troubling predicament, Logan stated in a quiet tone. Indeed, since we hadn't seen the dragon in any other areas, I assumed that it might be here, but I was really hoping that it wasn't. Brock sighed. Heading away from the edge of the green area, they walked further into the jungle, hiding from the beast, while they decided what to do next. I think this whole thing is quite simple. Syl has already copied everyone's abilities, Ino said. So he should be able to just walk up to the beast and tap it on its head, attempting to control it. If it works, then we can move it away from the area. It seemed like the obvious choice, especially if they wanted to avoid fighting, but Quinn had a different idea. No, Quinn argued against it. Ino, you need to complete your part of the deal first. For one, we don't even know if that tablet has abilities in it, much less the ability that we actually need. I want you to pass the ability onto Shiro first, and once we know we can bring back Vorden and Ratten, then we will move the dragon as you wish. After saying these words, Quinn stared directly into Ino's eyes, and the original stared back. The others started to move away as they were afraid that a fight might break out any second now. Do you understand how important this beast is? Ino questioned, the look on his face for once changing into sheer annoyance. And do you understand how important my friends are to me? Quinn replied, unwilling to take a single step back. Or has the lack of having any distorted your mind, old man? Whoa. Quinn is being a bit feisty, don't you think? Fex whispered over to Layla, but she paid less attention to what was being said, instead concentrating on Ino, ready to jump if he made any sudden moves at Quinn, prepared to use the chain lock skill to hold the old man down. In a similar fashion, Borden had leapt onto Sill's shoulder as well, pounding his fist. It was clear that no one other than Brock was on his side. Fine, have it your way. I did promise you that I would help after all, but I still think the easiest way is for us to have Sill move the beast. Ino conceded eventually. Perhaps, but you can't fault me for having trust issues regarding you given your history. We still need to build on our relationship. Quinn said with a smile that he was sure was going to annoy the old man, but he just ignored it and continued on. Now that we have decided to try to reach the tablet first, that still doesn't help with our first problem. Logan pointed out. The dragon is in the way of the tablet, and although we can sneak past it, it will be a disaster if that fails, and there is a very high likelihood of it somehow being able to sense us once we are closer to it. How about a distraction? Helen suggested. One group will make some noise in the vicinity. Once the demon tier beast chases after them, another group goes to the giant tablet. I think the lady has made a fine suggestion. Ino agreed. It will take me a few moments to complete the transfer, so it would be best if the beast was taken as far away from the tablet as possible. After much discussion, the group had decided that they would be split up into two. One would be the distraction of the demon tier beast, while the other would protect Shiro and Ino while they were doing their tasks. This team needed to be equally strong, as they were worried that as soon as Ino touched the tablet or if they were noticed, the dragon could possibly sense it and return. Chucky and Hannah, since they were only there to provide powers for Sill, were to remain in the jungle area. As they were still persistent, they didn't want to go in Quinn's shadow. The group that would be working to protect Shiro and Ino consisted of Brock, Sill, Borden, and Helen, while the distraction group included Quinn, Mona, Logan, Fex, and Layla. Before leaving, Quinn tapped Shiro's shoulder and activated his shadow on, in case of an emergency situation. Sill, if you see anything suspicious coming from the two of them, I'm counting on you. I know how strong you are, and how much you don't like Ino. Quinn whispered. You know, with age my hearing doesn't get any worse. I can hear just as well as you. Ino commented. The group went back to where they were originally so they could peek through the greenery, and stepping out was the distraction group. The reason Quinn wanted to be part of the distraction group was because he was worried about just how strong this demon tier beast might be. Stepping forward, when they were around 100 meters away from the beast, Layla placed her arrow into her bow and stretched it as far as she could. Should I use chi? She asked. We need to get it annoyed, so go ahead. Quinn replied. She let go, and her powerful arrow was sent flying filled with energy, and was going right for its front leg that was covering part of its face. As it hit, the tip was stuck on the hard skin, and the wooden part of the arrow seemed to close in on itself, breaking it, as the force carried forward, but hadn't pierced the skin at all. I used quite a bit of my chi. The same amount that destroyed the training room wall, but it can't even pierce its skin. Layla was flabbergasted. Since it had done no damage, they were unsure if it was enough, but they didn't want to get any closer. they needed a head start if they were to stand any chance of avoiding a full-on confrontation. Seeing the arrow didn't work, Quinn stepped forward, and instantly, the eyelid of the beast opened, and a sharp-shaped yellow eye could be seen. "I think it's awake now," Fex shouted, as he had already started to run away. Although it might have looked as if Fex had just fled at the first sign of the demon-tier beast waking up, the vampire had done something before his strategic retreat. He had carefully timed it so his red aura string would shoot out wrapping around the dragon's legs, buying the rest of them additional time. While running, he was also leaving behind several needles on the ground with string attached to them. As long as he used his blood control, he could make the string rise and wrap around the beast's legs. Unfortunately, the effectiveness of that was vastly limited. As soon as the dragon stood up on all of its 4 legs, it immediately snapped as if it wasn't even there in the first place. These days, as the beasts we fight get stronger and stronger, it's like my string is becoming more and more useless. Isn't there any way to increase its strength? Fex wondered, but now was clearly the wrong time to think about anything but the demon-tier beast on their heels. Fex wasn't the only one who had gotten a head start. Logan had made sure to stay further in the back, already equipped with his speed suit, and had passed Fex on his left. From the higher-tier beast crystals he had been able to upgrade his 3 different types of suits, and his speed suit had improved significantly, but there was one thing different about it. The spiders that had transformed into the suit had done so around every part of his body except for his Dalki arm, leaving it in place. Soon after standing up, the dragon let out an almighty roar that felt like it had the power to shake the entire island. At least the ground beneath their feet had started to vibrate, and they had no choice but to cover their sensitive ears as they felt like they were going to burst. The pain they experienced from that single roar alone had been sufficient to make them collapse on the floor for a few seconds, even those that had run away quite a distance already. "Hey kid!" Mona shouted as one of the few that hadn't started running yet. "You wanted to find out if I can control that thing, right? If I succeed, then we won't even need the help of the blonde boy, so throw me out." Quinn was still recovering from the effects of the roar, and had already summoned his shadow to defend him. On top of everything, he had the suit of armor that had been gifted to him by Helen, which improved his speed greatly. He had stayed behind for 2 reasons. 1, in case the dragon would have continued to guard the tablet instead of chasing after them, and to chase after them he would need to do more, and 2, he was the fastest out of everyone there so he could cover the most ground. Yet Mona, who was quite fast with her beast gear on, had just asked to be thrown towards the dragon. "Are you crazy? That thing will eat you up," Quinn argued. "Just throw me, you wimp," Mona shouted back. "Don't hold back on your strength. As long as you throw me fast enough, I'll be able to make it to the beast." Quinn thought this to be the craziest idea he had ever heard, but there was one thing that made him consider it for the moment, and that was the system. Why hadn't the system given him a quest yet? This was a demon-tier beast. Sure, it didn't seem like it had any special abilities like the demon-tier tree, but this was clearly a powerful thing, so why didn't it give him any type of quest, even one to survive? It seemed like the dragon was still gathering its bearings, and Mona was already by Quinn's side ready to be thrown. "With the new gauntlet strength, I can do it," Quinn thought, as he picked up Mona by her 2 feet with one hand, and then pushed her forward as hard as he could. The veins were popping from his neck, and he made sure to continue with all 200+ stats of his strength, to push through till the end with his fingertips. "You asked me to throw you as hard as possible. Then I'll do just that." Even Mona had never expected to be launched at such a speed, and so far forward, the G-force was hitting her like crazy. That damn boy! Just how strong is he to have such inhuman strength? She thought. Oh, that's right, the boy isn't human anymore. In an instant she had been launched at the large dragon's neck, and with her hands she held onto one of the dragon's scales. The force from the throw was so strong that she needed to grip onto the scale tight to not fly further. Her fingertips felt like they were slipping. Damn you, Quinn. That was a bit too fast and hard, she thought as she finally pulled herself onto the dragon's neck just under its head. Then, quickly acting fast, she pulled herself up onto the dragon and was now on its head. Let's see what I can do. Mona hyped herself up as she touched the beast on top of its head with an open palm. Whoa, is she really going to control it? Chucky thought, as they continued to watch everything from what they perceived to be a safe distance. Perhaps there wasn't a need for the plan after all. However, all of that changed a few seconds later, as soon as Mona activated her ability. She had used it dozens of times, but this time something unexpected happened. A shooting pain went straight to her head, and her vision was turning black. She had passed out within seconds and was now falling off the dragon to the ground. Falling from such a height unconscious will kill her, Hannah thought, as she looked over to the original team to see if they could do something to help her. But they knew there was no need, because the best person to help her was already close by. Before she touched the ground, a shadow portal had opened and Mona's falling body quickly disappeared inside, now in the shadow space. You're a brave person. I understand why you were a world leader and you had so many people following you. Maybe I can be the same, Quinn thought, as he looked the dragon in the eye. Using all his strength, Quinn threw out his arms in an X shape and fired off 2 large blood swipes which went straight for the dragon. Unfazed, the dragon started to run towards Quinn, not caring for the attack. However, as it hit the dragon's upper body, where its chest area was, it could feel something for a few seconds, before the attack went away. Did it work? Chucky exclaimed excitedly. However, when looking at the dragon, the beast looked absolutely fine. How can its skin be as hard as the diamond crab? I thought since this was just half a demon tier beast it might be a bit weaker. After it had stopped for a few moments, seemingly surprised it had been able to slightly feel the attack, it resumed its charge towards Quinn. Each step was heavy, and shook the whole place. Seeing such a colossal beast charging forward, Quinn no longer tried to fight it, but made use of his great speed. He was glad that the others had taken the chance to get a head start, for the beast was fast despite its size. I need to slow it down, or it will catch up to the others as well, Quinn thought as he turned and activated his shadow path skill. It went out spreading on the ground wider than usual, but as long as it hit one of the dragon's legs it should slow it down. But it was at that moment that it leaped in the sky, avoiding the shadow completely, and was now flying up high in the air. Was I the only one who forgot dragons could do that? Fex asked. But judging from the silence and the blank faces of those next to him, he wasn't. I mean, just because a creature has large wings doesn't mean they can always use them. With its targets locked on, the dragon was ready to punish whoever had disturbed its sleep. The group continued to run, and as Quinn went by the others, Layla hopped on Quinn's back. With his strength, she was practically weightless, and she could continue to fire arrows up high in the sky at the beast. She tried to aim for its eye, but a flap of its powerful wings would make the arrows useless. Any ideas on how we're going to beat this thing? Fex asked. Remember, our goal isn't to beat it, but just to buy time for the other group, Logan said. So far, I think we have achieved our goal. Their distraction group had successfully lured it away from the tablet, and if its desire to punish them wouldn't have been enough to make it follow them. Layla continuing to harass it with arrows certainly did the job. Quinn just hoped they could keep this up without anyone getting hurt. Looks like it's our time to move, Ino said, and everyone in their group hurried towards the tablet, aware that time was of the essence. The longer they took, the higher the likelihood of casualties in the other group. Shiro, you need to press with both your hands. I will do the same. Don't worry if you feel a strange sensation in your body. That's just the MC cells inside your body adapting to the ability, Ino instructed. Now, let's see if the ability we're looking for really is in here. The two of them pressed their hands on the tablet, and Ino quickly began to search for the ability. It took some time, but a smile appeared on his face as he found it. Bingo! Looks like we are in luck. It's time to give you your ability. At the same time as this process was going on, the distraction group had noticed that the dragon had turned its head, and it was looking right in the direction of the tablet. Crap! We have to stop it from getting back to the tablet. No matter what, Quinn shouted. A little while before Quinn and the others arrived at Blade Island, there was a certain question that had been on their minds. If the demon tier beast was so important to the Dalki, then wouldn't it be better to just kill it? If they managed to kill the beast, or at least one half of it, wouldn't that stop the Dalki from prolonging their life? Wouldn't it turn into a simple waiting game for the human race? All they would have to do would be to outlast the Dalki until they would die by reaching the end of their lifespans. However, according to Richard Eno, doing so was practically impossible. In the first place, the demon tier beast used to be a two-headed dragon, which had the ability to split itself into two. This was what it had done when originally fighting against the vampires. Naturally, the vampires had done their utmost to kill it, but all attempts had ultimately ended in failure. It seemed that the only way to kill the beast was to either kill both halves at the same time, or it needed to die when it combined into a whole again. Unfortunately, the beast would always split into two halves when it was on the verge of dying and then flee in opposite directions. Even after managing to kill either half, the other had somehow been able to sprout its second head. In the end, they had just captured the one half without killing it. All of these thoughts were currently running through Quinn's head as he saw the dragon turn towards the tablet. He was reminded that even if they were able to kill the beast then, there was no guarantee the other half of it in the vampire world wouldn't regain consciousness and become whole once again. Still, this beast is too dangerous, and I have to stop it somehow, Quinn thought, but the dragon was high up in the air. Quinn, Fex called out. Follow me. As quick as he could, Fex threw his needles into the trees and also made sure pieces of string were left behind so they could be used as platforms. Quinn quickly followed until he reached the top of the tallest tree. Layla was still riding on Quinn's back, but even from this distance it didn't look like she could reach the dragon with her arrows. Quinn, let me give you a boost, Logan shouted, as he quickly followed after the two of them. Drop me, Layla requested. Fex will catch me. Everything was happening so fast, but he needed to trust his teammates. Doing a small jump, Quinn was in the air for a few seconds before he landed on Logan's Dalki hand. Then, with all the strength Logan could muster, he threw Quinn as hard as he could, while Quinn also pushed off kicking from his feet. Even with Logan's strong Dalki hand, his whole body was flung backwards as a result. Damn you guys for making me do so much work, Fex complained as he quickly used his string to grab his two falling friends. Layla hadn't even looked behind, instead stretching out her hand toward Quinn. I know it won't be much, but I'll do what I can to help you reach that dragon as well, Layla thought, as she pushed herself to the point where all her MC cells ran out. Quinn looked like a shooting star through the sky, but there was one giant problem. He couldn't exactly change his direction mid-flight, and the dragon was slowly turning its body away. It's about to fly off. I have to do something, Quinn thought, and extended his shadow to latch onto the dragon's tail. By shrinking it afterward, he was eventually able to reach the dragon's back. I have to figure out a way to slow it down somehow, Quinn thought, or make it plummet down. Wait a second. Can I do that? He looked at his white gauntlet on his hand and pressed it down. Back at the tablet, the process had been completed and Shiro was standing there looking at his hands in shock. It's over already? Is it really done? I don't feel a difference yet. That isn't too surprising. I practically added a part to you that you have yet to become familiar with. Normally, you would have an ability book to guide you, but since we have neither that nor someone who could teach it to you, I'm afraid you will have to undergo quite a bit of self-discovery. It will depend on your talent as to how fast you will be able to help your little friend there. Eno explained. Shiro looked at Syl and smiled. Come on, let's give it a go, he said excitedly as he reached out towards Syl, but soon his hand was knocked away. No, Eno said. Just like I held up my part of the deal, Syl needs to hold up his as well. He needs to move the dragon first. Your little actions could possibly make it so Syl goes back to the way he once was. Brother, look above, Borden shouted as he pointed towards the sky, and that's when they could see a dragon coming their way. However, it wasn't flying straight towards them. Instead it seemed to be flying. Drunk? It flew in circles upside down, and then left to right as it made its way towards them. It would have been hilarious to see if that monstrosity wasn't coming closer with each passing second, despite its questionable style. Everyone move, Brock shouted, and it didn't take long for all of them to split. A few seconds later, the dragon smashed into the ground where they all had just stood, throwing up dust and dirt everywhere. Fex, with the others, had already been in pursuit of the flying beast. Despite its giant size and ferociousness, they were all worried about Quinn. As for the person in question, when the dragon had crashed, Quinn had tried his best to hold on, but the force of impact had thrown him quite a distance off. Damn. I think my plan worked out a little too well, and this energy I'm feeling inside me, it's so wild and strong. Quinn looked at his hand. While on the beast, Quinn had come up with one of two plans. Plan A had been to attack the dragon repeatedly, until it would eventually become poisoned through Gauntlet's passive. The problem with this was the hard skin the dragon seemed to have. He had been unsure he would have been able to succeed in time before the dragon had reached the tablet. As such, he had gone with Plan B, which had been to use his other Gauntlet's active skill, the energy drain. He didn't think it would work so fast or well, but he also had nothing to lose by trying it. At first, Quinn had felt his whole body return to peak condition. He hadn't used much of his stamina so far, but what little he had been refilled. After that, though, his body had entered into some type of overdrive as more energy was flowing into him, the energy of the beast itself. At first, Quinn didn't think it was having much of an effect, but being powered up, he thought he could at least deal a large significant blow to it, but then something strange started to occur. The dragon had started to spiral out of control, as if it was doing anything it could to get Quinn off its back. Most likely it was experiencing something it had never felt before, its power being sucked away, so it had wanted to get rid of the tick responsible. In the end, the two of them had crashed together and Quinn got chucked off to the side. He was in the middle of making a recovery getting up, and when the others had arrived from the other direction, they could see the dragon, creeping towards Quinn with its large head moving towards him, fury clearly written on its maw. Quinn backed up a few steps, and realized that the tablet was behind him, and that's when something strange happened. The dragon stopped in its tracks and stayed there. It blew out air through its nostrils, which hit Quinn like a wave of great heat. What's going on? Why isn't it moving closer? Why did it stop its attack? Quinn wondered. The good news was, it didn't look like it was going after any of the others as well and was just continually staring at Quinn. He took a few steps to the left and the dragon's eyes followed after him, ignoring the others. He then took a few steps to the right and it did the same. Why aren't you attacking me? Quinn asked, thinking the dragon could answer, but it couldn't, for it was nothing but a beast. The others watching were wondering what to do as well. Was this the perfect opportunity to attack it all together, or should they let it go? Turning around and feeling the strange energy he felt before, Quinn realized that maybe, just maybe, everything had something to do with the tablet. Is that why it doesn't attack? Is it worried about destroying it? Quinn thought as he walked up to it. He was scared to turn his back on the dragon at first, as he turned his head around a couple of times, but it looked like it wasn't going to move anytime soon. Just what is going on? I need to find out, Quinn mumbled, as he pressed both hands against the tablet, and then the whole tablet began to light up. As soon as Quinn laid his hands on the tablet, it began to shine in a bright blue color, lighting up the place around them. The others were in shock about all the things happening. First, the dragon, a beast that was known for its violent nature to kill anything in sight, had not attacked Quinn, and now this. The reason why they were so surprised was because even when Ino had touched the tablet to grant Shiro his abilities, nothing of the sort had occurred. Logan and the others had reunited with the other group in the jungle. They had a good view of things since the dragon wasn't blocking their vision. Logan looked at Ino for a possible explanation, but the look on the old man's face was genuine. For once, he was as clueless as everyone else. Quinn continued to leave his hands on the tablet, as an energy he felt was connecting with him from the inside. This feeling, it was so disturbing at first, but now it helps me keep calm. But why does it feel so familiar? Is this how everyone feels when they touch the tablet? Quinn wondered since he hadn't been there to witness Ino before. I guess nothing will happen though, since I already have an ability. This young one already has power, and he is unlike the man from before, so there is nothing he can gain from me here. Quinn heard a voice that he was unable to recognize. Turning his head around, Quinn was looking for where the voice had come from, but everyone was just looking at him. None of them had uttered so much as a single word. The voice echoed a bit, similar to when Jill would send him messages via the telepathy ability, so he tried to direct his thoughts at the tablet. "Who are you?" You can hear me?" the voice asked in shock. "Damn it. It's like speaking to Vincent all over again," Quinn thought in mild annoyance. All those around him continued to watch him. It was clear to him that he was the only one able to perceive this voice. "I don't know who this Vincent is, but you're the first one I'm able to converse with," the voice replied, now curious why that was the case. It seemed like, just like with Vincent, that the voice had access to his thoughts while he was touching the tablet. Since Quinn had only been able to hear the voice after touching the tablet, he could only assume it was either the tablet itself or someone or something left inside it. "Are you the tablet?" Quinn asked, as it was the fastest way to find out instead of racking his brain. "Do you really think tablets can speak, or were you just born like this?" the voice asked in derision. Listening to it for a bit, it sounded as if it might belong to a middle-aged man, not too old nor too young. "No, the tablet is merely a tool. I don't know how much you know, but all the abilities that humans currently possess originally came from me. At one point I decided that my time was up, and my final gift to the world was this. My mortal body should have long since perished, but I never expected to still be somewhat conscious when I gave up everything to be placed inside of here." It was pretty hard for a person to believe, but Quinn had read the diaries of Arthur and heard Eno's explanation. All the abilities supposedly had come from this tablet, and now Quinn was hearing the voice inside confirm pretty much that to be the truth. "Are you some type of god? How did you leave the world with so many abilities? Did you really come up with every ability, even the shadow ability I possess?" Quinn wondered. For the first time the tablet seemed to pause before answering. "Shadow ability? I'm afraid I did not possess such an ability, but someone I knew back in the past did. You must have received it from him somehow. As to your question, no, I am not a god, although I managed to become far stronger than any of the gods during my time." The man started to laugh. This made him seem to be quite the arrogant person in Quinn's eyes. While it was interesting to talk with him, he really didn't know how much this person could help him. Perhaps it was time to think of a way to deal with the dragon. It might have stopped its attack because of the tablet, but there was no guarantee it wouldn't revert to a wild beast once they were further away from it. "Wait," the tablet spoke out. "While I have your attention, I must tell you something very important. Leave that dragon be. That dragon, it came here on its own. Weak at first, but its energy slowly recovered. It must have been attracted to the energy of the tablet without realizing it. However, now that he has mostly recovered, I've been able to communicate with it somewhat. Maybe because we are similar. For now, the dragon has agreed to protect the stone tablet. You see, if the tablet gets destroyed, then that also means that all abilities will be lost. The way the system has been set up, the tablet will grant people a suitable ability. When the last person with that ability dies, then it gets sent back to the tablet. Then it will be passed on to a new person who is suitable for that power. However, if the tablet gets destroyed, then there is no place for the ability to come back to. Do you understand? Earth has gone on a long time without trouble, and in doing so it has forgotten its roots, its powers, so this is the only way." He understood, but Quinn now had a new problem. They had come here to move the dragon beast so the Dalki would be unable to find him. But at the same time, it seemed like the tablet was of utmost importance to humanity. While the dragon was one thing, the tablet would be near impossible to move. The better option would be to protect this island at all costs. Honestly, you wouldn't be able to defeat the dragon even if you tried. The voice in the tablet said, "I assume you being here means you know a bit about this island, but not even the man who was here before had a way to control him. I don't have complete control over the dragon either, but at least it listens to me somewhat. Although it's hard to say how much he listens to me and how much he just instinctively chooses to hunt down intruders on the island. I know you are young, so you might think you are strong and invincible, but believe me, you are not strong enough to deal with it. If you try and force the dragon to move elsewhere, then I will be unable to help you. You can be sure that it will fight you with its full force." "The dragon hasn't been taking us seriously yet?" Quinn was shocked. If that's the case, then it's no wonder how the Dalki could be made from the dragon. What was even more amazing was that the vampires had somewhat managed to defeat it. It made him wonder what type of forces had been sent out by vampires to deal with the beast. I was wondering, since you seem to have been this all-powerful special being and all, can you help us? I mean, you gave everyone the excuse that you wanted to save them. Right now, we're in serious trouble and it might end up with the extinction of the human race. So is there perhaps anything you can do to help me? For the second time the tablet paused again. I'm afraid there is not. You already have an ability, so I cannot give you another. I was born strong, so there is nothing for me to teach you in terms of skills, magic, or the sort. The only thing I can give you is information, but I fear my information stems from so far back that it would hardly help you. What I can do is convince my scaly friend to let you pass unharmed though. It was a bit upsetting in a way. Usually with such a big event, a big discovery, Quinn had expected something more. An opportunity to obtain some rare powers, but if there was nothing that could be done, then he would just be happy with the get away from the angry dragon card. Why did you choose to speak to me? Quinn asked before letting go of the tablet. I didn't choose to speak to you. There was a reaction when you touched the tablet. It has never happened before. As I said, you are the first person to be able to hear my voice. As to why your guess is as good as mine. Quinn didn't know what really came over him at that moment or what answer he had been expecting, but he had thought that maybe there would be something to it. Perhaps he had read too many fantasy books about a chosen one, or a prophecy that needed to be fulfilled to vanquish the evil of the world, but it was nothing like that. Before you go, I would like to ask you for one last thing. Since you're the first person who I have been able to speak to, it would seem rude to not even learn your name. The tablet requested. My name's Quinn Talon. That name. It's a very good name. The tablet replied. Quinn had the feeling it had more to say, but it had apparently chosen to keep those secrets to himself. Alas, there was nothing he could do to pry it open. Letting go of the tablet, the bright light dimmed down until it eventually disappeared. Quinn turned to the others, and now he had one more thing to do. Somehow, he needed to convince Ino that moving the dragon wasn't the best choice. Naturally, Quinn had also wondered about the name of the mysterious being he had been talking to. With how boastful the voice had been earlier, it was actually quite surprising that he hadn't introduced himself. However, the tone of the other's voice after Quinn had introduced himself had made it clear that the conversation between the two was over. There had been no way for the others to hear what had just been going on. They had only seen Quinn place his hands on the tablet, it lighting up, and after a while he had let go. Walking away, the dragon continued to survey Quinn with its eyes, but the vampire felt far less nervous. The voice in the tablet had seemingly kept his word, and the dragon didn't attack him. The others could see how calm Quinn was walking over to where they were, so eventually they came out to meet him, worried that the dragon might suddenly change its mind. Quinn, are you okay? Did you hurt yourself when you fell from the dragon? Layla asked immediately, and Helen soon stepped forward as well, but both of them were a little frozen in place, for they could see the large dragon's head staring at their group. It didn't do anything else, but the gaze was enough to tell them that it wanted them gone. I'm not hurt. You don't have to worry about that. But there are a few things I need to explain, Quinn said, and shared the details of the conversation that he just had with the person in the tablet. He didn't leave out any details either, as he saw no need to. The group gave a few odd looks here and there, but they certainly didn't think it was completely impossible. Case in point, the demon-tier beast that was tolerating their conversation. Someone with so many abilities had to have been one of the strongest beings in existence. In history, we never learnt of such a person, Logan stated. If he really did have all those abilities, then what you are saying and what this person has done shouldn't be too much of a surprise. However, the only thing I can't understand is why did he choose to speak to you? Unfortunately, this was something that Quinn had no idea about, although he would have loved to know. We've managed to get to the stone tablet and grant Shiro the ability, so I would like to suggest that we listen to the being and leave the dragon where it is for now, Quinn said. I don't see any reason for him to lie to me. Honestly, with how powerful only one small part of the energy I absorbed from it was, I don't wish to fight it. If we try to make it move, some of us might get seriously hurt or outright perish. Besides, since the Dalki know about this island, they might destroy everything on it trying to look for the beast, including the stone tablet. You're really going to listen to some strange voice you heard in your head? Ino asked as he stepped out of the trees. You do understand the consequences of Jim getting his hand on the dragon, right? He will be able to create even more Dalki, everlasting beings that could wipe out everything this whole universe has to offer. Taking one step too close to Quinn, the dragon moved slightly forward and now its large head was hovering over the cursed faction leader. It was no longer looking at all of them as a group, but its yellow eyes were now directly staring at Ino, perceiving him as an intruder. It was so close to Quinn that he could feel the heat radiating from its large body from his back. Is he controlling it? Like the same ability that Mona has? Chucky wondered. That would make Quinn the first person to have more than one ability. Hannah shouted back as if it was an obvious answer. I, for one, believe he's told us the truth this whole time. Why would he suddenly make up having talked to a being if he had the power to control it the whole time? That voice must have told the dragon to protect Quinn for now. Still, despite the large dragon being behind Quinn's back, it didn't look like Ino was going to back down. Or at least he wasn't afraid. It looks like this is the second time today that I will have to concede to you, but hear my warning, Quinn. Humanity's sake is no longer just in my hands. Now you hold a large enough position of power that you will have to play your part in all of this as well. Ino pointed at Quinn. We still need to figure out some things, Quinn mentioned with the dragon backing away. Sensing no more hostility from Ino, he returned to his role as an annoyed observer. Just as the voice said, the tablet is one of the most important things here, and if the Dalki come here we need to protect this place. Ino, I was hoping that we could use your army to station a few here, so they could inform us whenever there will be trouble. We can try to build a teleporter, but that might not work. However, the good thing is, the island is on Earth, so any attack should be spotted before they come here, giving us enough time. Ino didn't give Quinn an answer, nor did he show any signs he was going to agree. He was a stubborn old man after all, but by now Quinn knew him long enough that he would at least do this much, especially since he would have an interest in keeping on the dragon at all costs. Can I request something? Logan asked. Since the dragon seems to be a bit tamer compared to before, do you think we can attempt to take some samples from it? I wish to use its blood to try and create more serums for little Borden. I mean, I can try, Quinn thought, as he went back and placed his hands on the tablet once more. Unfortunately, for some reason nothing had happened. The tablet didn't light up like last time, and he was starting to wonder if he had gone mad just seconds ago. Until, new quest received. Learn more of your past and return to this place once more. Learn of the Talon family's history. Ha! Quinn thought the last thing he had expected was the system to give him some type of quest. After all, what did his family's history have anything to do with the tablet? I guess we can try and see if something will work, Quinn said nervously, looking at the dragon. I don't mind staying here for a couple of days. We can use the castle as a base, Shiro suggested. And I can use that time to try to learn how to use this ability. It looks like it will be a while before I'll be able to help out Syl anyway. After much discussion, they had decided a few things. Ino had agreed that he would send a few of his own vampires here, and they would look after the place, keeping them updated on any changes to the island. In the meantime, Shiro would practice the use of his ability, at least sensing how to use it, since Ino was keeping a close eye on him and Syl. Lastly, Logan was busy trying to extract a few samples from the dragon. Now that there was no longer a misunderstanding between them and the beast, Logan was able to extract a sample directly from inside the dragon's mouth. Of course, he hadn't done it alone. Since it seemed to have been instructed to protect Quinn, or taken a liking to him, Logan had asked Quinn for his cooperation. The beast had turned out to be smart enough to understand that they wanted, and after an annoyed puff of air through his nostrils, he had opened its snout. Quinn entered the dragon's mouth first. When they saw it didn't shut on him, Logan came over. This was one of the few areas that didn't have its hard scales that seemed unbreakable, otherwise Logan would have never been able to get a sample. Meanwhile, the rest had decided to rest inside the castle. They felt far more safe, staying away from the demon tier beast. Heading over to the large canteen, Quinn had decided to pay Logan a visit, who was currently using it as a lab. "I hope everything is going okay," Quinn asked. "Don't worry, once Eno comes here with his people, we can head back to the cursed ship. I know there is only so much you can do here." The frustration on Logan's face was visible, because he had gained something that he had been looking for so long, yet none of the equipment to properly look at it. So he felt far more impatient compared to the others. "If you're not busy and have nothing to do, can you carry on with that request of mine from earlier? We need to keep looking, and hopefully by then Shiro will have mastered the ability somewhat," Quinn said. "Are you planning to go behind Eno's back then, if we find what you are looking for before moving the beast?" Logan asked. "You have to remember, if this works the way I think it works, then Syl will still have all of his abilities in place," Quinn answered before he left to check up on how Shiro was doing. While walking over there, he did have a thought in his head about Shiro's new ability. If Shiro is able to extract minds or spirits, whatever it is, and place them into other bodies for Borden and Ratton, does that mean something can be done for Vincent as well? "It would be nice to get you out of my head." Vincent seemed silent about this request, because he honestly didn't know how to feel. He had already made peace with the world, and spending time watching over Quinn had been a pleasure he couldn't have imagined to get. "It would be nice to speak to you person to person," Vincent replied. For a long time, the tension hadn't been quite the same in a particular shelter. A shelter that looked unusual compared to others, for the houses, people, and shops lived high above the trees. However, if one was to look at all the people walking around, none of them had a smile on their face. Instead, their faces showed great concern. If they had the choice, they would try their best to stay inside in their homes. At the moment, many people were outside, and this was due to a meeting that was to take place in one of the larger houses. It was the highest house in the shelter and also the largest. Using the bridges that would take them from one platform to the other, a group of people were now heading their way there. Inside the place, the leader of everyone, who was named Ruby, stood on a small raised wooden platform. She had dark-colored skin and curly hair that was braided down to her waist. She stood there holding a spear with the head of it stuck into the ground. As the room was getting filled, mumbling between everyone started already. "What are they even doing here? Do we know yet? I can't sleep well at night knowing that they are just right outside our doors. But they don't seem to be attacking us. Has there been some type of deal that has been set up? And they have been here a while without saying much at all. And where is Arthur? Wasn't he meant to protect us from things like this?" "Silence!" Ruby shouted, her voice carrying loud over everyone. After hearing that name, she immediately wanted to end the discussion there. "I know everyone is scared, worried, and has a lot of questions on their mind. The worry has only been building up. It feels like we can't catch a break, and everyone who we have ever trusted has abandoned us." As soon as Ruby started to speak, the rest immediately shut up. The way Ruby spoke, she took control of the room in an instant with her voice. "The Dalki, I don't really know why they are here. The human race has been at war with them for so long. We have learnt that they are the enemy, but we have seen what they have done so far." Ruby continued, "The beasts that regularly attack us, they have for some reason defended us. They have stayed near our borders of the shelter but haven't harmed a single one of us." Saying all this, Ruby had to pause, and her fist could be seen tensing over the spear. "But they are the enemy. How many of us have known someone that lost their lives in the First War? I know the army abandoned us, but we wouldn't be in this place if they never attacked us." A man shouted and argued, and it looked like a lot of them agreed. "I know," Ruby shouted again, silencing them all once more. "But tell me, do you all trust Arthur? He told us that no matter what, they will protect us from whatever is to come, whatever the outcome of the war." While she said these words, her voice cracked a little, and they realized that the one person this had to affect most of all was her. Knowing this fact, if Ruby could put up with the Dalki being here, then they could as well. "As long as the Dalki do not harm us, then I think that we should leave them." Just as she was about to finish her sentence, the whole room started to shake, and a loud bang was heard from the outside. Immediately they all grabbed their spears and started to rush outside the world. I knew that the Dalki would eventually attack. We have to defend ourselves at all costs. It might just be a beast. They have been coming more often lately. Another one said. Ruby knew that this wasn't an attack from the beast nor the Dalki. It sounded more like someone had fired a type of laser of some sort. When they finally went outside, they could see the chaos that was unfolding. Mechs dropping in just around the outside of the shelter where the Dalki were protecting, and ability users nearby outside firing off their powers fighting against the Dalki. It's the military. They have come back to save us. The men shouted. Certainly seemed that way. There was no reason for them to arrive after all, but Ruby disagreed that they had come to save them. They could have come a long time ago and transported them to another shelter or planet, but that never happened. She feared that the actual reason the military had decided to come here was because they wanted to get rid of the Dalki, which would be bad news for her. Why couldn't you just leave us in peace? Ruby said as her face was full of tears, and she just wished one person was still here, Arthur. On the ground floor, 2 head generals had been sent to get rid of the Dalki force. They were unsure how many Dalki were at the shelter, but the order was quite clear. They were to suspect that the humans with the Dalki were part of the Vs. The head generals that were down there were Head General Satch along with Samantha. It looks like this might be quite the easy task, Satch said. Bringing both of our forces in, it looked like Oscar wanted to deal with them quickly. I guess it makes sense because of where the Dalki are. How did they even get here in the first place? Satch, Samantha shouted. We are both head generals, and you decided to go against my suggestion. I suggested it would be best if we could find a way if the humans really were Vs or not. And risk our people getting caught? Satch replied. Then the enemy would know about us, and a whole platoon would have died for no reason. This was the best decision, as you can see. Even though Satch had his reasons for doing things, she didn't like it. After Oscar had released the information to the whole world, there seemed to be 2 types of reactions. Either those who are cautious around others or those who trusted no one, and Satch clearly preferred to trust no one. Soon, the humans had realized this fact as well, as a mech had dropped down on top of one of the wooden platforms and was pointing its laser arms directly at the humans. Watch out, the army. They are attacking us as well, Ruby shouted, but no warning would save their lives. Then a large black fist that looked like a claw could be seen sticking through the mech. The insides were destroyed, and in seconds, it was chucked off the ledge, allowing it to fall to the ground. The Dalki was covered in green blood and looked at the humans in front of it for a few seconds, before leaping off and continuing to join the fight. The Dalki, they really are protecting us for some reason, and the army, why are they attacking us? The people thought. What do we do? All of those in the shelter were now confused. The ones meant to be protecting them were trying to kill them, and those they knew as their enemies for a lifetime were now saving them. In the end, what choice did they have? They could only join the Dalki as they fought for their lives. I guess it's time we finish this up. Why don't me and you join the battle? General Satch said as he looked over to Samantha. We could have a friendly competition. If I kill more than you, then why don't you take me up on a date? He asked. I would like to take you up on that offer, a voice said from above, and soon the Dalki had landed on the ground, shaking the whole area around them. As they quickly recovered their balance and looked at what had landed in front of them, they could see one thing, a single horn sticking out from its head. What did you say? Oscar shouted, echoing through the office they were in. The reason for his cry was the new report that had just come in. There was a nervous look on his assistant's face as sweat was running down her face. Jane was afraid to repeat the content of it again, for the matter was distressingly serious. We have received an urgent report from the first Earthborn group. They have encountered the one-horned Dalki. The leader in the last war has not only been spotted but appears to have already joined the battle. Jane repeated. At the moment, Oscar was still on one of the Bertha ships that was nearby the teleporting station. The main reason was due to his gut feeling. It had told him that something would be going on that planet. After hearing the news of the Dalki leader being there, He could only imagine that they were planning something disastrous, and if worse came to worse, he would have to join in the battle as well. Quickly, I must prepare to leave. Samantha and Satch won't be enough to deal with him. It took all of the 4 leaders to take him on, and even though we have grown greatly since then, I fear that there may be a larger force than we first thought. As Oscar was getting ready to leave to head out to the battlefield himself, he couldn't help but think this planet or base that the Dalki had created must somehow be crucial to them. There was no other explanation as to why One Horn would be there personally. Could this be the base that allows them to communicate with the V? If so, we have to capture it at all costs. Winning the battle might be the key to ending the war, Oscar thought as he rushed over. At the same time, in the Dalki mountain-like structure that they used as their main base, Graham was the only Dalki present today. Only he wasn't alone, for there was a vampire sitting opposite him. Do you think it was the right decision? You have sent out 2 of your strongest forces, Slicer and One Horn. Jim asked. Of course, else I wouldn't have sent them out. Graham replied matter-of-factly. You should worry about completing your own job. I have already given you a force to help you with that, have I not? Yes, but you see, I have lent that force to another, so once again I am left on my own. Well, not without my own people. The vampire stated. Jim, you are a smart person. I'm sure you can guess what will happen. One Horn was sent out to fulfill the deal we made. Consider it our way to prove to you that we are indeed trustworthy. He won't fail his mission, and neither will Slicer. The humans are still unaware of our true strength. There is no single human in existence that could defeat Slicer or One Horn at the moment. Perhaps if all the powerhouses were to come together it might be a different story, but that is why I instructed them to strike 2 different places at roughly the same time. Graham explained. Not a single human? I guess you believe the vampires are stronger then. Jim spoke. However, if not a single human can beat them, then what about you? Does that make you invincible? If only we didn't have one defect when you created us. Graham answered with a smile, which showed his vicious sharp teeth. No matter how much he dressed in human clothing, or made himself appear human, his teeth would forever reveal what he truly was. Seeing the partly broken single horn on the Dalki's head that had landed in front of the 2 generals, they immediately recognized him. It didn't take long for Samantha to activate her soul weapon, bringing up the 9 tails of earth that would come out from the ground and stay around her. As for General Satch, his power stemmed from his nearly invincible body, and he needed to get up close to the Dalki. Charging in, Satch leapt forward, pushing from the ground, throwing out his knee with full force. As it hit the Dalki, the force could be seen coming out from the other side of his body, and Samantha thought this was the perfect chance for her to use her soul weapon, throwing out all of the 9 tails with the pointed tips towards the Dalki's back. Please be heard enough so he says still for just a second, she silently prayed. The tails were inches away from the Dalki's back, and were aiming right where their heart would be. It looked like they could possibly deal with this quickly. You've underestimated us. You're not the only race capable of growing stronger, Satch shouted, as he prepared to perform another kick. The tails had hit the Dalki, but they all smashed at that point, including the tips, breaking and chucking up piles of the ground, falling to the floor. Samantha's eyes were spread wide open, as it was the first time her soul weapon, the sharp tips she could place on her earth ability, had failed to pierce anything. It would even work on the Dalki. Satch went to kick the Dalki's head with all his strength. Although the beast gear he was wearing didn't particularly have any active skills, it was focused on the strength aspect more than anything. Having great strength and speed already, Satch was expecting to kill the Dalki with a single hit. But all he could see was that the formerly unmoving Dalki finally acted, by grabbing General Satch's leg with a single hand. The kicks the military man had trained for a number of years had been stopped just like that. And that's when Samantha realized they were in for a world of trouble, as she stared at the back of the Dalki. Seeing the horn, they had already gauged how much of a threat he would pose, so they had acted fast. One Horn, a strong four-spiked Dalki, they assumed him to be the leader of their race. However, the number of spikes coming from his back no longer matched their intel. Is this the power of a 5-spike? Even us head generals seem to stand no chance, Samantha thought, "Run!" Satch shouted. "Get out of here and warn everyone." The next second, Satch's body was slammed hard into the ground while being held by his ankle. The ground broke beneath him, but his body was fine. Thanks to his ability, he was pretty resilient. "Oh, I think you are the first human I have met whose body didn't suddenly splat into red liquid from doing that. I think I'm going to have a lot of fun with you." One Horn grinned as he looked over Satch. When being told to come here by Graham, One Horn was against the idea. He had thought this job would be pretty annoying, and he didn't quite understand why they were going through with this promise of theirs anyway. As such, the Dalki was now quite excited to find someone that looked like they could put up something. When the Dalki attempted to swing Satch again into the ground in another area, he tried his best to press off the ground, kicking off using a force equal in power. "It's going to be hard with one leg, but I have to use everything I have." At the same time, the ground beneath him rose and shot up, and the one doing the work was none other than Samantha. With the forces joining together and all of Satch's beast armor powering him, he was somewhat able to equal the force of the Dalki, and was now head height with the Dalki, but One Horn refused to let go of the leg. Spinning his body, not caring for breaking his bones, Satch kicked the forearm of the Dalki, not once but several times. Each time the air rippled on the other side of the forearm. "You want me to let go that badly? Then be my guest," the Dalki said, as he swung Satch up high in the air, letting him go, and he was soon sent flying, as he continued to go higher and higher into the sky. "Satch!" Samantha cried out. She needed to save him somehow, catch him or create something to cushion his fall, but she knew the Dalki wouldn't allow her to move. "But what can I do?" she thought, and it also looked like the Dalki forces were getting a second wind, as the humans from the shelter were starting to support them, fighting against the military power that was attacking them. "Back down now," a voice ordered her, and a tunnel of ice shot out, heading straight for the Dalki. This attack made it clear that he had arrived. Oscar, the supreme commander of the military and leader of the Earthborn group. A5 spike here of all places. This wasn't in the report, Oscar thought. "It looks like we need to call for help as soon as possible. Quinn, Owen, I can't do this alone." Alas, for now he would have to. There were no set schedules between vampires when one would sleep or stay awake. Unlike the humans, they didn't follow the sun, nor did they need as much sleep as humans. Then there were also subclasses that didn't require any sleep at all. As such, it wasn't too surprising that, at any time of day, one could see lights all around the place and people coming and going around in the vampire world. Today, though, Bryce had given an order to a certain number of vampires to gather in the castle once more, to hold a special meeting. He wasn't in his usual throne room. Instead, he was in the dungeon of the castle, where prisoners would often be kept before heading off to the 14th castle or for execution. One of these deep underground tunnels led to a certain place. A special room that Bryce had created once he had become king, putting a special type of combination on the door. For this door, he didn't even allow Muka to know the combination, and Muka wasn't even made aware that such a tunnel existed in the first place. Going through the tunnels, the special leaders that had been invited could go and visit Bryce, without the others knowing. "This certainly seems more fun than the time when I was alive," Tempest said out loud to himself as he walked towards the special door. Giving a type of knock on the door that only he would know, it was soon opened from the inside, and Tempest could now see the other leaders that were there. "You invited the second original?" Susan, the leader of the third family, exclaimed, the shock being so great that she had jumped out of her seat. If it had been any other time, she would have shown the vampire great respect, but today things were different for a reason. "Calm down. He is already aware of everything that is going on and everything that has happened. I know the second family wasn't involved back then, but after what happened to Cindy, it was impossible to hide it from him. Besides, he has been a great help so far." Learning of this fact, the rest of the leaders in the room stood up and bowed to him. The ones attending were Bryce's two royal knights, Prima Kilton, ex-leader of the 12th family, and Kyle Harlow, ex-leader of the 7th family. On top of this, Jill, the ex-8th family leader who still had her dead eyes, was standing rather than sitting at the table. "As you all have been made aware, Arthur will come to pay us a visit," And there is only one reason we can all think of. He has come to get revenge for what we have done to the other Punishers. Bryce stated. I don't regret what we did. We needed to make sure that they would never come back. But because we didn't finish the job properly the first time, we still have troublesome people coming back now. To rectify our past mistake, I have gathered you here to ask for your help. I know a lot of you have not informed the new leaders in your family about your past, and I don't blame any of you. If we had succeeded in the past, we could all just bury this event as a part of history. But since our old friend will come to pay us a visit, we will have to deal with him. Any vampires that you see as expendable, please send them my way. I have already exhausted my connections to the first family, and I'm aware that Muka already knows that something is up. If the first family's number gets any smaller or we go out to create more newborns, people will certainly start to ask about it. The room remained silent after Bryce's request. This group of people had hardly met up before Bryce had become king, but at least then, the ex-first family leader had treated them as equals. All of them were here because they had committed the same sin, but now that Bryce was king, although he had asked them for this favor, his tone had made it clear that it was just for appearance's sake. In reality, it was pretty much an order. What do you plan to do with these people? Susan asked. It sounds like they may never be brought back. I'm fine with sending you criminals or people who disobey rules. But if you can promise me they will come back, then I'm happy to send you others as well. Some of the others agreed with this. They too feared that maybe the vampires that they would send to him would forever disappear. It certainly sounded like that based on the way he was talking about the first family. Arthur is strong. Have you forgotten how much so? Bryce replied to them all. It would be great if that man would only believe himself to be untouchable, but he came at all of us at the same time. We would all be dead by now if he hadn't left of his own free will, and even the old king had been unable to do anything about it. Our only hope to stand up against him is that he will believe that we are still weak, that we won't have any solution to stop his shadow powers. But with your help, I will. As for your people, no, they will not return. Bryce admitted. I will make sure that they will be remembered as heroes. But without sacrifice, we can't win this upcoming battle. It worried them a little, the way Bryce was speaking. As the king, shouldn't he care for the well-being of the vampire race? Didn't they all agree to get rid of the Punishers so that no more vampire lives would have to end? So then how could he so easily ask for the lives of their fellow vampires? Still, it also felt like they had no other choice now. After getting involved in the past, they could no longer be forgiven. Arthur, as the leader of the Punishers, might have chosen to postpone punishing them for their crime once, but it was nigh impossible for something like that to happen again. If only there was a way to convince the other leaders that Arthur is the villain we should be fighting against. Tempest spoke. I think it would increase our chances, don't you? Besides, then there would be no need for you to worry about certain leaders teaming up with the Punisher. The others found it odd that the second family was working with Bryce. After all, the second family had not been involved with the matter of the Punishers back then. Oh, if you have a suggestion, please share it with us all, Bryce said. I think he will be surprised by seeing some old faces reappear in front of him again, Tempest said. Over at the 10th castle, Paul had been doing his duties as the vampire knight quite diligently. The human soldiers had built up a good relationship with those in the 10th. It seemed like most of the distrust had gone away after Quinn had been hailed a hero. This had made Paul's job a lot easier than before. Sitting at his desk inside the castle, Paul was going through paperwork, reminding him of the days when he had been in the military without any abilities. It was one of the reasons he had been able to adapt to the situation quicker than most. He also had the likes of Xander and Timmy helping him out. Quinn, there has been no report from you. I hope you still remember the request I have made. I know you will look after all of our families, but I can't help but worry that the war has already started. I'm not sure how busy you will be, whether you can still protect them all at that time. Paul thought. At that moment, the mask that he mostly kept around his waist started to vibrate, and he was wondering who could be calling him at a time like this. Sam had given him a few updates about the current situation of the world, but also missed out on many. Perhaps it was because he knew that Paul would want to get involved if he knew too much. When answering the call, it had come from someone unexpected. I see, I think that is possible, Paul replied, as he stood up from his seat and started to head to the throne room of the 10th castle. There, Paul stood in front of the teleporter. He pressed a few of the buttons on the front, activating the teleporter, and soon it started to light up as it was activated. He waited a few seconds, and coming through the teleport 2 people could be seen, although one of them looked quite different compared to before. Welcome back. I didn't expect to see the 2 of you return first before the others. Is everything okay? Paul asked. It was an unexpected return for us as well, but necessary, Leo replied, with Aaron following him from behind. It came as quite a surprise to Paul that the one who had requested a return to the 10th castle was none other than Leo. He was sure that the other vampire knight would be helping Quinn out to the best of his abilities, especially since they were going up against the Dalki. Who better to have by your side than someone who had the experience of fighting them in the past? However, as soon as he saw the other person next to Leo, he was beginning to get a rough idea what led them here. Aaron's usual blonde hair had turned black, but that wasn't the most prominent thing that stood out about her. That would be the pair of chains that were now covering both arms, clearly tied up in a restrictive way. On top of that, he could see that Aaron's arms were still twitching. What's happening to her? Is it some type of disease? Paul wondered. Leo has always had a soft spot for his students, but Aaron seems to go even above that. I just hope nobody will ever use that against him. Paul knew this well. It was the whole reason he had given up his humanity in order to protect his platoon that he had originally arrived with him. There are some matters that I need to deal with. You haven't told anybody about our arrival here, have you? Leo asked. No. Paul shook his head. You wouldn't have asked me to bring you cloaks if you wanted your presence to be known, now would you? Ever since that event, our faces are quite well known all over, so take these and cover up. Paul handed over the cloaks, but as he was about to present it to Aaron, Leo snapped it from Paul instead. It was just the confirmation he needed to know that something was definitely up. Perhaps even Quinn didn't know what was going on, judging by the strange way Leo was acting. Thank you, Leo said hastily. I'm sorry to have left you here with all this burden on your shoulders. If there is anything I can help you with, I will be happy to do so once I'm done with my own task. Perhaps this is payback for me not looking after the second base so well. Paul shrugged, smiling back at him. Although Paul was the one who had originally hired Leo, they hadn't really gotten around to talk much like this, and who would have thought they would be in this situation at the moment? The leaders are seemingly preparing for something, and there has been less infighting than usual, so there actually hasn't been much to do. Just concentrate on whatever you came here to do, and perhaps after that it would be for the best if you go and assist Quinn. The fact that things are that calm is a little unsettling in itself, Leo commented, before he and Aaron quickly wrapped themselves in the cloaks to set off. Why was I so on guard when I looked into that girl's eyes? Paul wondered. All the cells in his body had been screaming to either kill or be killed. Since they wanted to exit the castle in secret, the duo had to scale out from one of the windows and down from the castle. Then once they were in the 10th area, they could relax a little. Finally away from their family members, the 2 of them decided to go down an alleyway that was between 2 large houses. The good thing was that the inner castle area was a little quiet around the 10th area. It looked as if Paul had kept the requirements for entering the inner area quite strict. How did you feel when you met Paul? Was it similar to when you are around me? Or is being around more than one of us worsening your condition? Leo asked. Worse. Aaron kept her answer short, as if talking alone was taking a toll on her while she was holding down her urges. Ever since we entered, I can feel everyone. Imagine the entire place being filled with blood. Although it was impossible for her to make that comparison because she didn't know what it was like to be addicted to the blood, and Leo didn't know what it was like to be like Aaron either. For now, try to get used to the feeling. This might be the quickest way for you to learn to resist it. Here in a world where it's plentifully easy to get, then when we are back on track you should be fine. Leo tailored off because he could tell the energy inside her was growing by the second. This was the only choice he had, and if this didn't work he needed a backup plan. Leo didn't know much about the vampire world, and he didn't know many people he could trust either that might be able to help him in the situation he was in, but there was one person. In the 13th castle, Silver was performing her normal duties and was walking down a grand hallway. Suddenly, someone appeared directly in front of her. Someone who she hadn't seen for a while now. "Leo?" Silver asked, a little stunned. She hadn't gotten any news about him returning, and in the next moment she saw the cloaks. Since they had come unannounced then, they didn't want anyone to know that two vampire knights were meeting informally like this. "Since when were you on a first-name basis?" Aaron grunted. Ignoring Aaron's sass, Silver pulled the two of them into the closest unoccupied rooms, which happened to be one of the bedrooms. The female vampire knight quickly locked the door behind her. Not that it would stop a vampire from coming in, but would give them time to escape, or Silver could just answer saying it was her inside taking a rest. "What are the two of you doing here?" Silver asked in a hushed voice, staring at Leo, but she couldn't help but notice the wincing and twitching that was coming from Aaron either. "I'm sorry, but there are not many I can trust in this place. The king and the others do not know of our arrival, and I would like to keep it that way. We have a problem, and I hope you can help with that," Leo explained. "You are trustworthy, skilled, and I'm guessing a beautiful person who wouldn't mind helping an old man, correct?" "Old?" Silver chuckled. "Perhaps you look old before, but with your evolution you look like a fine man. Also age-wise I am probably 4 times your actual age," Silver stated with an amused smirk. "The bloodsuckers are seen as enemies of the vampire settlement, and I believe that King Bryce had said that he has destroyed all the ones that were being made by Cindy, but I was wondering if they were still more out there, and if they would still count as being a vampire?" Leo asked. It was a strange question to ask, but maybe Leo wanted to catch the bloodsuckers to find out more about the second family. Silver, too, didn't like the feeling she was getting from the original second leader Tempest. There might be some out there, and there are always vampires that seem to give in to the blood, although far less than in the past since we have taken measures against them now. However, it might be a struggle to find them. As for your other question, of course they are vampires. Some even believe that they are the vampire's true form, and choose to turn into one out of choice and leave the settlement. This was a bit of a problem. They could go hunting in the vampire world to try to find the bloodsuckers, but there was no guarantee that they would be successful, and Aaron might explode by then. Bringing her here was a risk as well, as the vampires could possibly find out about her. What about vampires that commit severe crimes, or are to face execution? Does the 13th family have any? Leo questioned. Now, Silver was at a loss, but since it was Leo she decided to answer. There are vampires that break the code, commit sins, and fight against each other. There are even vampires that talk back to their vampire knights and leaders, and that in itself is punishable by death. As long as the vampire being punished belongs to that family, the leaders are usually left to deal a punishment they believe is fit, unless it is quite a serious matter. This is why, even though we are limited to a number of vampires per family, new vampires are born to keep up the numbers. Although, I believe some leaders also use this as an excuse to off vampires, in hopes that a stronger one may come from a new line. As for vampires that commit crimes, they are mostly dealt with by Mukha. It might be best if you talk to him if you are trying to find someone. During the whole time the two of them were talking, Leo had kept turning back his head looking towards Aaron. They needed to move fast. "Thank you for your help. It's time we leave. I shall repay your kindness in the future," Leo promised, as they quickly opened the window to the room, and the two of them were ready to jump off from the ledge. Aaron was to climb onto it first, but she soon turned her head to look at Silver, and her glowing yellow eyes were seen. Leo quickly gave Aaron a little nudge before jumping off as well. Yellow eyes. A search for vampires or bloodsuckers? No, this can't be, Silver thought as she had figured out why they had asked those questions. A few days had passed since Quinn and his group had arrived on Blade Island. They had learned quite a few new things during their stay, and some dynamics had changed within the group. For one, Quinn had no idea what was taking Eno's people so long to arrive at the island. Whenever he had asked the old man, the only answer he would get out of him was they would be here eventually. It appeared that they had to either be coming from a very far away destination, or were making sure that no one could see them while on their way there. The demon-tier beast had returned to his original spot in front of the tablet. For most of the time it seemed to be napping, only waking up briefly whenever Quinn would visit to see if there was any information he could get about his family, or if the tablet would speak to him again, but it never did happen. Since the plan to move the dragon had been abandoned, Helen had decided to leave ahead of everyone else. Quinn had instantly agreed that it was vitally important for her to head out there. After all, just like Owen was out protecting the planets the Greylash family owned, it was the same for her. Helen was the one that was in charge of protecting most of the Cursed Faction planets. Who knew when the next large-scale attack from the Dalki or the Gym would occur? Mona had been let out and was updated on the situation. She seemed okay but still didn't really know what happened. Usually, if she couldn't take over she wouldn't pass out like that, but she wasn't keen to try out again so soon. However, their days on the island weren't totally wasted. The island was full of strong beasts that the others could use as a form of training. Currently, seen coming out from the forest area that was just in front of the entrance to the large castle, Fex could be seen dragging a beast that looked similar to a boar. Its tusks were nearly as large as its whole body. Whoever ended up on the wrong end of those would never be able to get off them. Fex continued to drag the boar that was wrapped with his red strings across the ground, and eventually cut off the string from his hand, leaving it to wiggle around a bit on the floor. Phew, finally the second one, Fex said, wiping the sweat from his head. I don't know what you want to do with these things, but it would be a lot easier if I was allowed to just kill it before bringing it over. Trying to capture a beast alive is a massive pain. Standing in front of the castle were Quinn and Shiro, while Syl and Layla sat on the grand staircase that led up into the castle. Everyone else seemed to be relaxing in the castle itself, doing their own thing, not really interested in much. They enjoyed the empty rooms, and this welcomed rest from their duties on the cursed ship. All right, Shiro, it's now your turn, Quinn said, as he gave him a small nudge forward. On the ground now there were two different types of beast. One was a giant frog, with 6 eyes on its head that was also wrapped around with the same red strings. Both of them were advanced tier beasts. Even if they were to escape, it wouldn't be much of a problem for the people there to deal with them. But Shiro still looked nervous. To him these were deadly beasts. He inched closer and closer with both his hands out, walking towards them. You can do this, they need you to do this. You've been practicing a lot and I think I got the feeling down. Shiro mulled to himself. Remember what that book said. While searching the castle, the group were in luck. For when the Blades had left the island, nearly everything in the castle had been left behind as well. It seemed kind of sad in a way to see so much history left behind in such a place, but it looked like Hilston didn't care about it at all. There was an entire grand library filled with information on top of information. After searching through the books, they had managed to come across a type of diary. It had details reporting how certain abilities functioned as if they were testing things, and one of them was Shiro's current ability. It seemed like every chained ability they had was stored in that library filled with these notes, and it contained crucial information about each ability. After handing the book to Shiro, Quinn had asked Syl if he could keep all the information. It felt wrong to just take something when it wasn't his and a member of the family he was taking it from was right beside him. Syl hadn't even hesitated to agree. He didn't care for the books and he wanted to forget everything about the place anyway. Doing so, Quinn had put all of the books in his dimensional storage. These weren't ability books, they didn't tell the user how to cultivate the ability, but did tell them what the abilities were capable of. Still, Quinn decided in his free time he would read the books as much as he could. Knowing your enemy would give a person an advantage in a fight, and at some point Quinn felt like he would need to fight Hilston. Hopefully, however, it would be later rather than sooner. Thanks to Shiro learning Chi, he was more in tune with his body than the average person. He could feel the changes that were happening as he activated his ability, and thanks to the information in the book about what was possible, he could already do a few things. It made Quinn wonder, if Pure ever did learn abilities it could make them stronger than others. While thinking about this, suddenly the frog beast shot out its tongue straight towards Shiro, and wrapped it around his wrist before it could touch him. In less than a second though, Quinn was there to slice its tongue off. Immediately he went to look at Fex, who looked like he was trying to shy away. My bad. Fex mumbled an apology. I just brought them here, and that thing never used an attack like that when I was fighting it. Isn't it a frog though? Layla questioned. What else can a frog do? Since the danger had passed, Shiro soon walked forward, now armed with the knowledge that Quinn would be there if anything similar should occur. Placing one hand on each of the beasts' heads, Shiro concentrated. The palm of his hands started to light up slightly in a soft glow, and that was the end. Did it work? Shiro asked. Let's find out, Quinn said, as Shiro went to run where Layla and Sil were sitting. Quinn then cut the strings that were made by Fex, and the two beasts were free. As they stood on their feet, something felt strange about both of them. The boar beast attempted to jump on its back legs, hardly making any distance whatsoever. It also would constantly pull out its tongue as if it was tasting the air. As for the frog beast, it looked like it was trying to figure out how its legs worked. It was wobbling side to side, pushing its back legs while using its upper body to charge forward, which just caused its head to hit the ground. Bwahaha! Fex burst out laughing, and so did the others by the seats. It was quite a funny scene. Well, that's good. It looks like you're getting the hang of using your ability. Now let's try to put them back, their minds into their original bodies. After that we can try to just transfer the mind of one into the body of the other, Quinn suggested, as they continued to test out Shiro's ability. But before that, Quinn could feel that he was getting a call from a certain someone. Placing the mask on his face, he answered. Quinn, this is Sam, and I have an important report to make, Sam said over the voice in a serious tone. Go on, Quinn replied, worried about what might have happened for Sam to react in such a manner. Dalki were discovered on one of the planets owned by the humans. Oscar sent out 2 of his forces, and in the end he even had to join the battle, because One Horn was there as well. 2 groups, and Oscar went there himself. How many Dalki were there? He thought. One Horn was probably the most described Dalki to all of humanity, and he was the personification of why they feared the race. Does Oscar need help? Has he asked us to come to the planet? Quinn asked, but there was silence for a few seconds. He did, but there was nothing we could do. Before we could even send out reinforcement, the fight was already over. Humanity has lost their first battle against the Dalki. In the first major attack of the Second War, Quinn had successfully defeated the invading Dalki with minimal losses on the human side. A 4-spiked Dalki had invaded Earth, yet had been unable to progress further from the original spot of where it had landed. Another 4-spiked Dalki had been beaten so badly that they had been forced to run off, while the rest of its forces had been dealt with, and of course the cursed faction leader had saved the second fleet of the Greylash family. All of these battles could be considered victories of the human race, despite the losses they had suffered on their side. So what did a loss mean? Due to how important this was, and wanting to know more details, Quinn quickly gathered everyone on the island. They moved into the main castle throne room and sat around a dining table that was already placed there. Next, Logan placed a device in the center of the room, and a holographic display of Sam appeared in the middle. With it, everyone would be able to hear the message and receive the details of what had occurred without the need to repeat it over and over. There's quite a bit to explain, and soon this information will be revealed to the public. Quinn, you and Owen were asked to be the first people to be contacted and this information to be passed on, so I want you to think carefully about what you want to do next, Sam said. Everyone in the room was seriously listening in, including Eno and Brock. It all started when some Dalki were discovered on one of the beast planets owned by Earth. It is centered quite fairly in the middle and not too far away from Earth's portal station. Because of this, Oscar decided to treat it as a serious matter and sent out his men to deal with it. Quinn, Fex, Layla, and Sil, you should already be familiar with this planet. It's the orange portal planet you all had gone to on an expedition. Immediately, both Quinn and Fex looked at each other. For it wasn't just the planet that their school had gone on an expedition for, but it was also the planet where they had awakened Arthur from his sleep. The Dalki were found there, and the Dalki are there as well. Does this mean, could Arthur really be working with the other side? Just what could they be doing there? Quinn wondered. Why didn't the Earthborn group ask for the Greylash faction or the Cursed Action for help? Chucky couldn't help but ask. It's a good point to make, but it was because they didn't think they needed to. Their scouts estimated for there to be only 1 or 2 dozen Dalki, a number that 2 fleets should have been able to beat. There were also rumors of humans living at the settlement in peace, which made the Earthborn group assume they had to be versus. They sent out 2 head generals to deal with the situation, Samantha and Satch. In the end, the Dalki known as One Horn showed up there as well. Oscar had already predicted something like this might have happened, so he had stayed in the vicinity. The next thing they knew, the humans were retreating from the settlement. Satch is in the hospital and Samantha has come out relatively fine. As for Oscar, it seems like he is on his last legs. By the time we received a request for help, he was already facing One Horn to allow everyone else to escape. He barely managed to escape, but his arms, legs, and limbs were ripped from his body. His heart has remained intact, and same with his brain, but he is unresponsive at the moment. They are keeping him alive, but are unable to perform surgery on him, for fear it might end his life. Now Inu is all that's left really for the Earthborn group. Samantha can't focus her attention due to her father's situation and refuses to leave his side. Satch will live but might never be able to fight again. So Inu is panicking and has called for help from the Greylash and the cursed faction, otherwise things might seriously fall apart. I concur with his opinion that this base has to be important to them. The plan is to launch a coordinated attack with you and Owen. And for Owen's response, he is waiting for your reply first. Didn't Aaron and Paul tell us about the people in that planet? They are not vampires. They were the people that Arthur was with at the time. So why are the Dalki there as well, and why haven't they killed them? Maybe if we go to the place, I'll find out why Arthur did what he did. Decline the request to attack the Dalki, was the first words out of Eno's mouth after hearing what had happened. Quinn, perhaps you're curious why they are on that planet, but it is not worth the risk if One Horn is there. One Horn, even if he isn't the strongest Dalki in existence, he is at least the primary reason why the humans, or even vampires for this matter, have little hope of winning this war. Think of what happened to Oscar. He had a demon tier weapon with him, and 2 head generals by his side and still ended up in that state. I agree, Mona said, who had mostly been recovering in the castle after suffering from trying to take over the demon tier beast. All of the leaders in the past fought against One Horn, and we still weren't able to kill him. However, he must have gotten stronger to be able to do something like that. Although 2 people were warning him, Quinn felt like they were overreacting. Whenever he had been fighting, he had gotten through tough situations, and the only opponents that were able to completely overpower him had been Hilston and Arthur. Were they claiming that One Horn was on their level? Still more so than anything, Quinn wanted to go there, hoping he might discover something about Arthur. Maybe the people he had protected would know something. Perhaps this isn't my place to speak, Layla chimed in. But I think that Inu is obsessed with revenge at the moment, and since he can't do it himself, he wants to use us to achieve his goal. I think the more important thing is what to do with Oscar. Since he's still barely alive, shouldn't we help him? Did Layla really just suggest that? Quinn was baffled. If a person was on the verge of death, what could they do? The only thing they could do was to turn that said person into a vampire. She's right, this could be the chance to have someone of great influence under your control, but what would the people think if all of their leaders were suddenly something different to them? Ino commented with a smirk. Can't I help somehow? Shiro asked, raising his hand. If I can move Ratton and Vorden into a body, doesn't that mean I can do the same thing to Oscar? We haven't tried your ability on humans yet though. We don't know what you can do, especially on someone who is unconscious or brain dead. Maybe Oscar is still alive, but his head is gone, Fex replied. We don't know until we test the situation ourselves, but using a world leader seems like a bad place to start. The easiest way might indeed be to convince humans that vampires are good if we turn him in. Now the humans in the group were starting to catch on what exactly Layla was getting at. He should have a choice in that matter. Logan interjected. It's unfair to turn someone against their will. I'm sure many people would jump at this opportunity if it was to become a vampire or death, but I for one don't think it's right to just turn someone because it's more convenient to us. Also, it's not clear yet if he can't be saved another way. Technology has advanced very well. Even without limbs, if he wakes up he will be able to do everything he could before. In the middle of their conversation, the device in the center of the table started to vibrate once again, noting that there was an incoming call. When answering, they could see Sam again. I know I haven't given you enough time to decide what to do, but that is not why I called. Quinn, the request that you have asked, we have finally been able to find one. A humanoid demigod tier beast. Finally, Quinn thought as he looked towards Shiro. Sam's second message kind of flew right above everyone's heads. Barely anyone had paid it attention due to the first message pertaining to such a serious matter that they were all still thinking long and hard about before. Sam, while you are still on the line, I have made a decision. I want you to report back to Head General Inu and Owen Greylash, Quinn said in a serious tone after having listened to the opinion of all those around him. Everyone turned towards the center of the table to listen to their leader's next words. Tell them that the cursed faction will not participate in the mission to get rid of One Horn, Quinn stated. A lot of them were holding their breaths, but in all honesty they felt relieved that Quinn had decided to abstain. Most of them had been worried about what would become of the cursed faction if Quinn might suffer a similar fate to Oscar. I would also like you to convey my personal advice for Owen and Inu to refrain from attacking the place. If my hunch is right, the Dalki there won't be doing anything anytime soon. Attacking them will only cause more trouble, but I also want to make one more thing clear. The cursed faction is not going to completely leave them be forever either. We will deal with them, just not now. Quinn added. There had to be a reason why Ino was so sure the human race would lose against the Dalki without his help, and it seemed like the Dalki known as One Horn was a major one. Perhaps in the past Quinn might have rushed in, wanting to learn the truth quickly, wishing to avenge Oscar. However, now as a world leader, he was aware that his decisions didn't just affect him but the whole world. Although not now, he still intended to find out just why the Dalki would appear near a human settlement without killing the inhabitants and how exactly Arthur fit into the whole picture. Inu was currently on one of the Bertha ships the military owned, yet not the same one as Oscar. Sitting at his desk, he was biting away at his fingernails. Not in fear or anxiousness, instead it was in excitement. I can't believe such an opportunity has actually come my way, Inu thought to himself. I saw how strong Quinn was against the Dalki. If it's just one of them, and with Owen who has already faced a 4-spike Dalki, in the mix we can definitely defeat it with the three of us. As long as the three of us can get rid of it, what the other two head generals and the Supreme Commander couldn't, just what position would that put me in? I will be at the top of the ladder. A world leader, the next to become Supreme Commander. Oscar was getting old in the first place, and with how things had been going it's clear that he was most likely going to pass on the role to someone like his daughter Samantha, or that head General Paul of the second base. However, after seeing the way she acts now, it is clear she is not fit to be leader. There will be public outcry if she was to be chosen. Everyone will be on my side. Inu was already dreaming about donning the mantle and receiving the praise and admiration of everyone. The much-awaited call finally came through, and Inu answered it rather quickly. However, it was nowhere near what Inu had hoped to hear. It also wasn't so much a conversation between the two of them as Sam merely passing on Quinn's message on the cursed faction stance. Let me speak to him. Let me speak to Quinn right now. Inu shouted down the receiver, holding back his anger to not crush it with his hand. Sam, of course, had half expected this reaction when delivering the message forward. He understood why Quinn had left him this task to handle instead of doing it himself. I'm sorry, but Quinn is extremely busy at the moment. He is currently undertaking a secret mission and is unable to get out. I would also like to remind you that we from the Cursed Faction do not work under the Earthborn group, so you have no jurisdiction over us. We have our own people and planets that need protection. Sending in more people could just cause more deaths. Sam tried to give Inu a professional reply to get him off his back. Lies. I know why you won't attack them. It's because you're working with them. The reason why the Dalki are leaving them alone are because they are versus just like you all. I knew we couldn't trust any of you. Hear my word. I will be sure to let everyone know about this. Inu complained. Head General Inen, you get a grip on yourself. Sam cautioned the other. I understand that you must be emotional right now, so I shall pretend you hadn't said any of that. Let me repeat, our cursed faction merely said that we won't attack the planet right now. As soon as Quinn is done, Sam was trying to fix things diplomatically. But from the other end he heard Inu continue his angry rant. The other seemed unwilling to listen to a word he said. So Sam eventually just ended the call. How did someone like him ever become a head general in the first place? I guess this is what happens when you choose the people in high positions based on power over brains. Arg, we still need to keep a good relation with the Earthborn group. I have a feeling that all three groups will be needed to save us all. Sam thought. He sighed and opted to call Inu back later once he might have calmed down to smooth things over. Fortunately, delivering the message to Owen was a completely different experience. I'm sure he has his reasons, Owen had said in an understanding tone. I also was contemplating on what to do after what has happened to me, but I think the cursed faction might know more about this Dalki situation than us. So I will trust him. Back on Blade Island. After the call had ended, Quinn had wanted to do a few more things with Shiro. They were still waiting for Richard's people to arrive after all, and after a series of tests he thought that Shiro was truly ready. Nearly the whole group were back outside in front of the castle, and had continued where they had left off with the tests. The only problem is that you need to touch the person in order to use your ability. It's similar to the beast's taming ability, and Sill's ability as well. Quinn summarized, as he had some concern written on his face. Quinn, I have to ask, what was Sam going on about before? Layla asked. About how he had found a humanoid demigod-tier beast. Do you need its crystal for some reason? Quinn looked around to check if Eno or Brock were nearby and then sniffed the air, but it didn't seem like they were around. He then smiled and shook his head. I don't need the crystal, Quinn replied. I wanted to use their bodies, and I'm not just looking for one humanoid beast, but two. At that moment, Sill sprung up like a bamboo shot. Quinn, are you? If you're okay with it. Quinn smiled. I've been thinking of a way we can do this for a while now, a way to bring back Vorden and Ratton without relying on Richard. You see, his clones would be a temporary step anyway, and I don't trust him not to have some sort of power over them. Besides, they would have had to learn the ability of the blades again. I don't feel comfortable using another human's body either, and I don't think Vorden would like that either. So I asked Logan and Sam for a request, and they have been searching for a long time now, and it looks like they have finally found one. Why do you think I've been asking Shiro to do so many tests on the beasts here? I needed to know if his ability would work on beasts just as well as they did on humans. The worry was if we were to put a human mind in a beast, since they're not maybe that would cause some problems. If it did, then we would just have to get Shrio to put them back. I thought, what's the closest thing to a human that could survive for a really long time? Why not a humanoid beast? Their intelligence is great, similar to humans, and some can even speak, especially at the higher tiers. Quinn shared his thoughts on the matter. Everyone's mouths were left wide open as they couldn't believe their ears. Quinn was really suggesting that they put both Vorden and Ratton into the body of a humanoid beast. Now all we need to do is check if Ratton and Vorden are still in your head, Quinn said, looking at Sill. A lot of time had already been spent waiting on Blade Island, but there didn't really seem like there was anything the group could do. Quinn was getting more and more frustrated with each passing day, especially now that there was a potential way to help Vorden and Ratton. He kept himself busy during his free time by reading through the notes that had been left behind about the abilities that Hilston had kept. Since they weren't ability books, he was unable to use the system to instantly learn the information and had to go through them the old-fashioned way. In those peaceful moments, Quinn felt reminded of being a student who was cramming to prepare a presentation for class. Still, they needed to progress and move forward, so Quinn eventually went to Eno with a request. Eno and Brock would usually spend their time on top of one of the castle's 4 towers. Today's choice had been the East Tower. As far as Quinn could tell, the 2 older men seemed to be just staring up into the sky. The dragon no longer needs to be moved, and a lot of time is being wasted. While we are just waiting here, the Dalki out there are constantly out on the move. I think it's best if we leave this place, Quinn said after he had arrived. Have you come here to ask me for my permission? Eno asked without so much as changing his lying posture. In case you've forgotten, you're your own leader. The goal of this mission was to complete your side of the deal, but we have already agreed that it's for the best to let the dragon remain here. At least for the time being. Quinn hadn't forgotten the supposed hierarchy, but due to Eno being with them for a while, and him being the person Quinn had searched for the longest time, it felt weird to just decide to do things without him. Besides, Eno always had something to say about Quinn's decisions, so he was surprised to hear this now of all things. I've come here to inform you about our next course of action. So what are you planning to do? Are you going to come with us? Or do you want to wait for the others? Quinn asked. We will stay here, Brock answered as he sat up to face Quinn, while Eno continued to stare out towards the sky. Me and Eno have evaluated the cursed faction long enough. There won't be much of a difference with us being there or not, and at this point I think my master has something he would like to say. Brock then bowed down and stepped aside holding his hand out. Eno took Brock's hand and got up, facing Quinn. Congratulations, Quinn. It looks like you're indeed the one I have been waiting for. Now I don't want you to get too big-headed. Eno praised the cursed faction leader. After watching you for a while, you seem to have the talent to end up in all sorts of situations. Although I'm still not sure if I should say you've been blessed by a god of good luck or one of bad luck considering the constant things that you face. Now with the state the human race is in, you are really the only person I can trust to stop the Dalki. You've heeded my warning and you have many people around you that will help. You know what you need to do. When the time is right, I will have someone come out and seek you. But remember, Quinn, you are to complete your side of the bargain no matter what. When we need to move the dragon, you will do so with Syl's ability or without it. The conversation was over, and Quinn was free to leave. But as he did, he couldn't help but wonder what Eno meant by his words. Did he know what Quinn was planning to do? That he was going to try and bring back Vorden and Ratton before moving the dragon-tier beast? He somehow had known many things before that he shouldn't have been aware of, but at the same time that knowledge hadn't been omniscient. Richard did help create the system with me and Logan's family, Vincent commented. He was also able to override it that one time, which means that perhaps he has a way to access your system and see everything you are doing. In some type of way. If that was true, then that was a scary thought to have. This system was what had allowed Quinn to grow stronger in such an incredible fast way. It had helped him along the way, but it was a fact that he didn't have complete control over it. Perhaps one day it could be used against him, which made Quinn think if he would have to look for a way to get rid of it at some point. I'll need to learn to be less reliant on the system. Even without it, my body can still work using most skills. Still, there are some things like the soul weapons and more that I can't use without it yet. In the past, it had been beneficial for Quinn to learn how to use the skills himself anyway, rather than relying on the system. It would solve the light delay in time that he had when activating skills through the system. So it just made more sense for him to learn how to use the abilities properly. Unfortunately, that required a lot of time, and how often was he really granted such a luxury? Not to mention there was so much for him to learn and do. Now knowing that they were to head off the island, Quinn decided to head for the tablet one last time without everyone else. The dragon had remained there and now only half opened one eyelid to see who it was. As soon as he recognized Quinn, he closed it again and continued his slumber. Who would have ever thought I would make a demon-tier beast grow so accustomed to me that it would just sleep around? Quinn thought, amused. He started at the tablet and checked his quest log. There were 2 main quests still available for Quinn. One to find out what lay beyond a vampire lord. Only leveling up was taking an incredibly long time these days. He was also worried that this was something no other vampire had ever reached or heard of before. So when would he evolve again? Level 70? Level 80? Level 100? There were perhaps any other conditions the system wanted him to fulfill? As for the second quest, that was to find out more about the Talon family. How do I even start that? Quinn wondered. When checking out his system, his eyes went towards one of the items that were there. Something he still had no idea what to do with. The seedling from the demon-tier beast. I was thinking about putting it somewhere on the cursed ship so I could observe it, but that might be too dangerous. It would be a catastrophe if it turns into the same demon-tier tree again. Quinn thought. He could just try to plant it on the original planet it came from, but none of the inhabitants would want that for obvious reasons. Then there was Blade Island. Currently, it was inhabited by no one but a large dragon and beasts. In the middle of the open ground, Quinn dug a hole and planted the seed in place, covering it up. He really didn't know what to do or what he expected to happen from the seed now. He just watched it for a few seconds, and then the ground where it was buried started to light up, glowing slightly pink. A strong life energy could be felt from it, but at the same time it was only a baby. Will this really grow into another demon tier beast? I guess this island will be the best place to put it. It won't do harm to the tablet, and even if the Dalki attack, they would be in for a surprise. Quinn smirked at the thought. For a second the dragon turned its head and got up on all fours, looking at the area the seed was planted. It looked like it was about to do something, but then soon sat down. Did it not like that to put the seed here? Maybe that guy from inside the tablet told it to calm down. Hey big guy, I'll be leaving now. Make sure you look after this little seed for me, alright? You already protect the tablet, so that can't be too hard of a job for you, right? Quinn asked. The dragon blew through its nose once. Quinn had no idea if that was supposed to be a yes or no, but one thing was clear: it could somewhat understand what he said. Going back to the seed, Quinn placed his hands on it once again. The higher tier a beast was, the more advanced its intelligence seemed to be, so maybe it was the same with this seedling even though it was a baby. Grow up big and strong, okay? And when I come back, try not to kill me. Quinn spoke to it softly. The pink lights shined brightly for a few seconds, then dimmed down again. I must be going crazy, talking to a seed, Quinn mumbled once he was a bit away. After more than a week of relaxation on Blade Island, the cursed group had finally headed off again, back to the main cursed ship. There they wanted to retrieve further information from Sam on the details of the demigod tier humanoid beast. Humanoid beasts were said to be the strongest type of beast for that specific tier. Not just because of their powers, but more so because of the level of intelligence they displayed. Quinn had now fought against 2 demon tier beasts, but neither of them had been the humanoid type, so perhaps this would prove to be more difficult than that. In fact, he was sure of it for a major reason. Their goal was not to kill the beast but to capture it. What's more, since they planned to use its body, they would have to make sure to keep it as intact as possible. Sure, a healer might be able to heal some of its wounds, but that was under the assumption their abilities would work on the beast's body. Chucky was the last one to enter after taking a toilet break. The room was mostly silent and Quinn could be seen reading a book. As for himself, though, he didn't really have anything to do, so decided to go to the bar-like setting area and chat with the others. So I heard that the demigod tier crystal is also near the Earth station, right? Chucky asked. Does that mean you're going to pay Oscar a visit before landing? Or on the way back? Quinn placed his book down after folding a corner of the page to remember where he was, and looked up at who had asked the question. Chucky didn't exactly have a memorable voice. We will make a stop before confronting the beast. Perhaps Shiro might be able to do something after all, and we can also take the chance to take a look at the others. Quinn replied. It should further prove that our relationship is not just a superficial one. There is just one troublesome person I would like to avoid. That person was naturally Inu, the head general that was currently in charge of the Earthborn group. Despite Sam doing his best to smooth things over, it had been apparent that the other didn't trust them for refusing to get revenge on the Dalki. Shiro was still practicing using his ability. He had yet to manage to communicate or wake up Ratton and Vorden in Sill's mind. Without that, the whole mission would be useless. The only problem was that this was considered a different skill to swapping minds and such, and one couldn't really practice this on beasts either, so Shiro was left to read the notes left behind carefully. How did they get this much information? They must have really put the original user of this ability through a lot. Shiro thought as he looked through the pages, seemingly hoping it might reveal something new to him. Going by the dried blood stains, he could imagine them practically torturing the man, putting him in life and death situations while another person sat down and wrote notes. Finally, the ship had arrived at the cursed base, and everyone was free to relax again once more. A quick update showed that nothing bad had happened to the ship while they had been away. Still, Quinn wanted everyone to keep on their toes just in case anything was to occur. However, there were a couple of people that Quinn didn't expect to be around. When he was walking through the halls, he could hear a particular voice from quite a short distance away. "So how much has changed for you ever since you found out about the existence of the V?" Bonnie asked. "Honestly, not much has changed around here. We continue to operate just as we did before. I trust the leaders. They pay well, and so far they haven't shown any signs of planning to break their promise to look after our families even after anything happens to us. That's a benefit that not everyone can guarantee, which is why I decided to stay in the first place. The only thing I will say is we don't really interact much with the leader Quinn, and most things are done through." As the man was about to finish his question, the very person he was speaking about was approaching the two of them. The two that had arrived on the ship in Quinn's absence were Bonnie and Void. They had gone to the break room and had explained to Quinn exactly the reason why they were here. It was due to the recent reaction and announcement of the cursed faction having V amongst them, most prominently Quinn himself. "Don't you think this is a good idea?" Bonnie asked as she took a sip of her coffee. "People are scared after the reveal of the V, but as if that wasn't enough, they have also been told that you are our supposed allies. Is it any wonder that most don't know who they are meant to believe now? Showing them the daily life of those in the cursed faction and telling them what you guys are planning to do. This way people will be less fearful of you." As she was saying that, Void walked over and passed a coffee over to Quinn, and his hands were shaking as he handed the cup over. Of course, Quinn placed it right down onto the table. He knew Void was just trying to be polite, but he didn't drink that stuff. It was at that point that Void started to realize all the different small actions of Quinn and certain other people on board. "If you are wondering, I just drink blood and meat that has been cooked quite rare. We can also taste alcohol as well," Quinn said with a smile. "You can put that in your little interview if you want to spread the word out." Quinn was trying to be a little playful and it driving home how people viewed them. The fact was even Void was scared of him right now, so he couldn't imagine all the others that were out there as well. "I assume Sam has already given you permission, so I don't see any reason to revoke it." Quinn sighed. The secret was out, so what was the worst that could happen? "Actually, I was kind of wondering about Quinn. We heard the news about Oscar. It hasn't been announced yet, but are you going to go and try to save him?" Bonnie asked. After what had happened with Owen, Bonnie and Void actually had paid a visit to him first, and Owen couldn't shut up about the apparent miracle that Quinn did on him. How he had saved him when no one else could. So they assumed that perhaps Quinn would be going to Oscar next, and perform something similar. Catching this on video would be sure to change the opinions of everyone around the world. Unfortunately, Oscar's situation is completely different to Owen's. Quinn admitted, "I will certainly pay him a visit, and there are a couple of things we will try to do to help him, but we have already talked about it and we will make sure that nothing will be done against his will." In order to travel to the Bertha ship where Oscar was currently receiving medical treatment, the cursed faction needed to ask for permission and make them aware that they would be coming for a visit. Of course, at the moment the person who was in charge was displeased. "You're saying those cursed bastards are planning to visit the Supreme Commander? Do they really expect me to comply when we know what they are? What if this was all a plan? What if he strikes him on his deathbed, or worse, he turns him into one of them? It could be the end of the human race as we know it. I have to put a stop to the two of them getting it." Inu worried. While waiting for a response from the Earthborn group, there was something that Quinn needed to do beforehand anyway. Inside his own personal training room was Logan, Syl, Shiro, Peter, Fex, and Layla. These people were in the room due to their connection with a particular person they were planning to bring back. "This room looks a lot better than the last time I was in it," Quinn thought as he noticed the walls were no longer covered in blood. Shiro was standing on one side of the training room, with Quinn just behind him. While standing opposite the two of them was Syl. Everyone had gathered because today was the day where they were going to run a little test. A test to see if they could wake up Vorden and Ratton, who were inside Syl's head. "If it doesn't work, I won't blame you," Syl said. This had come as a surprise to everyone. Syl was actually the one trying to comfort someone else for a change. Hanging around with Shiro and making a new friend really did help him out. "I don't want Syl to go back to the way he used to be. If we get back Ratton and Vorden, only one mind can be present at a time, and maybe Syl will just go back to the way he was before." This is just a test for now, and we will definitely move them later. Right, I think I have the hang of it now, but it might take a few tries for it to work. I've never done this before, Shiro said. He wasn't worried about using his powers. It was more that he was concerned about disappointing Syl and everyone around. We have analyzed that there should be less risk at this point, Logan stated. He was looking at some information on holographic screens that would appear in front of him. A copy of the notes was on display, giving him everything he needed, placing it in his database to bring up whenever he wished. Using this type of skill with his ability only requires you and another user. There is little room for problems to occur. Perhaps the worst thing that could happen is that the two of you switch minds, then we would have another problem on our hands. Still, we wouldn't have lost the ability, since even if you were to end up in Syl's body, due to the two of you touching, you would still have the same ability to fix the problem that has occurred. In a way, doing this with Syl due to his ability is probably the safest person one can do it with. It was clear that Logan's explanation was meant to calm Shiro down, but it didn't help one bit. Still, he had practiced for this day and placed his hand on top of Syl's head. Everyone waited silently for a few seconds, and Shiro's hand started to glow slightly. It didn't work, Shiro said, looking at Syl's disappointed face. But Quinn quickly placed his hand on Shiro's shoulder. It didn't work yet, Quinn said. They repeated the process over and over again, and Shiro carefully tried to remember how to use the skill. Even Logan would reiterate the words and how the ability user of the past felt when using this skill. After several tries, it seemed like Shiro had finally gotten somewhere. His body was currently in a dark room, or it was safer to say that his mind was. He had done this several times and had gotten to this step, but before he couldn't see anyone. Now he saw something for the first time. Two glowing lights out there in the dark space. As he reached out to them, his hand went through it like it was nothing. I thought that would work. What should I do? Shiro thought. He was unsure if this would work, but maybe things were complex because several minds were in one. Instead of swapping minds like he had done before. On the outside, he was already using the ability and had to concentrate. Focus on using the body while exploring the black space. But what if this version of him, the one in the black space, also needed to use the ability? Shiro held out his hand again, touching the bright ball of light. Then his hands started to glow, and he was transported inside of another dark space. Only he wasn't alone, and another could be seen. What is this? The person said as he turned around. Am I dreaming? I've been alone in this place for so long. But I've never seen anyone before, and I don't even recognize you. The speaking boy looked identical to Syl, only he stood quite confident, tall and had a calm look about him. Based on what Syl said about the other two people, this one should be Vorden. He said Ratton would start cursing at me the second I entered. My name is Shiro, and I'm part of the cursed faction. Quinn sent me here to see you. He's been looking for you for a long time now, Shiro said. At first, Vorden was taken aback, but then the largest grin possible on his face appeared. They've been looking for me, and this whole time as well? What good friends. Vorden replied as he wiped his face with the sleeve of his shirt. My ability has allowed me to come into here. I think we can bring you back to the way you were before so the three of you can occupy Syl's mind. Right now, the group is looking for a body to transfer you into, and it looks like he might have found something. Shiro explained Quinn's plan, how he wanted to move him into a humanoid beast. Initially, when Vorden had made his decision, he did so for everyone. Not just Syl, but he wanted to protect them all and knew he wasn't strong enough to do it. At the time, he really didn't know what would happen to him. He was stuck in a black room similar to the one before, only he was alone with no way to see or do anything. In here, he had a lot of time to think, and he missed his friends dearly. I can wait a little longer, Vorden said. I don't care. Quinn can put me in a regular beast for all I care if it works out. I just want to see everyone again. But I think it would be best to leave me be for now. It sounds like that they might need Syl if they plan to capture this powerful beast alive. Our reunion can wait. When speaking, Shiro could tell Vorden sounded like he was in pain. He knew he desperately wanted to get out of this place. Shiro had never seen a stronger person in his life. Despite all this, he was still willing to make a sacrifice for the whole sake of the cursed faction. I promised Syl and Quinn I would bring you back. So I will be back, Shiro shouted. Oh, before you go, don't worry about the other one. If he knows, he will just complain about it and make him even madder. Let it be a nice surprise for when he's finally free, Borden said, speaking about Rattan. Finally, leaving the dark space, Shiro was now in Syl's dark space. Then he had to leave once more. Opening his eyes, he was finally back in the regular room. I did it, Shiro said with excitement, but his forehead and the side of his head was sweating, sweat dripping onto the floor, and Quinn was right behind him, having caught him. Not even Shiro had noticed he had expanded all of his MC cells and a lot of energy doing such a thing that he had fallen over. I spoke to Vorden. Both in there, Shiro managed to say before passing out and going into a deep sleep. Syl had already summoned a wave of tears from his eyes, and he was drenching his shirt sleeve, trying to cover it up. It looks like they both are still there. Now we just need 2 more humanoid beasts, and we can get all of them back. Just you wait, Quinn thought. 2 more, Vincent replied. Don't you remember what I said before? Vincent? We're getting you a body as well. If Quinn had claimed he wasn't worried about the whole Vorden and Rattan situation, he would have been lying. He was incredibly worried as he had no clue what had really happened to them. Only Syl's account on the matter. Finally, Shiro brought them the confirmation they needed, that the 2 of them were both still present in Syl's mind. Now, everything they had done and everything they were going to do wouldn't be in vain. The one most happy about it was undoubtedly Syl. Ever since he was practically walking around the base with a hop and skip in his steps. He greeted everyone that walked past. It was almost like he had turned into a completely different person. On top of that, he would constantly ask Shiro what Vorden said and how he was doing, even asking Shiro to speak to him again. Shiro would have been happy to oblige, but using his ability had taken a toll on him, and Quinn had ordered him to rest for the time being. Every human was born with a certain amount of MC cells, and it looked like Shiro had almost hit his maximum with doing what he needed to do. Still, Syl wasn't the only one that was over the moon with this information. Little Borden was as excited that he would finally see his brother again. There was also other good news for him, as the syringes of serum were able to be made from Logan. Right now it was just a temporary measure though. Logan was still trying to further improve on it, so that they could bring Borden back to his full size. Finally, with all that done on the cursed ship, it was time for the group to move out again. The original gang, who all knew Vorden, was insistent that they wanted to come with Quinn, Logan, Fex, Layla, Peter, Syl, and of course Shiro. However, due to Wevel and Linda still being away with Alex, who was crafting the demon tier weapon, Quinn had asked Peter to stay behind once again. I'm sorry that it's you again, Peter, but you have to understand I'm only asking you to stay behind because of how strong you have become. You've been training with Nate, right? Improving how to fight. Quinn tried to explain the reason behind his choice. Peter ultimately agreed to follow the order and was currently seeing Quinn and the group off as they were boarding a medium-sized ship. One that would be used for commercial flights. They weren't traveling far or heading into battle, so it made sense for them to not waste resources. You know, I was told that a normal white stats usually hit a limit, and that they are able to be as strong as the leader to a certain extent, but you keep on improving and you are just as strong as me. With your healing abilities, and if you carry on improving your martial arts, I think anyone that tries to take over this ship will regret it, Quinn said, giving him a few pats on the back. In the past, Quinn used to be worried about Peter a lot, especially after turning him, since his personality had changed quite a bit, but lately, as he got stronger bit by bit, his friend became able to display more emotions, and he could tell these few words that Quinn said had pleased him. Regardless, whether Quinn said them just to please him or not, he was very serious about his words. Take this, Quinn, maybe you'll need it, Peter said as he handed over the mud mask, Peter's sole weapon. You don't have to put it on straight away, and who knows when you might need to use it. People don't exactly like us at the moment. Of course, Quinn took it and thanked Peter for the gesture. It was indeed a valuable item and thing to be able to change into another. Using his shadow, the mud mask was one of the things that could be stored just like any other regular item, so Quinn could equip it on when needed. Just wondering. Don't you have to decide who will disguise me as before you make it? Quinn asked. It was... What was his name again? Peter thought. Bucky. Quinn smiled, and gave a wave to Peter as he walked towards the ship. I think it's Chucky. There were two more that were on board that weren't exactly a part of the cursed crew. There was Bonnie and Void, who wished to document everything he was doing, at least him meeting Oscar. The ship was off and started to head to the Bertha ship that Oscar was a part on. The message had been sent and the Earthborn group had already accepted their request. Getting some information from Sam. The demigod-tier humanoid beast had been discovered on one of the Earthborn planets. Just our luck that the demigod tier had to have been found on an Earthborn planet. Couldn't have been one belonging to the Cursed faction or the Greylash. Quinn sighed internally. Although the good news was everything they needed to do was close by. During the trip, Bonnie and Void were looking over the video that they had uploaded. It was doing well and was currently the most watched and hot topic at the moment. The small little documentary they had done on the cursed ship, asking about how the crew had felt living alongside the Cursed faction's V. The only problem was, the comments weren't exactly positive about the whole thing. Of course those from the Cursed faction are going to talk good things about them. Maybe they have some blood plant going on where they take their blood, or they're being forced to give those types of answers. What was the point of this? This whole thing feels like propaganda. Why are we just getting the view of the people from the cursed ship? Did anyone else notice that the leaders hardly said anything? The Cursed faction was a strange group that always seemed to gather attention in one way or another. There were always people that felt their methods were contradictory, so they didn't have the perfect record. Bonnie honestly wanted to change that. But one video alone wasn't enough. The whole world is watching and wanting to know what you will do next. Quinn. You need to make them believe you can help them. Bonnie thought as she looked towards him. Finally, the ship had arrived in the area of where the giant Bertha ship was, and it could be seen ahead, but there was something strange going on. As a fleet of ships had also come straight towards them, around 10 small ones. These weren't regular ships either, or a commercial one like Quinn was currently flying with no weapons. These were ones that were agile and used for combat. Then, in front of them, there was a larger ship that was currently a quarter size of the big Bertha one. It was what the military had used in the past before the Bertha to transport a number of troops. This is Sergeant Malcuries of the Earthborn group speaking. I have been instructed by Head General Inu for you guys to make a little detour before heading to see the Supreme Commander. Please land on the ship in front of you beforehand. Looking at the situation, Logan went to console and looked at the radar around them. They could see that the fleet of ships went from the front and began to surround them in a type of circle. Quinn. Logan turned around to tell him that this whole thing reeked. I know something is up, the other casually replied. The two of them were already making preparations to prepare for what was about to come. As Quinn went to grab something from a different room. Then all of the ships had finally circled around them. The lasers had lit up from each of the ships as they powered on. I will get rid of the V, Inu shouted. Fire! Seeing this, everyone on board was in a state of panic. Right now they were in the middle of space. If the ship was destroyed and they got shot down, they would all die in an instant. They needed to protect the ship, or Quinn needed to protect the people at all costs. How the hell do I do that? Quinn, though, while he was still in the middle of getting ready. Doesn't this ship have any weapons? Void panicked as he ran up to the command console as well, but it really was just a commercial flying vehicle. Since they were traveling to a friendly zone, Logan had suggested they keep all the battleships on the Cursed faction. Don't worry, Quinn. I can deal with this one, Logan said, as his eyes started to light up green, and a light was shining from his chest as it went all over his body. Is this Logan's sole weapon? Quinn wondered. With the amount of lasers that were pointed towards them, their small little ship would be destroyed in an instant. Quinn could probably save himself somehow using the shadow ability and at most a few others. However, even that was a big if, and he didn't intend to leave anyone behind. These bastards. Why are they attacking us? Quinn shouted in anger. He had already expected Inu to pull some stupid stunt to harass him, but he hadn't thought a head general could be crazy enough to outright execute the visitors. Quinn quickly went to grab one of the space suits. It was quite fitting to the skin, allowing the person to move about as they would do on Earth. They also used a special jetpack of sorts on the back that would allow for movement in space as well, but still the moment wasn't quite the same, and it would be near impossible for a single person to go fighting them all, but Quinn had to do something. After putting on the suit that was all white in color, he came back out and could see Logan at the console, his eyes glowing green, and the center of his chest glowing. It's his soul weapon, Quinn thought. When the light diminished, Logan's hair was standing up and his eyes lit up green. His soul weapon was an enhancement type, which powered his abilities greatly, and due to his ability it was quite unique in its own way. "Quinn, I'll help you out," Logan shouted, and soon Quinn was seen going through the airlock space and exiting out of the spaceship. He quickly used the jets to propel him forward and climb himself up onto the ship, landing there. Damn it! It would have been useful to have learned how to use this thing during my second year of school. Quinn regretted not having had this opportunity, as he slightly overshot where he wanted to go. But seeing a piece of the ship sticking out, he was able to grab on and pull himself forward. A normal person with their strength wouldn't be able to hold on, as the force from the jetpack was too strong, but Quinn managed to do so with a single hand. He pulled himself forward to see all the ships surrounding them, but he noticed something else as well. The outside of their ship was almost transforming into something. It started to resemble one of Logan's robotic spiders and then started to take shape in the form of a turret. This didn't just happen in one area but multiple areas. Back inside the ship, Logan was concentrating hard. "Bring me as many beast crystals as possible. I need to use them to power my weapons," Logan instructed, and Layla and the others were moving as quickly as they could as they headed into the storage to bring out the crystals. Logan had figured out how to use his soul weapon a while ago, but the problem was it didn't seem that useful, so he didn't really know how to use it for combat. His natural ability already allowed him to communicate with machinery and order them around, which was why he could show great power when he was surrounded by different types of technology, and made it so his suits were made up from the small spiders. However, he couldn't do the same with other equipment. He couldn't change or transform a computer into something else. His soul weapon allowed Logan to have complete control of the matter that he was touching, and also to turn it into a computer-like system. With Brock, the two of them had practiced to find a way this could be used. The easiest thing that Logan could do was to transform something electronic into his little spiders and then use them to form into something else. Logan always had his own type of computer system with him at all times in the form of his suits, which carried vital information with him wherever he went. He had multiple blueprints and designs of things he wanted to create. Simply bringing up the blueprint and commanding the robotic spiders, Logan could turn these into them. What he also found was just like his suits, which could be powered using the crystals. As long as he was touching crystals, he could also power whatever the small spiders turned into, temporarily giving them the same effect. Whatever his spiders created, while holding the beast crystal, it would essentially be the same level of beast gear for it. On top of that, there was one more thing his soul weapon could do, and that was transform non-objects temporarily into computerized objects. Something as simple as a book he could turn into a computer system to then be broken down into the spiders, either adding it to his own suit to create something significant or more. This would use up more of his MC cells though, and would mean he would have less time to control things. For this reason, while he was on the ship that was already controlled using a computer system, Logan was completely in his element. He had transformed it to create 5 cannons, to combat those that were against them. He also changed his suit into a 4th form, which created a large thick tube on his back that would directly touch his skin as well. This form was for when he was using his soul weapons. The others were placing the crystal into this tube, and Logan was able to use the power of them all. As soon as the enemy fired out their shots, Logan did as well. They both hit mid-space, causing huge explosions. The attack was a little too close to the ship and it looked like they were going to get hit slightly, but with Quinn at the top, he had spread his shadow all along the ship, covering it from the explosion, then soon let it go again. If I didn't have as many MC cells as I do now, this probably would never work. And what the hell is Logan's soul weapon? Quinn thought. Still, they needed to focus on the problem ahead of them. The ships were too far for Quinn to hit with any type of attack, and the cannons seemed to be equal in power. However, when Quinn noticed that some of the turrets started to turn into something else, something Quinn recognized quite well. Are those mechs? Is Logan controlling unmanned mechs now? Half of the turrets were still on the ship, while the mechs began to fly into space. While Logan was continuing to fire shots after his first attack, the shadow from Quinn could protect them like some type of shield, and the mechs could do the rest. This made it so the enemy had to focus on one of two things: either firing off and hitting the mechs that were flying about or the cannons. No matter which one they would choose to focus on, the other would destroy their ship. This had worked out perfectly. Some of the ships started to move to avoid the mechs, but then a shot from a cannon destroyed it. Quinn was blocking some of the shots being fired from the other ships with his shadow, while Logan continued to fire, controlling everything at the same time. Since Logan's ability allowed him to communicate, he could program the mechs and turrets to act in a certain way, so there wasn't too much control he needed to expand on this part, other than the distribution of energy. Eventually this continued, as the fleet's ships were destroyed one after the other, and finally only the large ship remained. "Logan, can you hear me? Dock on board the large ship," Quinn ordered. "Bring back the mechas. Let's take down whoever pulled this crap on us in person." Everyone inside the ship, as they watched what had happened, were relieved. They still couldn't believe how they had just managed to get out of that pinch. As for Bonnie, she was worried because she had never heard Quinn sound so furious before. "I remember what Arthur told me. I can't allow myself to remain soft to the people who actively try to kill me," Quinn reminded himself, as the ship rushed forward. It looked like the two were going to crash, but with Logan in control and with his soul weapon out, it seemed he could do all sorts of things. As it slowed down and the two of them were connecting, Logan could override the other ship system and forcefully open the docking bay. Then finally they had landed inside. Still on top of the ship, Quinn looked at all the panicked workers who were inside. "Speak! Who the hell ordered this attack?" Quinn demanded to know. Inside the ship, many of those around Logan wanted to hug him as he put his soul weapon away. He was kneeling on the floor, gasping for air. In fact, Fex actually went up and hugged Logan in a bear-like grasp. "We made it, man. You are the coolest little guy out there," Fex said, but it was clear that his shaking of Logan was just making him sick, and Layla eventually had to tell Fex to stop. "I hope that idiot didn't shake you too much," Layla said as she placed Logan in one of the operating seats near the command center. "Seriously though, you were really amazing. I've never seen you do something like that before." "Was that your soul weapon?" she asked. "Yes, any object I can control with my body, after breaking them down into my little machines. They can then be used to create whatever blueprint I have," Logan explained. No matter how tired he was always willing to tell people how his little inventions worked. "Wait, anything? So those little mech robots we saw, could you have created a bigger one? Or even made the whole ship into a giant fighting mech?" Fex shouted, still having not calmed down. "Yes," Logan replied. "The only reason I didn't was because everyone was still inside. I can use those robots to even improve my suits, just as long as I have the crystals to back them up. I guess it's an advantage because I can keep changing the forms, unlike when beast weapons are produced, but a disadvantage since the beast crystal's energy will be completely used up." They understood what Logan was saying. They could see that the crystals they had given Logan no longer had the bright glow they usually would have. They were the crystal that was also meant to power the ship as well. While everyone was busy celebrating, the ramp could be heard being dropped from their ship. Two people on board were eager to go out. Bonnie and Void, who had their camera and his drone rolling. "What are you doing? They just tried to kill us," Shiro said, still not understanding why the Earthborn group would have attempted such a thing. He was a little afraid to step off the ship. "That's why we need to catch everything," Bonnie replied. "Quinn is still out there, and if I was him, I would be pretty pissed at what just happened. If that's the case, then who knows what is going to happen to whoever is responsible. If we don't get the truth out, then the world will only know that the cursed faction had attacked the Earthborn when that is not true at all." "Don't worry about that," Logan said, having recovered a little as he got up from his seat. "This ship has an auto-record function. I thought something like this might happen eventually. I managed to record everything, including their voices on the intercom before the attack. I'll pass you the video along, and you can make a nice edit. With the ramp down, everyone decided to head off the ship along with Bonnie and Void, and they could see Quinn standing there with his shadow behind his back. Fex was carrying Logan on his back. They couldn't leave him behind in the state he was in. He had his Dalki hand, but who knows what could happen. Is no one going to answer me? Quinn asked, his voice echoing off the metal. You just attempted to take our lives, and I can't even see the person responsible? The men were unsure how to act at that moment. But there was one thing for sure. The fleet they had just sent out, all the men on board had been killed, and they knew what Quinn was. They started to remember the speech Inu had given to them all beforehand. They are not like us. They are not human but V. Inu said. If you give them a chance, they will take not only your life but that of your family as well without a second thought. Look at what happened to Oscar, to Satch. This was all because they chose to trust the V. Due to these words ringing in their head, they immediately started to attack with their multiple abilities. The Earthborn group was composed mostly of the original military personnel, so the majority had the once military-exclusive Earth ability. However, they could do nothing but watch their attacks hit the large shadow that seemed endless to them. They could see everything sinking into it and then being redirected to a different place. They attempted to even attack those behind Quinn, but the shadow would rise behind them before they could do anything. A monster, we can't hurt him. He's a monster, they shouted as they continued on. Quinn then looked at them all with his eyes glowing red and was suddenly in front of two of them up on a ramp above. Sleep, Quinn commanded. The two felt drowsy as something took over their heads and collapsed to the floor. Get out of the way. Move. Quinn continued with simple commands as he walked from the docking bay and continued to head towards the command center. He would continue to use his influence skill controlling each one of them while at the same time not lifting up a finger. Only the shadow would be used to stop the attacks. Hey, are you getting all of this? He is somehow able to control them all with just simple words. Bonnie whispered over to Void. She was worried how this would play out if the world saw how strong Quinn was. But at the same time, something else stood out as well, and it was the fact that Quinn hadn't hurt a single one. He had just incapacitated them via his orders. Your influence skill has leveled up. When using the influence skill no longer requires you to keep eye contact. The skill can now be used in a wide range. Its effectiveness depends on how close one is, how fearful they are, and the user's charm stat point. It was a skill Quinn didn't even know could level up, part of the reason he hadn't used it that much in the first place. But on this ship, he had used it more than he had expected. It's a bit vague with its explanation, but let's see how it goes. Finally, he had arrived in front of a sealed door that led to the command center. But with Logan, it didn't matter. He could unlock it. Even if they couldn't, Quinn could bash it open with his fist. As the door was unlocked, the open area of the command center could be seen. Inside, there was Inu in his full beast gear surrounded by 10 men, ready to use their abilities and weapons. Attack him, Inu shouted. Everyone, lie on the floor, Quinn commanded, with his eyes glowing red. And in an instant, everyone in front dropped to the floor, as if an invisible weight had been put on their shoulders. All but one. Inu was reciting the command, his legs shaking. You can stay up, Quinn said, looking towards him. Haha. I knew you were like this. I knew it was right to try and get rid of you. Inu said, looking at them all. I'm trying to save all of our lives. I will gladly sacrifice myself and all these men again if it's to save the human race. Has something gone wrong with him? Shiro said as he could tell something wasn't quite right. It was like he was almost purely afraid of Quinn and the others. From the first time we met, I've never liked you, Quinn revealed. But back when the Dalki attacked, before you knew what I really was, you had come by my side and helped me fight them. We both worked together side by side, killing the Dalki. What's so different now? Shouldn't the enemy of your enemy be your friend? Why should it matter if I'm human or not? Quinn asked. Isn't the answer obvious? You were working with the Dalki. Who would believe you could kill that many? Now I also understand why you came to the school. You knew they were going to attack. You even told us beforehand. I should have known then. That fake Richard Eno you sent. The two of you. No, all the V must be working together. Inu shouted and continued to laugh while shaking in fear. He knew at this point that he could do nothing to stop Quinn. Back then, I saw you save the children and help me fight against the Dalki. Quinn said, deep down, you must have thought to have done the right thing for the sake of humanity. I can't exactly fault you for that. For a brief second, Inu had stopped shaking as there was a sign of relief ahead. Was Quinn really going to let him go? Maybe he had been too rash with this attack, but he could build up trust in the future. He could get rid of the V easier then. His only mistake had been that he had never expected them to fight so well in space, but as long as he was kept alive, he could come back again. Quinn looked him in the eye again and clenched his fist. However, when you attacked our ship, you didn't just go after my life. You went after the life of everyone on that ship. My comrades who are all dear to my life, and I cannot allow that to happen again. Right behind Quinn, everyone was watching him, waiting to see what he would do. It was an important moment, but they trusted Quinn with whatever decision he was about to make. At the same time, Bonnie and Void were hot on the group's heels, filming every moment of what was happening. So far, Quinn had been calm enough to not kill anyone on board the ship. Will he also let Inu go, even after attempting to kill us all? Honestly, if it wasn't for Logan and Quinn back there, me and Void would have died as well. Quinn was furious. He could have snapped Inu's neck there in front of everyone, and he was angry enough to kill everyone involved as well. But he also knew that somewhere deep down, the soldiers were just scared and felt like this was the right thing to do in their minds. However, a certain person had told them to pull the trigger, amplifying the fear of them all, and that was Inu himself. With him being filmed, Quinn had to be careful how he acted. He couldn't just act on rage. Sure, he could ask Bonnie and Void to delete this part of the video since it wasn't broadcasted live. They would probably comply as well, but then there would be questions. Either way, people would find out about what happened today, and if they only had footage of the first half, then rumors would start to spread. Often rumors were worse than the actual truth. What do I do with him? I can't just let him go free. Quinn thought, his eyes still glowing red. The anger and fear were being directed to Inu. No words had been spoken, so he wasn't silent due to the influence. Inu knew that if he made a wrong move or tried to escape, he would be finished off in a second. Do I let Oscar deal with him? But we don't even know if Oscar will wake up again. I could use his body. Then we wouldn't need to hunt for another humanoid beast. This person is trash and useless anyway, but that would mean Shiro would have to get involved. I wouldn't want to put Shiro through that. In the end, Quinn thought it might be best to allow Oscar to deal with this one if he was awake. But Quinn looked into Inu's eyes one more time, and he could tell. The hatred in his eyes was the same way people felt towards the A and how Quinn felt towards those who had bullied him for a long time. Inu wouldn't give up here. He would continue to fight. For some reason, he truly hated vampires. You really hate us that much? Quinn asked as he walked over to Inu and whispered, telling him to kneel. Due to them making eye contact, the influence skill was a lot more powerful, and Inu couldn't fight it, falling to his knees. At this point, Inu knew that perhaps his time was up. I'll kill Dash. Shut up, Quinn said as he walked over and leant down to eye level with Inu. At the same time, he made sure to use his body to block the camera. Quinn had then cut the tip of his finger and shoved it quickly into Inu's mouth before the camera could see anything. Then just before leaving, he stabbed the top of Inu's thigh with his clawed hands, falling to the ground. Not a large enough wound to kill him. The blood ritual has been activated. Let's see what you are like when you become the thing that you have grown to hate, Quinn whispered. Inu's eyes opened wide, and he wanted to shout, to say something, but the order from before had kept it shut. I wondered why you hated us so much, Quinn said out loud, standing up and making it clear so everyone could hear him, including the camera. Oscar and Owen have both claimed that the cursed faction, although we are V, we are on your side. So why did you suddenly attack us? Why did you disobey Oscar's order? While Quinn was saying all of this, something strange was happening to Inu's body. He could feel it changing inside him as he spoke. The pain was real, but the influence skill was still working, and his mouth refused to open. However, he didn't tell you one thing, that us V who are on your side can tell if there is another one among us. Of course, we have been open in telling everyone who we are. Now that we have come here, I have come to realize that the reason you so badly wanted to make out why you were against the V is because you are one yourself. You were trying to fool everyone, Quinn said. He walked up to one of the men who was on the floor and lifted him up. He then cancelled the influence skill on all the others that were on the floor as well. They were slightly confused by Quinn's words, so they didn't act out. Quinn's plan was working, and he waited just for the right moment when the evolution was complete. He cut the palm of the soldier's hand, the blood dripping onto the floor. Do you remember what Oscar said? That the V reacts to the scent of blood? You see, we V of course are not affected by this because we did everything we could to stop ourselves from being consumed by this curse, but some of the other V that are working with the Dalki are consumed by blood like a lust. Breaking the influence skill off from Inu, his eyes started to glow red as he became a vampire for the first time. He had never experienced the smell of blood before. Quinn had purposely made wounds in his thigh so he would experience blood loss, craving for the blood even more. At the same time, due to what had happened, he was consumed with anger, unable to control his emotions. His eyes had turned red, he could feel the fangs on his body, and immediately he started to run towards the soldier by Quinn's side. Quinn, doing nothing, watched the shoulder, drew his beast sword, and was ready to attack Inu. However, before he could get close, one of the other soldiers blasted Inu with an energy blast and ability. It's true, Head General Inu was a V in disguise, he shouted. Inu didn't know what was happening, but he just wanted to get the blood in front of him. With his mind a little clear, he attempted to use his ability, but nothing was working. His MC cells were gone. Everyone fire, the soldiers said. They threw and used their abilities one after another. With Inu having nothing, he was hit over and over again. It didn't take long until he eventually died there on the spot, falling to the ground, unable to heal. He was the one who had planted the fear of the V into his own men, and now he has died due to that very fear they had. Although a bit cruel, this death is fitting for him. I can't say it wasn't deserved, Vincent said as he tried to rationalize why Quinn had done what he had done. The others were left a bit stunned. They were unsure about what to do, and due to Quinn turning Inu, they thought maybe he would get him to work for them. They could also feel the bond activating as they were near Inu, but the 10 high-level ability users that were at the level of sergeants had defeated Inu far too quickly for them to be able to do anything. Did you get everything? Quinn asked, turning to the camera Void was using, and Void just nodded along. Remember, although we are V, we are on your side, and we are also the best in fighting against them. You may not like us, but we are something that you need. Let's go see how Oscar is doing, Quinn said as he went off. Boney and Void stood there along with the sergeants, not knowing what to do, who to trust. How will the people react to this? Bonnie thought. It was clear that the soldiers in the room were at a loss of what to do. They stood there staring at each other, waiting for the next one to speak up, someone to take command. It was a rare sight, seeing their feelings were clearly being put out on display. Right now, the reporter inside of Bonnie wanted to speak to each of them, to see how they were feeling, but this story wasn't over yet. Sure, she could make a video about the cursed with what had happened so far, but she had a feeling that there was still a little more that Quinn was going to do. Come on, we have to film the rest of this story. As the two of them turned around, she said to Void and went along to catch up with Quinn and the others, whose next destination was the Bertha ship to see Oscar. They didn't have long to travel on the ship. They could even see the Bertha through the window ahead of them. Yet, there was still this awkward silence between all of them who were there until Layla had to say something. Quinn, he tried to kill us. I don't think what you did was wrong, and I guess you did it for us. Away so our hands wouldn't get dirty, Layla said, trying to cheer Quinn up. But honestly, he wasn't thinking about Inu too much, but what would happen after. What will become of the Earthborn group, right? Logan said as he was enjoying a nice lie down. making his chair vertical so he could see only the ship's ceiling. He was hoping that they wouldn't get any more surprises along the way. The main leaders of the Earthborn group, there is a good chance that none of them is fit to lead anymore. Logan went on to explain. We don't know what state Oscar is in, but apparently such a bad state that he allowed something like that to happen. Then his daughter Samantha is probably heartbroken, and Satch, we don't know what he is like either. From Sam, it sounded like Inu had temporarily taken control of the Earthborn group, and not Quinn, but due to his own actions, Inu has ended up dead. There is no leader of the Earthborn group currently, at least no clear one. What tends to happen in a situation like this is either someone takes over they can all agree on, or there are internal disputes until a new leader rises. Internal disputes at a time like this. The Earthborn group was the largest group out of the three. If they were to fight internally, then a large chunk of their attack force against the Dalki would be gone. As usual, sooner or later, the blame would get pinned on a particular faction. I wanted to ask this question as well. Bonnie piped up. Sure, we all know that Inu was the one that attacked us first, and although I don't believe in killing others, he did attempt to take all of our lives. You handled it well, not harming the crew members and only dealing with the single person responsible. But I can say this because I am looking through things with a clear mind. During times of war, people's minds aren't so clear. Did you have something planned for after dealing with Inu? You must have known what state the Earthborn group would have been in. Cool your head and just chill with all the questions, hot stuff, Fex said, as he went over to Quinn and wrapped his arm around his shoulder. And you did good dealing with the situation. If you had done it vampire style, every single one of them would have died, so they should be thankful. The cursed group can just take over the other army groups. We already have 2 of them, and Nathan and Haley trust us, right? So why won't the others? Bonnie scoffed at the naive thought from Fex, but what she didn't realize was that, unlike the others, Fex was a vampire from birth, not understanding how humans felt. You saw how Inu reacted. Do you think he's the only one that feels this way? Bonnie asked. The Dalki are an alien race, and for some people they view the V as the same. Do you think they would be happy with the cursed faction taking over? You should see the comments on the videos I uploaded if you really want to see what people think about you. Tapping her watch a few times, a large holographic display appeared, and then several smaller screens filled with comments had come up. Everyone could now read them and see what the world thought of them. It was heartbreaking for the group to see the comments. All they had done was risk their lives fighting in hopes to save the world for these people, and this was their reward. Sam knew that seeing such things would demoralize them, and he also knew that their group was far too busy to even have time to look at such things. This was why he had kept it to himself. The only other person who knew about the negative comments was Logan. Screw them all, Fex said. Quinn, you do this to help all of us. You know what you're doing is right, and we know that everything we have done is for the sake of these people. These keyboard warriors can shove the damn thing up their backside. So this is what people think about me? Quinn was relieved and just smiled. You know, for some reason it doesn't hurt too much. Maybe it's because when I was a level 1 I would be called trash, worthless, and oxygen stealer, but now there is attention on what we are doing. I will take this as a good thing, and Bonnie, don't worry about the Earthborn group. We will solve this issue one way or another. When they had finally arrived on the large Bertha ship, their treatment compared to what had happened with Inu was utterly different. There was a group of people there to welcome them, but something odd was going on. Quinn, I am so sorry, a man said as he charged in with a few others, pushing past the initial introduction group. This man was someone that Quinn hadn't seen for a while and was one of the generals at the second base. Nathan. He now also worked under the cursed faction and was in charge of one of the army groups given to them. We could see what had happened on our radar, but Inu's rank Nathan said in a panic. It was clear that perhaps there was already infighting going on in the Earthborn group with Oscar gone. Sooner or later, if nothing was done, there would be a collapse. In the first place, the 2 army groups that belonged to the cursed faction were given by Oscar. They weren't wholly loyal to the cursed faction. If it wasn't solved, the cursed wouldn't know who to trust either. It's okay, Nathan. We could tell that Inu had used his own personal group for the attack. I will just assume that no one else knew about it," Quinn said. When he finished, Nathan was peeking his head, looking at those coming off the ship as if he was expecting someone. "Where is Head General Inu? We will bring him in and give him the appropriate punishment. I will talk to Samantha Dash." "He's dead," Quinn said. "Bonnie has the video of everything that went on and can explain things later. Please take me to the others right now. We should worry about those who are alive." Although Nathan was shocked, he felt like it had to be true. He wanted to ask more questions, but there was a certain air around Quinn and the others. It was as if the group were in business mode. "I understand," Nathan said. The group were quickly brought to the medical bay. It was mostly filled with white light, and the walls were colored the same. There wasn't a single speck of dirt anywhere in the rooms, and they were now walking down a hallway with several large oval doors. "First, I will take you to see Head General Satch since he is a bit more responsive," Nathan said, putting in a code by the side of the oval door. A beep was heard, and the door slid down into the ground. They could see that Satch was being cared for by machinery mostly, while only 2 people were left to monitor him, but he was conscious as he turned his head to look at the others. Still, his body was not in a good state. His arms and legs were completely wrapped up in metal casing. "Quinn," Satch called out, a little excited, but then his mood seemed to dampen just as quickly. "It looks like you put up quite the fight against the Dalki to end up in this state," Quinn said, trying to lighten the mood. Although Quinn wasn't close to Satch, he was close to his other side, his role-playing teacher in the Power Fighters game. "I wish. I tried everything on that Dalki, but there was nothing I could do," Satch replied as he tried to move parts of his body. "But it was useless. You know, I thought my martial arts were the best in the world, and when I saw you using them, I felt even more so. As long as someone could keep advancing the martial arts, improving upon it, nothing could stand in my way until I met the 5-spiked Dalki. My ability strengthens my body, and since then, I have never broken a bone in my life. Now look at me. My whole body has been shattered, and they say it's due to my ability that they can't heal it or put it back together. Nothing can work." It was a sorry state to see someone like this, and all of them imagined if they were put in the same situation, they would feel the same way. "Quinn," Satch said as he looked up at him. I already asked you one favor, and it's shameful for me to ask you for another, but I heard you were able to heal Owen. Can you heal me?" For a second, Quinn could see the hope in Satch's eyes. Quinn placed his hand on top of his legs to see if Satch was suffering from the same thing as Owen was, but this was different. He wasn't partially infected. As the doctors said, it looked more like his indestructible ability made it so healing techniques wouldn't work. Abilities and the human body were a strange thing, and honestly, the way his body was, he wasn't sure that technology could heal this unless he was to turn mostly into a robot man. From the look on Quinn's face, he could tell that it wasn't an option. He hadn't given up yet. "I heard from a report from Samantha," Satch said, "that the teacher known as Fex was badly injured, and when he was given blood, all the wounds on his body had healed. I'm assuming he is a V. If I was turned, would I be healed?" Satch asked. This was the second part of the story Bonnie was looking for, as she and Void continued to film it all. After seeing how Inu reacted after finding out about what the V were, Quinn had been sure that most other people would share his underlying fear of the V. So much so that he never imagined that Satch would voluntarily ask to be turned. Unfortunately, there was an underlying problem even if Quinn did agree to Satch's request. He had plenty of spaces left to turn others, numbering 18 as of now. Whenever someone Quinn had turned died, one of the available slots would return to him as well. Turning Inu hadn't caused any problems in that department, but the troublesome fact was that he had no way to control what Satch would turn into. You were a little lucky when you turned Inu, but you can't guarantee that Satch will turn into a vampire as well. He could turn into something else. Vincent cautioned Quinn, just reconfirming his worries. During the mass turning of Paul's men, one of them turned by Quinn had ended up a Wendigo, and they had no choice but to put him down before he could cause any damage to those around him. From his experience, the most common results were halflings and vampires depending on the strength of those turned. Still, there had been a few who had turned into something different. In Inu's case, Quinn had already been prepared to use his mind control to make him act a little crazy should he have turned into anything but a vampire. The only rare form that could be explained away was something like a damper, but so far Aaron had been the only one, which meant the chances were incredibly low. Either way, the problem was that there was no guarantee that Satch would turn into something that was more helpful to him. "Satch, you are a skillful person and you taught me a lot," Quinn said. "I've used your techniques to help me get out of quite a few pinches lately. The thing is, there are a lot of things about us that the world doesn't know or understand. If I turn you into one, it means that you will be thrown into that world." A huge grin appeared on Satch's face hearing these words. "The fact that you said that means you can heal me if you turn me. You're just worried about what comes after that fact. Quinn, look at me. Does it look to you that my life could be better if I stay in this state? Whatever happens to me, I can't imagine it being worse than not being able to help the people around me. No matter the result, I won't blame you." Putting himself in Satch's shoes, Quinn would have requested the same. He often wondered what would have happened if he would have had a choice in the matter of accepting the vampire system. If Quinn had been asked whether he wanted to accept it, especially with what he knew about it now, if he would have agreed. The answer was of course he would. It was thanks to it that he could play an active role in deciding humanity's future. Something he always wanted to do. "Before we do anything, I'll explain everything to you, including the risks, and only then should you make your decision," Quinn stated as stretched his shadow across the floor, and it had risen in front of Void, blocking the camera's view. "I think that means he wants you to turn it off for now," Fex whispered to them. Bonnie looked at Void and nodded. They had already gotten a lot, and she couldn't fault Quinn for wanting to keep some things hidden from the whole world. She just hoped that at some point she would be allowed to show these things. At the same time, the two doctors were told to leave the room as well, with Nate escorting them outside and making sure they didn't listen in. "Some important things to note," Quinn started to explain. "Once I turn you, I will become your turner. That means you will be directly under me and part of my family. There will be a connection between us that you will be able to feel. If I order you to do something, it will be nearly impossible for you to disobey, even if it might be something you might never do as you are now. The reason why I'm telling you this is because of your position in the Earthborn group. If they find out I've turned you into a V, I'm afraid it will sour our relationship with everyone. Right now, there is a good chance that Oscar and Samantha can't recover, and I doubt they would be happy with you taking up such a position. So you want to keep this a secret?" Satch addressed the core of the issue. It was tough because if he did get found out, it would be natural for them to assume he had been a traitor all along, and there would be no getting out of that one for him. "Indeed, although in your case it might be easier than with others," Quinn replied. "I healed Owen with my chi, and I can claim I did the same to you. You see, once I turn someone, their abilities disappear. Due to your ability being so unique, the others shouldn't notice that it has disappeared. On top of that, there is a good chance that if your ability is an original that you might still be able to relearn it, but I can't guarantee that. As a silver lining, you will be able to learn another one if you wish, as long as you are compatible with it. Finally, for the last part, let's talk about all the bad things that come with being a vampire." Everyone was listening in carefully. Bonnie and Void couldn't believe the changes that someone would have to go through. Losing the ability one had built up for so long would be heart-crushing for many. Quinn went on to explain about the bloodlust he would feel, how they would help him with that. He then later whispered how they would overcome the weakness of the sun. The reason for whispering this was because he still couldn't fully trust the reporters that were behind him, and if they knew about this large weakness, it would be trouble for them in the future perhaps. The last thing the two of them talked about were the possibilities of what he could turn into. "I see," Satch said after taking everything in. "So you can't just go around changing people as you like. The bad types of vampires. Have you ever seen someone turn into them before?" Yes. It was clear that this one single word was connected to painful memories, but he needed to make sure that Satch knew what he was getting into. It would also be unfair to give him percentages of how likely it was to be turned into something bad or good. "Let's do it. It sounds to me that there are more upsides than downsides to this," Satch answered. "Perhaps I can surpass a point I could never before." On top of that, if I do become a vampire, I can sniff out all the traitors that are within the Earthborn group. Although this was something Bonnie desperately wanted to report on, she knew for the sake of humanity, she shouldn't. This would help the two groups come closer together. It was better for people to believe the cursed faction leader was also able to help Satch get back on his feet like he had done Owen as well. Initiating the blood ritual, Quinn did the same as he always had done. When the process had begun, there was something different this time compared to all the rest before. There was no screaming coming from Satch on his part. It was clear he was in pain, but fighting throughout it, he didn't want to make any noise. He shouldn't become a ghoul or a Wendigo, but I can't guarantee that to be the case. Most likely if he is like Leo, Paul, and Inu, then he should turn into a blood ritual successful. You have successfully blooded a vampire. The tension from Quinn's face was gone, as he saw the successful sign, and that there was going to be no trouble from what Satch would turn into. You have a really strong will. All the others screamed at the top of their lungs when they returned. Quinn praised him. With that kind of willpower, I'm sure it should be easier for you to fight against the craving for blood. Take this. Quinn handed him a flask that appeared from his hand through the shadows. Drink a little bit of I and you should start feeling better. It doesn't look like your body has healed yet. Drinking a little bit at the time will help with your control. At first, you will want to gobble the whole thing up with the state you are in now, but if you can resist it, then in no time you will have no problem being around others even when blood has been split. The group were quite pleased and glad that they now had another strong new ally that could probably help them just as much as Paul and Leo did, maybe even more so working in the Earthborn group. Just as they were getting ready to leave, Satch called out to Quinn. Please try your best to save Oscar, but honestly with the state he is in, you might not be able to, Satch said. All of them had left the room, and now it was time for Nate to lead them into the next room. He typed in the code by the oval door once more, and there they could see it instantly. A large glass tube similar to what the Dalki had been kept in. They could see Oscar's head floating, and his life's heart beating, with only half of his torso remaining. With the state he was in, it was questionable if he could even be turned. From Sam's explanation and the words that everyone else had said, Quinn and the others had believed to have a rough idea of Oscar's current state. However, confronted with the reality of seeing Oscar float about in a strange green-colored liquid, it was beyond all of their imaginations. The Supreme Commander had no limbs, a strange mask covering most of his face that was meant to help him breathe. Only the left side of his chest was intact, his neck still connected to his head, which had to have been the only reason he was somehow still alive in that condition. Quinn wasn't even sure that, with what was left, turning him was an option, much less if it could help him recover. Upon entering the room, they noticed someone else as well. A girl with long hair, who was sitting on a chair with a table in front of her. Her head knelt down on the table facing away from them. Samantha hasn't left this room ever since she got here. She's convinced that her father will just wake up at some point, and she's determined to be there when it happens. Nathan explained as he sighed. Samantha didn't seem to have noticed their presence. From the looks of it, she was either asleep or too lost in her own thoughts. He's still alive, right? Layla questioned, since it was hard to believe anyone could survive that much damage. We actually aren't 100% sure on that. We've put him through various tests, but there seemed to be no more activity in his brain. Honestly, we aren't even sure what happened that day. Satch seemed to have seen everything, but still hasn't spoken about it much. Our best guess is that One Horn has allowed him to live. Perhaps he got bored playing around with him, or this is some sort of sadistic ploy to let us watch Oscar die, we don't know. Live seemed to be a strange term given Oscar's situation. They had already thought Satch had it rough, but if there was no activity in one's brain, it also meant the only thing that was keeping him alive was the machine. Suddenly a thought went through Quinn's mind. The Dalki not finishing him was possible, but there was no way they would allow the humans to keep his weapon. His demon-tier weapon? Quinn asked. He knew it was insensitive to the situation, but it was something important for all their survival. Lost. It's either the hands of the Dalki or the V now. Nathan looked down as he explained the situation. One of humanity's strongest weapons was now in the hand of their enemy. Before, the news wouldn't have been so bad, as it was well known that the Dalki were unable to activate beast gear. They could still wear the items or use them as weapons, but they were unable to bring out the full power. However, things changed with the V joining their side, as they did not have such a weakness. Eventually, the group started to walk forward. Even Bonnie and Void put the camera down. It felt insensitive to film Oscar in the state he was in. They didn't want to shatter his image as the Supreme Commander and as the one person who had done the most for everyone in the battle with the Dalki. Stepping forward were Quinn and Fex, while the rest followed behind, but at a distance. It would be quite intimidating for a single person to be faced with so many new faces all of a sudden. Shiro started to speed up as he walked behind Quinn. From what he had heard so far, there was a good chance that maybe he was the only one that could help Oscar in his situation. As the footsteps got closer, Samantha finally turned her head. She had dark, heavy bags under her eye. They were puffy and swollen, and the white in her eyes was all red. Fex. Samantha uttered the name of the first person she already knew. She spoke in a tired voice as if the girl had just woken up. "I'm sorry for telling everyone about your secret. I didn't keep your dash. It's okay. The whole world was going to find out sooner or later anyway." Fex shook his head as he gave her a light smile. The news had already gone out, and Samantha obviously had far bigger problems to deal with. He went a bit closer to see how she was dealing with things. "When's the last time you've eaten anything?" the vampire asked as he noticed how frail she looked compared to the last time he had seen her. Hearing this, she soon realized that it wasn't a dream she was in, and looking next to Fex, she could see Quinn, the leader of the cursed faction. "Food, energy, wait, are they really here?" she thought, as she picked herself up from her seat. But her vision was going dark from standing up too fast and having stayed in one position for too long. As the closest one to her, Fex gave her a helping hand. "Help him, please," Samantha shouted, but even her voice lacked any indication of strength. She sounded sore from the endless amount of crying and screaming. No one should have to see their father like this, and she also blamed herself for being there, but unable to do anything when everything had happened. "You can do it, right? Quinn, you can do anything. Please help him," she pleaded again, moving to Quinn, and she practically threw her body weight on him. She was so weak, but it did nothing. He looked at her. He had never seen someone in so much pain before. A bond between family, one from a daughter and her father, was something he never had. The problem was, Quinn didn't wish to give her any false hope. Honestly, he didn't know if there even was anything he could do. Before coming here, he had agreed that if Oscar didn't want to be turned, then they shouldn't do so against his will while he was unable to make a decision. "I'll try," Shiro said, clenching his fist, and he looked motivated. "Quinn, please let me give it a shot." For a brief second there was hope in Samantha's eyes. But what could this little boy do that all the learned doctors and those with healing abilities couldn't? Quinn nodded, as this was the best method. A way to get to Oscar without having to turn him. A small part of Samantha had already given up on ever seeing her father saved, but the bigger part of her clung to hope. She was willing to try anything. For Shiro to use his ability, he needed to touch the head, which meant he also needed to get into the glass tube container. Nathan ordered some men who were stationed outside to help out, as they brought in breathing equipment that looked similar to a diving suit, but there was no gas tank of sorts, since everything was done through the large helmet he had on his head. Then from above, he was elevated by a platform like an evialter. All Shiro did was take a step forward, as he splashed into the liquid and now was face to face with what was left of Oscar. "I don't know if I could do that, being chucked in like this," Layla mumbled as she realized how brave Shiro was. He hadn't been in the battle long and had only recently learnt the ability. Then, he was thrown into the deep end, with one tough request after the other, and Shiro was the one who had actually volunteered this time. Pressing his hand against Oscar's head, Shiro closed his eyes and concentrated. His hands started to glow as they did before, and a few seconds went past, which soon turned into minutes, and then finally, "Get Shiro out of there, Quinn," Logan shouted. "He's going to kill himself if he uses his MC points for too long and runs out of energy like last time." Quinn quickly went to grab Shiro out from the container, jumping and hanging onto the edge, before reaching his hand and pulling on him. Just as Logan had suspected, Shiro had already passed out from overusing his ability. The rest of them waited for a while for Shiro to wake up, as they took him out of the strange wetsuit. During the time, they kept monitoring Oscar, but no change was showing up on the equipment at all. Eventually Shiro started to come to, and he could see all the others had gathered around him. He looked towards Oscar in the container, and his face started to be filled with tears. "I'm sorry. I tried to find him, but I couldn't," Shiro cried. He could see how much pain Samantha was in, and he wanted to do his best to help her father. He had been quite confident he could do something, but after saying all that, he had done nothing but waste everyone's time and give them false hope. "You tried your best. Don't cry. I know my father would be happy to see this many people try their best to save him," Samantha said in an attempt to comfort Shiro, but she was now sobbing too by his side. Is it really the right thing to do? Quinn thought. To just sit here and do nothing? Wait until his mind comes back. What if it never comes back? What if he's like this until the end, unless I try to do something? "Oscar, would you be happy seeing your daughter in this state? Satch told me to do what I can to help you. It's okay, right? You can hate me later if you want. But I can see that the world still needs you." Quinn climbed into the tank, and this time he was in the liquid, but he wasn't wearing any special type of suit like Shiro. Nor did he need the mask, as he simply held his breath shut. It didn't even feel like much of a problem to him, and it was possible he could have stayed in the water for hours. Quinn then released his blood, intending to start the blood ritual, when a sudden message appeared. Error. Blood ritual is unable to activate. Error. Blood ritual is unable to activate. It is not effective in this situation. Despite Oscar being in front of him, this was the first time that Quinn had gotten this type of message. He had been worried that turning him might not be enough to save him, but he hadn't been mentally prepared that it was actually impossible. He tried a second time just for good measure. Perhaps he had done something wrong. Unfortunately, it only resulted in the same error message appearing once more. Again, Quinn repeated in his head, as he attempted to activate it through the system, yet nothing changed. "Quinn, I don't think it will work no matter how many times you try. It is clear that there is some type of underlying problem, just like when Shrio tried. In this type of situation there is nothing we can do," Vincent said. Hearing these words from a man Quinn knew to be many times wiser than him, who also knew far more about the vampire world, his hands started to feel weak as he started to sink down in the liquid. There were those that could possibly help, like Tempest or the second leader's ability, but there were problems with getting the vampire world involved. From the outside, Samantha could see this, and judging by the lack of any change in her father's condition, as well as the defeated look in Quinn's eyes, she understood that all hope was lost. Immediately, she fell to her knees. There was no more energy in her body, and they slammed into the hard ground. This time not even Fex was ready to catch her. But as her body was becoming limp, he did manage to catch her with his strings before her head hit the ground. "We need to get her some food and energy. I don't think staying in this place is helping her at all. Force feed her if need be. Just make sure she gets it," Fex shouted, as he ordered the other soldiers as if they were his own people. Due to his assertive tone, the soldiers didn't even question Fex's order. A doctor who had been on standby came to look over Samantha. Her diagnosis was that Samantha lacked enough sleep, hadn't eaten or drank anything, and was mentally exhausted. Since there was nothing they could do for Oscar, the group had followed into a larger part of the medical bay, where there were several beds laid out, but at the moment there weren't any other patients currently being treated. It wasn't like the private rooms that had been used for Satch and Owen. Here, a lot of them sat on the seats that were spread around the room, thinking about what they had just seen. Others were trying to comfort each other at the same time as well, while Quinn and Few continued to stay by Samantha's side, who had a drip that had been placed inside of her body. "You really couldn't turn him?" Fex asked, breaking the silence. "I don't really know what happened. I don't know if it's my fault, or maybe something else. I was sure since he wasn't completely dead, that there should be at least a chance to turn him." perhaps he would have turned into some type of undead class, but as long as he would have improved we would have been able to deal with it then. Quinn replied, yet all those worries and thoughts before seemed to have been for naught. When the door was heard opening again, the person who was entering came as a surprise to them. It was Satch, who was already back up on his feet and was moving about. He quickly threw the flask over to Quinn, who caught it with ease. "Nice reflexes," Satch said with a smile, but it soon went away when he looked at Samantha. "I heard what happened when you went to visit Oscar. I assume you all being here means you couldn't do to him what you did to me. Quinn, I'm sure you tried your best. Nobody will blame you for it not working this time. All of this isn't your fault in the first place. It's mine. If only I was stronger, he wouldn't have had to try and hold off the Dalki on his own. Oscar wouldn't have to have gone through all of that." Shaking his head, Satch went to take a seat along with the others. "Satch, Nathan told us that you were there when this all happened. Maybe you know what was going on. How did the three of you even survive such an attack?" Quinn asked. "If even Oscar ended up in that state, surely he could have killed you all, and why didn't you tell us before?" Right now, certain pairs of eyes were gone. Bonnie and Void, the reporter duo, were currently going around looking at the ship and conducting more interviews. Nathan and his group were back to doing their duty, as they had a ship to run, and temporarily he was taking the commanding role. "I didn't want to say much before because honestly I don't really understand it myself," Satch replied after he made sure nobody was listening in. "You see, me and Samantha were both fighting One Horn. It was clear from the beginning that we were no match for him, but at the same time we were unable to turn our backs. At this point the humans who we assumed were V and the Dalki were both fighting against us. If we ran away, then it meant everyone else would have died as well, and I'm not sure One Horn would have let us in the first place. That's when Oscar showed up to reinforce us. He told us to run away, but we didn't listen. After seeing Oscar fight with the demon tier weapon against the Dalki, it quickly became clear that they were stronger. I ended up in the state that I was in, and Oscar was getting pulled apart by One Horn, while Samantha could do nothing but watch. He had a giant grin on his ugly face, like a young boy enjoying the fact that he was ripping the wings off a fly. He could have killed him straight away, but he didn't. Samantha eventually got the courage to charge forward, hoping to somehow stop the Dalki from killing her father, but I knew it was useless. Honestly, I had accepted that we would all die down there, but then someone had picked up the demon tier weapon. It was a girl who looked to be from the shelter. She had long black braids, and she held up the sword pointing it towards the Dalki. She told One Horn that he should let us go. It didn't make any sense, but for some reason he complied. He had just defeated Oscar wielding the demon tier weapon, but for some reason he didn't seem to be willing to defy that girl. It was then that I noticed that none of the humans that had been attacking us had any of the traits that were described as the V. I didn't understand anything, which was why I didn't want to say anything to anyone yet. The fact that humans were working with the Dalki, and that they were listening to them no less. After that interaction, all of the Dalki stopped attacking, allowing us to retreat and barely come out of it alive. 80% of our forces had already been dealt with. Hearing all of this, Quinn couldn't quite put his finger on what was going on either, but if those groups of people were really the ones that Arthur had stayed with, then maybe there was a reason why they had listened to the Dalki. Are the humans living there actually working with the Dalki? But then why did they save Oscar and the others? Why would someone as powerful as One Horn listen to a girl? Unless she was perhaps the only vampire there. Scratching his head, there was just too much to think about. After the conversation had died down a bit, they started to ask Satch more details about the fight that went on. Their number of forces, the Dalki's strength and more, but Shiro and Sil were busy having their own conversation from before. "It doesn't make any sense," Shiro said as he looked at his hand. "I went into the black space just like I did with you, so doesn't that mean I entered his mind? So why couldn't I find his consciousness? Did I not go deep enough?" "The others said you were drained, Shiro. Your ability probably won't let you spend more time in there or go deeper," Sil said. "Your ability seems strong, but maybe it needs to be even stronger." Hearing this, Shiro was kicking himself for being overconfident. He still couldn't believe that he had given them all hope, and he felt like he was to blame. But through their conversation and seeing how Shiro was, it had given Sil an idea. Remember what I just said, about how maybe your ability wasn't strong enough? What if I said there was a way to make your ability stronger by using my body? Sil offered, placing his hand on his own body. It took a while for Shiro to process what Sil had just said. What exactly did he mean by his body? Whatever it was, he had certainly caught his attention. Do you mean you're going to try and use my ability to search for Oscar instead? Shiro asked, still a little confused. He did know that Sil could copy his ability and amplify it by using the MC cells from other powerful users. That won't help in this situation. Your ability is too unique. It doesn't share any similarities to any elemental ability or anything else I've used before, so I would have to learn how to use it from scratch just like you. You're the only one with experience. Sil shook his head as he explained. Know your CRA? It might have some problems. Shiro stopped himself midway as he was about to say the forbidden C word among those from Blade Island. It was a warning that Quinn had given him, and he was glad he caught himself. Are you saying that you want to copy my ability, and then switch minds so I'm the one that is controlling your body? Shiro asked to confirm whether he had correctly understood Sil's intention, since he considered the plan to be very risky. Sil just nodded in place. I can guess that Quinn wouldn't allow this, so we have to try and do it without him. Look, even if it doesn't work, you need to practice your powers on human bodies, including moving their minds. It's not like a mind can just get lost. Worst case, I get put somewhere, but you will still have the ability to help out. Judging by how quiet Shiro was, one could tell that he still wasn't convinced to give it a shot. Sure, if it did work, Shiro felt like he could do something amazing, but he had already failed once. He was afraid that he would fail again and that something could happen to Sil if it did. There's already 3 of me in this body. Sil continued to persuade Shiro. If you don't want to switch minds, then just temporarily go into mine. The worst case scenario then would be you being in my head, and together we can always put you back. I know you want to help, and I want to help you, Shiro. An internal debate was going on in Shiro's head, and that's when he heard a few groans coming from the side. It was Samantha, as she was finally waking up after resting and getting some needed nutrients in her body. What happened? Where am I? She asked as she touched her head. Samantha had a huge headache, and it felt like someone was pounding the inside of her brain with a hammer. Everything that she had put to the back of her mind was coming back to bite her at once. Then when she saw everyone who was in the room, she started to remember what had happened again. No, 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 she repeated, readily shaking her head. It was as if saying that word over and over again might allow her to escape the reality she was currently facing. The others ran to her side to try to calm her, but nothing they were saying or doing was having an effect. She's just going to hurt herself more if things carry on like this, Feck sighed, as he bound her arms and legs with his strings. But through her struggling, the needles from the drips had been displaced. I'll help, Layla offered. At least in these situations she had a surefire way to deal with the problem for a short time. Seeing the fog above her head and surrounding her body, Layla consumed it all, placing it inside of her. Unfortunately, it wasn't a permanent fix. Hopefully as time went on they could help her quell the negative emotions that would be returning in due time. Having absorbed her emotions, Layla now experienced the same pain as Samantha. As for the previously struggling girl, she felt at peace for a few seconds, which was enough time for her mind to relax and once again return to sleep just like before. Is that going to keep on happening? Quinn asked, frustrated that he had been unable to do anything for her father. Different people deal with trauma in a different way, Layla answered. Honestly, she was already beaten down before all of this. I guess she was holding out, still hoping in some way. But now, seeing all of this, Shiro had made up his mind. He felt partly to blame for getting her hopes up, so he wanted to fix the problem. Let's do this. Do you have enough abilities already stored up for your MC cells? Shiro asked. It's become a habit since school, to touch people as much as possible, so I can see their strength and what abilities they have. Sil replied. Wait, don't Quinn and the others have super hearing? Wouldn't they have just heard everything we said? How do we keep it a secret? Quickly shutting his mouth, Shiro realized that their secret plan had long since been foiled. Don't worry, I have been around them long enough to know how good their hearing is. One of the abilities I've obtained was sound barrier. It's been active the moment I came to you. Syl replied with a light smile at Shiro's antics. With the two of them agreeing, they left the room making an excuse that the two of them needed to go to the toilet. Quinn, seeing this, just thought it was a little cute that the two were now attached by the hip together, although he did feel it was a little strange for kids that age. Guess girls aren't the only ones who go together, Quinn thought, his mind occupied with other things. Finally out of the room, they immediately headed towards where Oscar was being kept. There were guards standing outside the door, and Shiro was struggling with what they would do. But Syl didn't go into the room, and instead walked past the door and took a left turn down the hallway. When Shiro followed, he couldn't see where Syl was, until he popped half his body through the wall. Another ability? Shiro asked, thinking that it was kind of cool to be able to use so many different abilities at once. Deep down, as someone who had only recently learned an ability, one which wasn't really suited for fighting, he still wished he had learned the Blade's ability, and this was just making him even more jealous. With the two touching hands, Syl was able to make the two of them phase through the wall, allowing them to enter the room from a different side to the entrance. There they could see Oscar still floating. "All right, it's time," Syl said, walking up to Shiro and closing his eyes, unafraid waiting. Why is Syl so unafraid of doing this? Shiro wondered. Still, Shiro had to remind himself why he was doing this. Pressing his hands on Syl's head, they started to glow. Trying to do what he needed to do seemed harder than just entering one's consciousness, where he had to connect the two dark spaces in their heads together. It was as if he had to activate his ability twice, and then shove one room into another, so now they both shared rooms. Then when Shiro could see Syl, he tried explaining to him, asking him to move far away from each other. When they were no longer at a distance where they could see each other, Shiro now had to also disconnect these two rooms. When Shiro had opened his eyes, the first person he could see was him, or more accurately his own body that he just had never seen in this way before. "It worked," Shiro said, pointing and now looking at himself from all sorts of different angles. "So this is what it looks like when people look at me through their eyes. It's nothing like looking in a mirror at all. Do I really look so wimpy?" Syl looked at himself and could tell that it had worked as well, and just gave Shiro a thumbs up. "I knew I could trust you. After all, you were the person that promised to bring back Vorden and Ratten." Now the real task awaited them. Doing the same thing as before, Shiro put on the wetsuit that was still in the room along with the helmet, and was ready to dive in. Activating the elevator, he was raised to the same height as the tube, and walking forward he let his body sink in. At the same time the alarms started to ring, the whole room started to slash red. "Quick, Shiro, the others will be here soon." As he said that, mere seconds later Quinn and the others had entered the room. They could see Shiro on the ground floor next to some type of control panel and someone else in the glass tub. "What is Syl doing in the container?" Vex shouted. Touching Oscar's head, his hands started to glow. "Come on, this has to work." Ever since the Earthborn group had learned of the V, safety measures had been put in place. Guards stationed on the outside and an alarm system set throughout the private medical rooms, which was why as soon as the alarm sounded, Satch knew straight away what was going on. At the time Samantha had been so worried about her father that she had requested that only a certain few people would be allowed in. After the group had left, only the patrolling guards were allowed on the inside. As a second precaution, the alarms had been reactivated. When they barged into the room, everyone had expected to see some of the crew members who turned out to be one of the V. But they were now shocked to see two of their own, Shiro and Syl. Making the scene even more bizarre was that Syl was the one inside the tank full of water, pressing his hand against Oscar. "What are they trying to do? Is someone controlling them?" Satch asked as he was ready to rush forward and pull Syl out of there. Before the group could move though, a certain boy stood in their way with his hands spread out. "Stop. Shiro is doing something incredibly important right now. We can trust him," Shiro explained. Some of them were left puzzled over Shiro's words. Did he hit his head and mistake the person who was with Oscar? But how could he mistake it for himself? At the same time, Sil realized that he couldn't do much if he did want to stop them. Shiro's body was weak and the only ability he possessed wasn't suited for combat. However, lucky for him, there was one brainiac among their group who was quick to put the clues together. "Did the two of you swap bodies?" Logan asked. Judging by the situation, the two of them were attempting to bring forth Oscar's mind. Either Sil had copied Shiro's ability, but then the mix-up of names didn't make sense, so it could only be that Shiro was currently inside Sil's body and was making use of it. "What? Are you planning to try again?" Vex asked, and all Sil did was nod. After activating the ability, Shiro could see himself in the black room alone. There was no one around, and he was able to walk more freely without much trouble. Before he could feel some part of his energy slipping away the longer he was in the space for. If he was concentrating too hard, it would be unnoticeable, which was why he would often push himself past his natural limits, causing him to faint on the outside. Is this because of Sil's ability? It feels like I'm not being affected using my powers at all. I could stay in here forever, Shiro thought. Without the burden of a time constraint, he could focus more freely on trying to find out just what had happened to Oscar. He tried to search for the black space. He looked everywhere, even moving his body to different areas, but he saw nothing. Unlike with Sil, where he could see two floating balls of energies that contained their own spaces inside. It truly felt like Oscar's mind had just gone. But if that was the case, then why could he appear here at all? Is there really nothing we can do? Shiro worried. Even after going behind Quinn's back and using Sil's powers? Trying to think hard, Shiro eventually needed to try something, and for some reason, although he didn't think it could help, he started to activate his chi energy. Something that every human had, and something he had been practicing. Even though it wasn't his body, Shiro knew the process, allowing him to access a bit of chi energy inside of Sil's body. It was strange because technically his body wasn't in the black space, only his mind, so he wasn't sure if it would work or how useful it was. When activating it outside, though, a connection was made as his hand was touching Oscar's real body on the outside. For a split second, something appeared in the black space for the first time, or more correctly, he felt the presence of something, albeit very vaguely. "It's over there." Shiro instantly moved to where the anomaly had occurred. It felt like a sense of hot and cold. As he moved further away, the energy was weaker. Moving to the right area, the energy was stronger, but still nothing could be seen. Until he had reached a point where the energy felt strongest in the black space. But there's nothing here? Shiro couldn't see anything, but he was certain the energy was here. No, I need to think of this another way. If this would be all it takes, then I could have done it with my own body. I need to use the ability better. Shiro started to think back to what the notes had listed. The connections inside that he needed to make to travel deeper into the consciousness. He focused on activating his MC cells even more, going deeper into the person's mind. On the outside, his hands were glowing so bright that the light was blinding the view of the others from the outside. Then there was finally a change of scenery for Shiro. He was no longer in a black space but was in a white space. In front of him was Oscar in all his glory. He had no injuries and was in his usual military uniform. "I don't quite understand what is going on," Oscar said. "But at the same time I feel I do." "Oscar!" Shiro shouted, ready to hug the Supreme Commander. All of his efforts weren't in vain. He really was somewhere inside the mind of his, but it was deep. Too deep to control his body. "I work for Quinn. He sent me here to come get you. We are trying to save you." Shiro said everything at once, afraid that any moment the other could disappear again. Oscar lifted his hand to stop him there and started to shake his head. "I assume if you are here you have an idea of what happened to me. You seem to have some type of ability that accesses one's mind. But even if you do bring me back, what of my body? It is beyond healing." Oscar sighed as he looked down on himself. Right now his appearance was pristine, but he remembered that had happened to him on the outside. "Quinn," Shiro replied quite confidently. "He managed to save Satch even though he was in a bad state. The doctors couldn't help him, but Quinn did. I just know that as long as we can bring back your consciousness, Quinn will be able to get you back." There was a slight pause from Oscar before answering, and then a small smile as if he had made up his mind. "I assume His way of saving me isn't by usual norms. If others couldn't and he can, does that come at the cost of turning me into the same thing as him? Oscar questioned. When the others around him claimed they had been turned, not out of choice, I assume Quinn had been put in similar situations? I'm honored that you must have put in all your effort to try and save me, but I do not wish to be saved. Not like this. For someone who was as young as Shiro, nearly 17 years of age, he couldn't understand. Why would someone refuse getting saved when there was the possibility? Oscar could tell this formed the look on his face as well. I have grown tired of all this fighting. I have given it my all throughout my life, and now, I just think now it's my time to go. I hope you respect my decision. What about Samantha? Do you have any idea how heartbroken she is? Don't you want to at least see her for a final time? Say some words or see her off? Shiro asked, hoping to convince him. I can't deny that seeing my daughter again does have a certain appeal. However, because she is my daughter, I know that she is far stronger than she looks. I know she will come out better from this. I understand that you are trying to convince me, but I have already made up my mind. However, there is one request that I have now that you have presented me with the opportunity. It has been a long time coming, but if possible, I wish for a final talk with Quinn. That boy has a lot of questions on his mind, and he deserves to have them answered, especially as he is this world's future. I need to pass the mantle, Oscar requested. Shiro was trying to think of other things to say to convince Oscar, but if his daughter wasn't enough to get him to reconsider, he didn't know what was. How can I face the others again? This time I was actually this close, but I have failed again, Shiro thought. Still, there was one more chance, as Oscar had requested to talk to Quinn, and he was hoping at least Quinn could talk some sense into him. It's all up to you, Quinn.